coach Aaron Glenn saying today he's going to take a look at just about everything.
I'm evaluating myself, the players, schematics, coaches. I'm evaluating everything. So I don't want to just place everything on that one situation. I'm just looking at everything because as a head coach, that's my job, right, to make sure that I put this team in the best position to go win games.
As for the Giants, head coach Mike Kafka said that quarterback Jackson Dart's on track as he goes through concussion protocol. North Carolina head football coach Bill Belichick says he has not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. Hockey after one, Mammoth lead the Islanders 2-1. Devils announcing Jack Hughes is out and is being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. Hughes reportedly injured the hand in a freak accident at a team dinner on Thursday. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra beat Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. 42 degrees, mostly clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with sports flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, the Fan, WFAN.
Yeah, it's a Friday night. Let's do a show to end the week and run through the tape. A 4-hour KM to AM. Keith McPherson on the Fan. You got Friday night Knicks. And, of course, it's a football Friday. We'll still talk about what the Jets did on Thursday. But we got to get your thoughts and takes on what's about to happen at MetLife on Sunday. As the Packers and the Cheeseheads come to town to face famous Jameis and Mike Kafka's Giant team. We'll unpack a bunch of things. I honestly was surprised how many Mariners fans were butthurt over Aaron Judge winning the MVP. Like, rightfully so. He was supposed to win. We'll get into a bunch of different things. They stopped manufacturing the penny. I saw that in the elevator. I was like, let me look into that real quick. But anywho, go New York, go New York, go. The breaking news that came out during the game tonight. Oh no, OG. Another hammy. Not the first time we've seen OG Anunoby go down with a hammy. And now we wait for the report on that. I mean, it's a hamstring injury. So whether it's a strain, what grade strain, a pull, like, we wait to see just how severe the injury to OG Anunoby is. But in a game like that, where you're already missing Jalen Brunson, there's got to be a little bit of fear that sets in. Oh, no, OG goes down. We don't have the captain. What are we going to do? Well, on the eve of his 30th birthday, Karl Anthony Towns said, don't worry about it. I got it. Cat was balling. Had over 30 in the first half. I mean, he was going crazy. He was unconscious. The play of the night in the first half from him was him losing the ball, passing it to himself, and hitting the corner three. The Knicks are pretty good at hitting those corner threes. He had 31 points, 69% field goal percentage, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 of 10 from deep. He was a plus 18 in the first half. So fret not, right? And the reason that you change the coach and you change the philosophy, the reason you build out a bench and you work on your depth is that when you lose a Jalen Brunson and then you lose OG Anunoby 5 minutes into his playing time tonight, you're able to adapt. You're able to shift. And, of course, Mikal Bridges is there, who is unlocked in a different way this year. Mikal Bridges ends up having playing 42 minutes, having a career high in steals, and he has a solid night. So you're just looking at your starters like, okay, who's going to step up and hold it down? Cat holds it down, but you know where I'm going, right? No Brunson, no OG. Cat ends up having 39 points. Mikal Bridges with 15, but then also has 5 assists, 7 steals, career high, 2 blocks. Landry Shamet. Like, if you're a gambling man, and I am, but I was not looking at the Knicks odds tonight. Honestly, I took a nap. I woke up. I couldn't find the Knicks game until the first quarter was damn near over because it's on Amazon Prime right now. I'm used to Friday night Knicks and, it being on MSG. But Landry Shamet goes out there and has 36 points. At one point, they had said on the broadcast how the Knicks bench had over 60 points. And I'm like, well, who would have thought about that? If you're a gambling man, if you would have bet for Landry Shamet to have 36 points, if you would have, how they do it in like 25, 30, 35, I'm sure for him to have 35 points was plus 10,000. You probably couldn't even bet it. It probably wasn't even an option on FanDuel for you to go in there and put $1 on Landry Shamet to have 35 points. I'm driving in and they're chanting Landry Shamet. Landry Shamet. What? This is a guy who was playing with the Westchester Knicks. You want to talk about Landry Shamet's journey? He was a Brooklyn Net. A few years back, I used to call him Landry Shamet, a former Sun, Clipper, a journeyman, a guy that kind of bounced around the league. And, I mean, you feel happy for the guy because he stuck it out here with the Knicks. And if you remember last year, guys like Mikal Bridges saying, hey, we should play the bench. We got some good guys off the bench. Him being one of those guys, man, he balled out tonight. 12 of 19, 50% from deep, 6 of 12. Hit all his free throws, had 3 assists. I mean, Landry Shamet is really the story. I mean, first you go to Karl Anthony Towns, Big Bodega Cat. Happy birthday to Cat, turning 30 tomorrow. But really, it's like the performance that you got from Landry Shamet, along with Jordan Clarkson, who has really come along in these last handful of games. The Knicks have a bench. They have built this bench. They have built this depth to be able to survive. Now, I know you're facing a Heat team that does not have Bam Adebayo, does not have Tyler Hero. And honestly, in a make-or-miss league, they missed a ton of shots tonight. In the make-or-miss league, they missed. Let's look at the team stats. Field goal percentage is about the same, 46% for both the Knicks and the Heat. But coming into the game, the Heat were regarded as the highest scoring, not regarded, the Heat were the highest scoring team in the NBA this season. I mean, they still put up 132, and I think there's still obviously some questions about the Knicks' defense. I think that's the main thing, the communication, the defense, how they're giving up a lot of points, but they're scoring a ton of points, man. And this early on in the season with this NBA Cup, which to me is still janky. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is it for? What does it do? There's like group play, the cups, I don't know. When I turned the game on, you didn't even realize, I don't know, I was hazy. I didn't realize they were in the Garden. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, NBA Cup. The floor is blue. Nice jerseys. Nice jerseys, nice alternate jerseys that the Knicks had. But yeah, a good night for the New York Knicks. The Heat shot a little bit better from 3, but down the stretch, they were just missing shots. Down the stretch, they did not have it. Those guys could not hang with the Knicks, even though the Knicks didn't have 2 of their starters. The Knicks barely out-rebounded them, 51-46. They moved the ball well, and that's a staple of this Knicks team early on, that they pass the ball and they find the open guy. 32 assists to their 29. Turnovers and points off turnovers. 9 steals. Yeah, the Knicks do what they have to do tonight in the Garden in front of their home crowd after this long homestand to not take another L. And after you lose OG and you don't have Brunson, to beat a Miami Heat team that handed you an L in their building. When you went down there for their opener, they were ready for you, and they knocked the Knicks off. So 888-808-1019. There was hella fouls. Some of the calls were egregious. There was definitely a lot of points in the game. I was watching both the Nets and the Knicks game, and I keep looking at the Knicks game like, well, damn, 23 fouls on both sides. And all in all, the Knicks win 140-132. Brooklyn Nets, a couple words about the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, just when I was thinking the Nets had one, right? Just when I was thinking, okay, Paolo Banchero can't go, and, the Magic were here, and, they beat the Knicks, and they go back home, and the Nets hung with them until the last 2 minutes. The Nets hung with them and had them right where they wanted them, but couldn't close. That's a game the Nets got to win, in my opinion. That's a game that the Nets got to find a way to figure out how to come away with a victory on the road there. That was a tough one to see unravel late. But Franz Wagner, 25 points, does his thing. Silva had 22. 3 Rex, Desmond Bane with 19. And the Magic are able to defeat the Brooklyn Nets 105-98 down there in Orlando. The Nets are 1-11 and 1-5 on the road. And, yeah, that was a disappointing one. As I was keeping eyes on that, Michael Porter Jr. came out cooking early. He had 24 to lead all scorers for the Brooklyn Nets. Noah Clowney fouled out. That doesn't help you down the stretch trying to close the game. Nick Claxton had 13. Clowney and Terrence Mann had 12. But, Zaire Williams off the bench with 15. It's just this Nets team is still trying to find their identity. They're still just lacking the firepower and the talent to win NBA games, man. It's going to be a long season for the Brooklyn Nets. It's going to be a frustrating season for the fans. 888-808-1019 as I am pulling different things from this game, and I am taking a look at some of the stats and numbers that are coming out, and maybe we'll get some post-game audio from Mike Brown and hear what he's had to say tonight about the effort and the performance from the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns, Landry Shamet, and with Brunson out, and I'm not sure how long they're going to keep him out with the ankle sprain, and now OG down, this is the first sign of adversity for the New York Knicks. This is the first hurdle, this is the first challenge that they'll have to overcome with this new coach, this new squad, this new depth, this new bench, and I think they're equipped to stay afloat. I think they're prepared for it, and watching the game tonight, I saw exactly that. I'm like, okay, they went on, I think, a 10-0 run late. Mikal Bridges hit a big 3. And I'm like, they still have enough talent. They still have enough guys. And on nights where the other team doesn't have their guys, you can match up and still be able to figure out how to come away with a win. So, Knicks fans, call me up. If you were in the Garden tonight, let me know. The stars were out. Who did I see? Obviously, seen Joe Budden. He's always in there. Fat Joe. I saw Andrew Schultz. If you were really looking, I saw Armand Membu from the New York Jets in there as well. Shout out to him. And as I segue into the Jets, I feel like everybody is coming down on Justin Fields, and rightfully so. I was on last night in here, and it's tough to watch the game and get an accurate assessment, but I did go back and look at some things. He was let down by A.D. Mitchell dropping the ball, but it's unfortunate that at this point in Justin Fields' career and this Jets season, playing the quarterback position is not fluid for him. It's not natural for him. And I don't know exactly what the Jets plan to do here, but if they are trying to win games, they got to go to Tyrod. I heard a caller today suggest that maybe they use Justin Fields like a Taysom Hill. And I think the Steelers ended up doing a little bit of that, like short yardage, goal line packages with Justin Fields to use his athleticism, kind of be that dual threat. He'll be that more so than a Tyrod Taylor. But, yeah, I definitely felt like Aaron Glenn changed his tune a little bit. We'll play a little bit of audio from him. I feel like this regime now is being looked at and questioned about how they evaluate quarterback talent, because as they continue to lose, the only obvious pick for them in the first round coming up in April of 2026 is to take a quarterback. And they might need some outside counsel. They might need some other people to come in and help make sure that they draft the right quarterback and develop that quarterback. But, yeah, the Jets lose to the Patriots last night, and I think everybody's piling on Justin Fields. I think they're all in this together. Fields obviously is not looking like an NFL caliber quarterback. I think he's played too many games in the NFL to have a clean pocket and not deliver an accurate football on time with anticipation. He's got to throw the ball once he sees somebody's wide open. Even the touchdown he threw to Mitchie, it was like the the defender fell down, so it was there for him. And to think that the Jets gave him all this guaranteed money and they kicked Aaron Rodgers to the curb and decided that he was the guy, it doesn't make any sense. They had me fooled. Damn sure fooled me. You've heard me say it a bunch of times. You know, I looked at Justin Fields and his athleticism. I looked at Justin Fields and the couple stops that he made, and I thought that he would have some type of not Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold. And I remember last night I was on, and I said I had some numbers for Sam Darnold. I couldn't find it. I found it. We'll go over them tonight. But I felt like, okay, third stop for the guy. Maybe this is the one that'll work out because the team went after him and gave him the money or whatever. No, he just doesn't have it, man, and that's okay. He's a good guy. He means well, but this is the NFL. We all watch football. We all watch the caliber of quarterbacks that can make plays in this league. And it sucks because with his speed and athleticism, he should be able to buy himself some time and create, and he can't even do that. He just takes off running, and it's not enough. The fumble killed him last night. And I think they obviously got to go to Tyrod Taylor if they're trying to compete the rest of the way. 888-808-1019. Jets fans weigh in if you didn't get a chance to talk Justin Fields, Aaron Glenn, and the Jets today. I think the conversation with the Giants is just here we are, man. Brian Dable got fired on Monday, got through a week of practice, got a home game here. What version of Jameis Winston are we going to see? What version of the Giants are we going to see? Are they going to rally? Are they going to fight? Are they going to be able to shock the world? You know, I just think it's hard to believe that they will be able to pull off a win against a Packers team that's lost 2 in a row. I feel like the Packers aren't going to lose 3 in a row to a team that they know that they have more talent than, a team that just fired their coach. But anything can happen any given Sunday in the NFL. Maybe Mike Kafka really does cook up and have something ready to go this week. Maybe Jameis really is out there with nothing to lose, gunslinging. But they'll be without Darius Slayton, I believe. And I just don't think they have what it takes on offense without a Malik Neighbors, without a Cam Scatterbo, obviously without Jackson Dart, to contend. The Packers are 7-point favorites, and they're without their top guy in Tucker Kraft, but they have enough wide receivers. So the matchup's really going to be, you know, Jordan Love. He's going to take his shots downfield with Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. And will the Giants secondary be able to stop them? Will the Giants pass rush be able to get to him? And then on the other side, will Jameis Winston be able to complete some passes, take some shots, and keep pace and score some points? His first opportunity getting to play here. Other than that, the only thing that I have that's super disappointing and weird at the same time. If you're a Devils fan, I know you saw the news. Jack Hughes is being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. And it was like a freak accident at a team dinner last night. And guess who was at that team dinner celebrating his 50th birthday? Frank the Tank. You guys all know Frank the Tank, most famous Met fan in the world. Frank the Tank was there. It was like a, I don't know, I guess Barstool and those guys set up a birthday dinner for him. His 50th birthday, he gets to eat dinner with the Devils. But I'm like, what the hell was going on that, Jack got hurt? Christy Flannery wrote, everyone stated that it was a freak accident. I'm being told he accidentally leaned on a glass and it broke, causing the cut that was in the report. I don't know, man. Sucks. We got, we can't have nice things here in the New York area. We got Jackson Dart out this week, but he did return to the practice field. OG Anunoby goes down tonight after Brunson goes down a couple nights ago. Now Jack Hughes is out. The hits keep coming. 888-808-1019. It's wide open for conversation on the New York Knicks, the Brooklyn Nets, the Giants, the Jets. It's Football Friday. We'll get into some thoughts on the Week 11 matchups. I don't really do picks, but I'll give you my thoughts on the games. We'll take your calls on everything. We're going to kind of jump around. It's the end of the week, and I'll close tonight by just touching on all the sports topics and everything that we hit on all week. Judge as the MVP, the reaction from Mariners fans, maybe even some hot stove, warm stove barely turned on type stuff as well. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're wide open for your calls at 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
The Giants take on the Packers. 1 o'clock Sunday.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I just got a text out of the blue from my ex-girlfriend. She said, just so you know, I'm seeing this new guy. And I wrote back, oh, wow. And then she was like, what? You didn't think I was ever going to date ever again? And I said, no, I just didn't remember signing up for the push notifications.
Sam Morril, The Errors Tour.
I'd like to hear less from you and the Huffington Post, if possible.
December 4th, Stern Auditorium, Perlman Stage at Carnegie Hall. Get tickets now at carnegiehall.org. Don't miss Sam Morril.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Monday Night Football heads to Vegas this week for a matchup against Dallas as they come off a bye week. This high-energy, offensive-driven game is sure to be close as they both look to improve their records, and Dallas chases the wild card spot in their division to keep their playoff hopes alive.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in New Jersey. Talk New York sports on The Fan.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Have you heard the news? Black Friday doorbuster deals are happening right now at Route 22 Toyota. That means huge savings on every new Toyota RAV4 in stock. They're packed with hundreds to choose from, so prices have been drastically reduced. Lease the all-wheel drive RAV4 for as low as $149 per month. Save more with available 0 down and financing as low as 0%. It's going on now at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey. So don't wait. Visit Route22Toyota.com for all the details and even more amazing Black Friday savings going on now. WFAN. Keith McPherson on the Fan. In here watching Clemson, Louisville. I need to get MSG on, see if I can. I don't know if they even have the post game on MSG. I don't know if I'm feeling this Amazon Prime stuff. You know, it's like you got Iron Eagle on the call. And shout out to Iron Eagle, the GOAT. Getting the bag, getting that opportunity. But it's like Iron Eagle's supposed to be calling the Nets games. But, you know, the Nets are cooked, so why would you go to Orlando to call the Net game when you could be in the Garden calling the Knick game? Shout out to Justin Shackle, though. My guy Jay Shack calling the game with Vince Carter. The couple Yankee games that I called with Justin Shackle. So proud of Justin. I'm like, that's cool as hell. I love Vince Carter. Growing up was one of my favorite players. So I'm like, to see Justin sitting there calling the game with VC, what a dream. I'm sure he's loving that. But, yeah, man, opening up here with the Knicks. We're going to get some audio from the post game with Mike Brown talking. Just another team win, picking up while guys are out, while guys go down. And I think it's the shift in mentality that has already prepared them. Here we are in November, mid-November, and, you know, we're some 12 games in, but guys go down and they don't miss a beat. Guys go down and Karl Anthony Towns, your other all-star starter from last year, he's cooking. Landry Shamet, who was on the team last year but didn't get so much burn, he steps up ready to go. Did not see that coming from him, a 36-point game. Jordan Clarkson is Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson dropping 25 points. Jordan Clarkson off the bench doing what he had to do. And, you know, Mikal Bridges playing 48 minutes or 42 minutes, rather. Mitchell Robinson being in there. Yeah, so let's hear some audio from your new New York Knicks coach, Mike Brown, after the game talking about next man up mentality when guys go down.
It's what it's about. It's about the next man up. And, you know, who that next man is going to be, I don't know. There's no way I can tell you that some of these guys were going to score the ball the way they did, or Josh was going to get a triple-double with, you know, being 4 for 4 on 50-50 balls. A lot of things I couldn't tell you. I just know that we all know how to play the right way. We have a standard that we're all bought into, that we've all embraced, and we have a way that we play offensively and defensively, and if we stay within that.
Okay, we're going to work on this because, you know, these are coming from SNY. We'll credit SNY Knicks on Twitter, but it seems like their microphone is far back. It's light, and I know we can get better audio than that. But here's some stuff that also came from SNY Knicks after the game. They had the Sham Wow, Landry Sham Wow. He balled, man. And I know it's got to be great for him. You know, he was yelling and screaming, whooping it up, had his arms in the air, like, you know, going to the rack, laying it in, and the fans chanting his name. You know, usually it's MVP for Brunson, and Shamet got the love tonight. You know, they put out Karl Anthony Towns, first half 31 points, second half 8. But Landry Shamet, first half 6 points, second half 30. So halftime adjustments, things that, you know, they go and talk about in the locker room, and they come out and they hit them with something that they're not prepared for. You know, Mike Brown did give credit to his staff. We'll get the audio, but I'll read the caption on the audio before we actually get it. The Wizard, Paul is already on it. Mike Brown giving credit to his assistant coaches.
What did you see from Cat, especially in that first quarter? He had 18, 31 at the half. Just was that the game plan going into feed Cat, or was that just him reacting to what the defense was giving him?
He reacted to what the defense gave him, first of all, but secondly, you know, we wanted to play through him, and you know, it was great. Brunson was the first one to say it. He was like, "Hey, keep playing through Cat, keep playing through Cat, keep playing through Cat," and you know, I thought all of our guys as players did well, but my freaking staff was unbelievable. Chris Gent was fabulous. Rick Brunson was fabulous. BOC, they were all really good, and they were on point, helping me with substitutions, mixing in zone. kind of figuring out where we need to go with the ball offensively, and we didn't come down and just call a play and go through them, but we did it naturally through our stuff. We didn't hunt mismatches. We just did it naturally through our early offense a lot of times. But those three guys, they did not a great job. They did a hell of a job helping me coach this game tonight.
Which one of them told you to go back to Landry? Because he had 30 in the second half. Was that one of their calls as well?
It was all of them. It was all. I was the only one that was a little hesitant because I wanted him to get some rest. But all of them are like, "Now, are you crazy? Go back to Landry."
So there you have it, folks. Giving credit to his staff, explaining what their thought process was, how they got the production that they did tonight, and the Knicks get a win. And I felt like it was a night where it could have went south, it could have went left. Instead, it went really well. I mean, I know they gave up a lot of points. The overarching theme is the defense. The defense, they got to figure out the defense. But when you're scoring that many points, the other defense isn't able to stop you. 888-808-1019. Just looking through some numbers and some other things here. Landry Shamet, I just can't get over Landry Shamet, how well he played in the second half, how he came on. And Jordan Clarkson is a guy that you get and you sign. And, in the beginning of the season, it was a little slow and people were critical. It's so early in the NBA season. 12 games out of 82. Still 70 games to go. But the Knicks have consistently put up now over 130 points in these last, I think, 5 games. They can score the basketball. They can shoot the three. They can shoot the corner three with the best of anybody. And then they pass the ball to find whoever's open. They share the ball. It looks like they're having fun. Josh Hart said some things about the adjustment coming off the bench, but he did his thing as well. And I think he's a team guy. I think he knows he's got to have buy-in. And, he spoke after the game as well. We'll cue up some of the stuff that they got from Josh Hart. He had a play right before the half where he stopped in the paint, faked the layup, turned around, hit the jumper, and then he was talking to the crowd. I don't know what he was saying, but he was amped up. He is a leader of the team. He is a face of the franchise. He's been here now. And even though this team is evolving and taking shape differently, Josh Hart is still one of those core members. Okay, so here is Josh Hart after the game. And a good performance, not just from him, but the entire team.
For you guys to lose OG early or not have Jalen, some of the things you saw today, 30 points in the second half from Landry, what do you make of this whole thing?
We always preach it, next man up. And games like this shows you, we're not just saying it. We actually mean it. We know everybody in this locker room is capable of having big nights, capable of contributing. So when guys go out, obviously we don't want that. But, the next one's ready to step up and, hoop with that opportunity.
And he was also asked about Karl Anthony Towns. And Josh Hart can't, not talk to the media without some comic relief. Here's him on Karl Anthony Towns' 31-point first-half performance.
He won from Cat in the first half alone. Just what did you see from him from the scoring standpoint that got him off to that start?
I don't know. I saw him miss a free throw that would have given him 40. So that's all that really matters.
Now, all that matters is they get the win. And we're waiting on word from whomever to update us on OG and the severity of that hamstring strain. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Now, if OG is out for a couple weeks, and I also suspect Brunson's going to be out for a couple weeks, that's tough. That's 2 of your best players, 2 of your starters, arguably your best scorer and best defender, and they'll have to adapt. They will have to figure out a way to play and keep their, winning ways going, but it's so early in the season you can't be too worried about that. It's so early in the season, too, when you look around the NBA and it's taking shape this NBA Cup. I don't think anybody is pressed about this NBA Cup. But for this Knicks team, the goals still remain the same. They are just trying to develop the way that they play, their chemistry, their style of play, no matter who it is. So coming up for the Knicks, they will run it up. They will run it back again with the Miami Heat. Then they've got the Mavericks. Then they've got the Magic. And then they got the Nets. All winnable games. All winnable games without Brunson and without OG. 888-808-1019. for any Knicks comments, questions, thoughts on the game tonight. The state of the Knicks now without Jalen Brunson and without OG Anunoby, and we wait on an update on OG's hamstring strain to see exactly how severe it was and how long they think OG will be out. But I would just assume, I forget when it was. It was 2 years ago at the end of the playoff run. OG had the hamstring strain, and that ended his season. It's a left hamstring strain that he's out with tonight, and we'll see. I don't see anywhere where, and it's tough. They can't really call it because, if it's a strain, it is a strain. As long as it's not a tear, it's just something that you got to, ice up, get in the cold tub, get in the hot tub, get some stem and, wait for it to kind of heal. I saw earlier Knicks memes put out, as long as OG doesn't have a tear or anything really bad, I guess him having to miss a few games in the regular season isn't the end of the world. It makes him more likely to be fresh and healthy later on in the year. And we're so far from that. It's November. And that's something I also feel and believe. They are not rushing OG back. They are not rushing Jalen Brunson back either. This will be a test for their depth. This will be a test for their bench. And I think that's healthy right now. I think that is, that adversity, that test that they're about to face in this upcoming stretch for the rest of this month, probably until, let's say, we get into mid-December. That's going to be good for the New York Knicks. 888-808-1019. Now we got the calls rolling in. Let's go to Dominic out on Long Island. Dominic, you're on the fan.
Yo, what's up? First time, long time. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So first, I just want to say a couple things. So when I saw OG get that hamstring, that reminded me of like 2 years ago against the Patriots. That was scary.
That's exactly what I just said. That's what I thought too. It was like not the first time that we've seen him have a hamstring injury.
So yeah, I hope we don't rush him back. And again, also happy for Shamet. I mean, this is a real revenge game. Getting shouted in the playoffs last year from Tibbs. Hope he gets in the rotation. And so my question is, what is the Knicks going to do with Yabusele? Because I feel like he's playing really inconsistent minutes. I thought this would be like a really good time for him to get in with Mitch getting in foul trouble early. I mean, I just want to know what they're like. What do you think they're like doing? What the plan is for bringing him in? I feel like he's just not playing a lot. Maybe he can offer some good stuff. I mean, he hasn't really been playing good this season, but I just hope to see him getting. Because I know this guy, he can play good. It's a matter of time.
I was reading something a couple days ago where Mike Brown was putting it on him, putting it on the player. I was reading something else. I got to go back and look at my notes where, someone was saying that maybe he regrets his decision to join the Knicks, that it might just not be the right fit, might not be meshing right now, but time will tell. And I think this is the time where he could adapt and figure it out and maybe comes along. But, they're saying it's on him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, he seemed excited. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a hard fit. I hope he works out. I like him as a player. He seems good.
Yeah, he was a guy that I thought was a pick to click. I remember seeing his international play and some of his game with the Sixers, and I'm like, I thought he was a guy that fans would love because of his style of play. It hasn't materialized yet. It hasn't shown up on the floor yet. I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, he looks like, it looks like he just has trouble. At least on the defensive end, he does not look that great on that end either. Which is a tough spot.
He's been a liability, and they have so many other guys. They have so many other bodies that, he doesn't have to play. So maybe it's early struggles. Maybe it's subject to change. But, he's kind of an odd man out right now.
Yeah, appreciate you taking the call, man. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Dominic. Yeah, I don't know. When the offseason happened, obviously Jordan Clarkson now has become, what we thought he would be. But when the offseason happened and they start to build this bench, Gershon Yabusele was a guy that we were all kind of like, yo, big move. This guy's tough. He could shoot. A big body, a guy that you expect to come to New York, play for the Knicks, and be a fan favorite with his style of play. But it has not really materialized. He played 6 minutes tonight. He had 3 points. And like Dominic just said, defensively, if you're a liability, you can't be on the floor. If you don't know your assignment or you're a bad matchup, they've got other guys that they can roll with. They've got other guys that are going to get burned. So I don't know. I think it's an early thing. It's a long season, but I do remember reading, and I'll go find those articles that, here's one. Daily Knicks. No one regrets their offseason choice as much as Gershon Yabusele with the Knicks. And there was another one I was reading a couple days ago about like Mike Brown putting it on him, putting it on the player. It is what it is. And I look at this Knicks team. They seem to be having fun. They seem to be happy. They seem to be enjoying the change of guard here, the change in philosophy here, having guys play. Like Dominic just mentioned, I guess a revenge game. I mean, I don't know if so much of a revenge game, but like Landry Shamet is a guy that I remember Mikal Bridges kind of lobbying for, and also a guy that like I guess Tibbs was forced to play, and when he played well. But like being forced into action tonight and the game kind of shifting towards him, like this is the Landry Shamet game. Like I said, if you're a gambling man, if you even had the thought, nobody had the thought. It was probably not even available to put money on him to score more than like 20 points max. And he had 36. You can't call it. And, someone goes down, and it is what it is. Someone's got to rise. And Landry Shamet now being around, like I said, this guy was with the Westchester Knicks. I was listening to the Knicks broadcast coming in, and I forget who. I think his name's Tyler something. He's like, I wonder if Landry Shamet's going to get a interview at the end of the game on national television. I wonder if Landry Shamet's ever had an interview on national TV. And Monica McNutt was like, what? Like, he was with the Los Angeles Clippers when they were making their little run, and he was a big part of that team. He definitely has been interviewed on national television. And, like, he played with the Nets right after that. He played with the Phoenix Suns when they went to the finals on their run. So Landry Shamet has been around some good basketball, some good players. He's been a good role player. It's good to see him get a chance to star tonight for the New York Knicks in the Garden and get that adulation from the fans chanting his name. I did speak on the Jets, and I would love to speak to this guy right now because it's early enough. Harvey in Dix Hills on the Fan. Harvey, what's up? How are you?
Hi, Keith. It's always a pleasure talking to you. You know that. I love talking football, especially with you and Chris, honestly. So I very rarely make a Jet call. So I need your expertise as a Monmouth and James Madison and All-State quarterback, okay? Maybe you could explain this to me. When the season started and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields were on the Steelers, and then suddenly Justin Fields is a Jet, Russell Wilson is a Giant, and Aaron Rodgers is a Steeler. I thought that was an incredible situation. So
yeah,
my opinion is I didn't want Aaron Rodgers at all. And Justin Fields was 4-2 with the Steelers. Russell Wilson, I thought, was over the hill. Comes to the Jets, one of only 3,000-yard rushes in the history of the NFL. Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick, and it seems he forgot how to pass, or he never did know how to pass before. Now, I just need your opinion. Is it that he can't pass? Of course, they can design plays for him. And there was a stat I think I read a while ago that of all the 14 playoff teams, 12 led the NFL in passes greater than 25 yards. Can you be successful in not being a great passer? Because some quarterbacks have been successful. What is do you believe that he can throw? He had thrown before, or there's a future. He's 26 years old. What can you give me the football technique of what you can do with Justin Fields? That's what I'd like to hear.
I remember going on a rant that he can throw. He's got a strong arm. He can make every throw, but it's one thing to physically be able to throw the entire route tree. It is a whole other thing to be able to throw with anticipation and confidence, and he lacks both. When I watch him,
does he like Jameis? Can he read defenses? Is that the problem?
I feel like
it can't be his arm because it can't be his arm.
He went as far as reading defenses and Willie Colon and I think Bart Scott were talking about it. Like he needs he lacks confidence, I say, because he needs to throw the ball when someone's wide open. I think he's scared. I think the biggest thing with him, right, early in the season, they talked about how he hadn't thrown an interception. Like, all the other good quarterbacks in the NFL have, like, you're going to throw picks because you're going to take chances. You have to. You also have to throw with anticipation before guys get open, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Ball gets tipped. Ball isn't where, there's miscommunication. Ball isn't where the receiver thought. But I think he's so afraid of turning the ball over that, like, he's waiting to throw. He's not throwing with anticipation. And in the NFL, it's too fast of a game to wait for guys to be open because then they're not there. Then also,
but if you were the quarterback coach or the head coach, let's assume he has a strong arm. You start with short passes and then throw deep. If you throw deep all the time, you don't have the confidence. You're not going to do well.
I feel like they've tried to simplify it for him, and there's definitely a disconnect there with the offensive game plan. And I think they're struggling. Tanner Engstrand is a first-year offensive coordinator,
right,
and I think he's trying different things every week to figure out what works. And they also have to try different things every week depending on the defense that they're going up against. Like, A.D. Mitchell was open yesterday.
Right.
He hit him a couple times. He dropped the ball. Those are backbreakers for a quarterback. Like, you get the ball there and it's not there, and then, like, there are some – he doesn't make it easy for the receivers all the time either. There was one throw where it was a clean pocket, and, Mitchell was out to the right side of the field, and he didn't make the throw easy for him. I just feel like he's thinking a lot. He's not confident. And I feel like Tanner Engstrand is also thinking, like, what do we do? How do we scheme this up? Do we put him under center? Do we not put him under center? Do we roll him out? Do we not roll him out? Do we have him drop back?
It seems to be a lot of confusion on all ends of it.
Yeah, because, they're dealing with a quarterback that, like, in this league, like I watch Jackson Dart, and I know you're a big Jackson Dart fan.
Oh, of course I am.
I literally marvel at how this kid is a rookie, and he's playing like Patrick Mahomes. He creates space when he needs to create space, but he keeps his eyes downfield. He doesn't fear the rush like Justin Fields does. And the way that Jackson Dart will fit the ball in the tightest of windows as a rookie, to me, is insane. Like,
not only that, Keith, he knows when to. He did the same. This is what I watched when he was on Mississippi. I never saw him on USC. Don't forget, he transferred from USC, and it wasn't Williams why he transferred. He knows when to stay in the pocket. Actually, most injuries, I think, occur when you go out of the pocket, but he knows when to leave the pocket. That's what I think is his strength.
Yeah, he's not in a rush to get out of the pocket, but when he does get out of the pocket, he is keeping his eyes downfield. He isn't tucking it and running it. He's keeping his eyes downfield, and he's finding guys, and he's accurate. He's extremely accurate.
Very accurate.
And they've let him down. They've dropped a ton of passes.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, the Giants have dropped a ton of passes this year.
But remember what they did with Daniel Jones, Keith? I've always criticized them for not passing deep. And they gave him all these short passes, which he was good at. Maybe Justin Fields, you start with short passes, and then you can pass deep. I don't.
It's tough too because that's his first game with A.D. Mitchell. You know, they still
you're right about that. You usually are.
There's so many levels of complication here because this is the Jets. This is what the Jets do. Like, my biggest disappointment with the Jets, because I've said it, I'm a Justin Fields fan. I'm rooting for the guy. I felt like people just all piled on. He can't throw, but now we're seeing.
Thank you, Keith. So am I. I really am.
He can't throw, but it isn't it's a combination of a lot of things. Not having the weapons, not being in the right system, and that's the biggest disappointment. The Jets kicked Aaron Rodgers to the curb. The Jets had their opportunity to go get what quarterback they wanted. There were a lot of different quarterbacks out there, from Daniel Jones to Mac Jones to Sam Darnold to Geno Smith. Like, a lot of quarterbacks moved around different places. They specifically went to get Justin Fields, gave him $30 million guaranteed, and then didn't figure out an offensive system that plays to his skill sets and what he does best.
Keith, that is the operative word there. You have to design a system for your personnel and what they do best.
And it seems like it's too much of a struggle for the guy. And I know that they came from Detroit with Jared Goff. He's not Jared Goff.
Right. Can I ask you a quick question? Because I know you I know you formerly were a Dallas Cowboy fan, and I talked about two other quarterbacks who I didn't see as much as Jackson Dart. Milton, I don't think he's gotten to play for Dallas, right?
No, I think he might have been in garbage time, but he has not gotten much. Because, you don't take Dak out of the game.
Right. And Shuck, I liked him. He's a veteran quarterback. I think he's in New Orleans. I think he's going to do all right. What do you think?
I mean, his game last week, he made some plays against the Panthers. And what was crazy was that I thought Spencer Rattler was playing well. Spencer Rattler also was in the QB1 series where they followed these kids around in high school, the same series that Justin Fields was in. So, I learned of Spencer Rattler and Justin Fields in high school watching that show. Spencer Rattler gets benched. Tyler Shuck is a guy that they drafted. They're going to roll with him. He gets that win, and the Saints don't get many wins. Let's see if he can build off it. Let's see if they can continue. They have weapons. Chris Olave, Juwan Johnson, they've got weapons. So Tyler Shuck under Kellen Moore is in good hands.
Well, I'd like to see some of your tape. Is that available? I'd love to see how you were.
On YouTube, you can see my high school tape. And I played
really?
so long ago.
Really good.
It's my college stuff. I was on the bench. I balled in practice, but that tape is private. That tape is private. So.
Yeah. But let me tell you, people like me, we only fantasize about that stuff. So
I know, and I laugh when people are like, oh, you're a has-been, you're washed up. Why are you always talking about you? I'm like, because I actually did it. I have experience that I can.
You did it. That's why I love to talk to you.
I can go back to.
You were there.
I spent a lot of time on the field. I spent a lot of time in the film room. I recognize when guys were better than me. I sat on the bench behind some quarterbacks that were better than I was. It's hard to do.
Amazing. Can I ask you one thing? It drives me nuts. I resent football players. I was a wide receiver. I have small hands that their hands are 2 or 3 times mine, and they drop footballs.
Yeah, there's no excuse for, especially now, these gloves, the sticky tack that they got on these gloves. That football, I watched these guys in the NFL, like A.D. Mitchell last night. Catch the ball, man. You're paid millions to be a wide receiver. If 2 hands get on the ball, catch the ball. Even with the Giants, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, Theo Johnson, catch the ball. Jackson Dart is doing everything to get the ball and put it in your breadbasket. You got to help the guy out. You got to pull it in. That is your only job. Catch the football. It ain't that hard.
You know what my coach, I'll mention his name, Coach DeVello, Bob DeVello. You know what he did one time with me? He put a rubber band on my wrist and said, this is how you catch a ball. You secure the ball before you run. That's what secure the ball first, just like tackling. Tackle low, read and react. I remember those phrases that they taught us. But to catch a ball, don't catch it with your body. Catch it with your hands.
Yes, sir. Harvey, you're the man. Thanks for the football chat. I always talk football with you guys. 888-808-1019. Yeah, they teach you make that diamond with your hands. They teach you to look it in, secure it, tuck it away. But how much are those guys working on that? If you're a wide receiver, you got to have a jugs machine. If you're a wide receiver, you got to be on the jugs machine before and after practice. I think the Jets are in a spot here where if Tyrod Taylor can go, if his knee is healthy to go, he's got to start next week. And if they want to have some packages for Justin Fields, fine, but it's over. It's over. There's too many plays left on the field with Justin Fields. It's too much of a struggle. It should not be this difficult for Justin Fields this many years in the NFL to complete passes, to operate the offense. After that first drive, and, they didn't have much outside of the Mechie catch, which so I saw a whole conspiracy thing on that online where they're like, how's the defender just fall? How does that happen? But anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. Pretty much opened up with the Knicks. Got a couple calls there. Definitely going to talk Jets. 1 hour down, 3 hour to go. Giants. And I definitely want to talk about this Aaron Judge MVP stuff because I really didn't care. I didn't even get into it that much last night. I was, obviously clapping for Judge. Great that he won. But the reaction online from Mariners fans, I'm like, oh, they made it even sweeter that they cried so much about Cal Raleigh not getting it. He shouldn't have won it, and he didn't. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 3 hours to go. Call me up. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
This is a hardcore now rebuild and transition. I mean, it is. It's 100%. It's obvious, especially after the trade deadline and the trading of the players and the acquiring of the assets. So now, everybody's like, oh, it's the defense's fault too. Well, they lost 2 of their best players.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
New New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want, with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. We begin at the Garden where the Knicks beat the Heat 140-132. Karl Anthony Towns, 39 points, 11 rebounds. Landry Shamet had 36 points. Head coach Mike Brown liked the ball security.
What I like most about this for a 48-minute game that was at that pace, we had 8 turnovers. This is unbelievable, and they're a physical team. They're going to bump you and grab you and all that other stuff, and they do a good job when the referees don't call.
Josh Hart, a triple-double, 12 points, 12 boards, 10 assists. The Nets lose to the Magic 105-98. Michael Porter Jr. had 24 points and 11 rebounds for the Nets. Football, Giants take on the Packers Sunday at MetLife Stadium. Giants head coach Mike Kafka is all pumped up.
I'm certainly excited for the game. It's still a couple days away, so we got a lot of work to do today in terms of the staff, in terms of game planning, and getting the players right. So, I think at that point, it's kind of too early to tell, but I'm excited about today.
Kafka said quarterback Jackson Dart's on track as he goes through concussion protocol. After Thursday night's loss to the Patriots, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said today he is going to evaluate everything and that the Jets need to do a better job in the passing game. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he has not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. NHL after 2, the Mammoth lead the Islanders 2-1. Devils announced Jack Hughes is out. He's being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. Hughes reportedly injured the hand in a freak accident Thursday at a team dinner. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra beat Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. 41 degrees in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Inside the 11 o'clock hour, rolling right along here. Keith McPherson on the Fan, a little Friday night KM to AM. Was just queuing up some more of the Aaron Glenn audio with Paulie as, the Jets play Thursday night. So, they've already had their bye, but everybody knows they call the, Thursday night game the mini bye, where, I don't know, man, I thought that there was some progress. Obviously, they won. I remember saying last night going into the game, this is the most winning they've done in a long time, right? They beat the Bengals. They couldn't lose on the bye week. I felt like they won the trade deadline. They beat the Browns. And then they come out and score on that first drive. But, I just think there was so much bad from Justin Fields and then penalties and just not enough. It's not like the Patriots really played that great. But Aaron Glenn met the media today, so I do want to run through and react to some of the things that he had to say, and then we'll start taking your calls. Andrew, you'll be next as calls are coming in. 888-808-1019, kind of shifting to more reaction to the Jets now. And, next they got to go to Baltimore and face Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson is someone that people speak about so inaccurately when they want to talk about running quarterbacks, when they want to talk about quarterbacks that can't pass. It's so stupid. Lamar Jackson can pass. He's a good thrower of the ball. He's an MVP. Should have been MV3 last year. And if you look at his evolution, not bad for a running back, how much he evolved in his game with different offensive coordinators, but him learning a couple things that applied to Justin Fields and Jackson Dart. With Justin Fields, just both of them are super freak athletes with speed and whatever, but Lamar doesn't always look to run. He knows when he has to run. And when he does, Jackson Dart, he knows how to get down. He knows how to get out of bounds. He knows how to juke and slow down the play and not take a big hit. So let's go to some of the clips, Paulie, from Aaron Glenn meeting the media today. I feel like his tone was a little different than it was earlier in the week as far as I'm not giving out the injury report. You can go to Rich for that. And don't even ask me about the quarterback. We're not that's the other thing, too. How stupid does he look? With all of this talk about not revealing the quarterback, your quarterback is not good. It's not a competitive disadvantage for the other team or for you. You have a competitive disadvantage because you have one quarterback that can't play the position. And if Tyrod isn't healthy, that's bad. People are calling for Brady Cook
And there's a part of me that believes like Brady Cook might actually be more of a functional quarterback in this system than Justin Fields. Because he's been around long enough under Tanner Engstrand and the Jets from, the summer to now that he might actually be able to run some of their simpler offensive plays. So let's listen to Aaron Glenn today meeting the media and being asked some different things and reacting.
When it comes to injuries, just like I said after the game, no significant injuries. And if there are any that comes up, I will make sure that you guys get everything you need to know on Wednesday when everything comes out.
Okay, so that's different, right? I'm not going to give injury reports, but I will make sure on Wednesday that you guys got everything. So who do you think tapped him? Who do you think nudged him? Bill Parcells? I know it wasn't Woody.
No, it's probably the league and said, "Don't mess around. You can't have that."
The league is probably like, "Hey,
like if you don't want to say
what's going on with the NBA and the gambling stuff, like we can't play games with this. We got to know who's in and who's out. Like I know you're being a hardo, but you got to have that information out there.
Right. If you don't want to say who's your starting quarterback, that's one thing. If you're now going to accuse reporters of whatever.
Of doing their job, finding out that Garrett Wilson is going to be out for weeks and then he goes on the IR, like you can't withhold that information.
Right. This is Aaron Glenn on the passing game.
We got to get a lot better in the passing game. And that's I don't think that's any surprise to anybody. But when you look at that game again, I thought he did some good things as far as, when he was getting the ball out with these guys. But I thought he did some things he have to improve. There are some open guys that we missed in that situation, too. And I thought he would tell you that.
It's week 11, bro. This is year 5 for Justin Fields.
But this isn't surprising. Everybody knew he was trash.
We wanted to believe there were some defenders.
But deep down inside, you knew he was trash.
But
by the way, the first
I thought
drive,
that they had something. I thought Tanner Engstrand and Glenn, I said it, I'm like, they played against him in Detroit. I thought they had the key to unlock him. Why would you go get him and pay him that much if you're just going to...
There is no unlocking someone who's been a failure everywhere. And by the way, he was fine the first drive. Last night. Why was he fine?
Because they didn't scripted.
They took the ball out of his hand. He was running.
Yeah, and
let him run. That's good. That's what he can do.
Yeah, but you can't do it all game because they start stacking the box, and it's like you have to throw, and that's the NFL. They will dare you to throw.
Right. Another thing was getting Breece Hall involved more in the passing game. This is what Aaron Glenn said about that.
And we got to make sure we target Breece a lot more. A lot of the route concepts that we had was really, set for certain guys to really get the ball. When that guy's not open, then we get ready to dump it off. And Breece a part of that. But also Breece is in protection quite a bit too. So that has a lot to do with it too. But you're right. We have to make sure that we can build these concepts to where Breece gets the ball more in the passing game.
Bro, I had the thought the other day because we were talking about it. I think I was with Fleegs, and then, like Breece is long gone. Breece is done. Why would Breece want to sign here? Why would they pay him? Like, Breece cannot get going consistently in this offense. He's their best offensive weapon, and, man, this whole thing is a mess. Go on.
This was Aaron Glenn asked if he's considering a quarterback change for next week.
I'm evaluating everything, Rich, to be honest with you. And I'm evaluating myself.
Okay.
The players, schematics, coaches. I'm evaluating everything. So I don't want to just place everything on that one situation. I'm just looking at everything because as a head coach, that's my job, right? To make sure that I put this team in the best position to go win games.
Yeah, and you got to protect this quarterback that you wanted and you paid. You gotta continue to shield him. You can't come out and be critical. But the best head coaches, they do that. They come out and say it. We need better quarterback play to win. The quarterback didn't. I don't know, man. It's tough.
And the last one we have is a reporter asked, normally a quarterback change, it provides a spark to the team. It's like the last lever you pull to try to save yourself. He was asked about that.
I think you hear that quite a bit when you get these quarterback changes is, man, I'm trying to get a spark for the team. But to me, it's more or less, man, I'm trying to make the best decision to give our guys a chance to win. Because to me, a spark is really a short-term deal.
Yeah, and also, it's Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor is not much of a... he can play quarterback, though. But, Tyrod Taylor's undersized. Tyrod Taylor's always hurt. Tyrod Taylor's getting up there in age. You guys know my Tyrod Taylor story. I met Tyrod years ago. Tyrod Taylor is a year younger than me. And when we went to the Northeast Combine, because he was a year younger, they didn't let him throw. And I knew who he was because I was getting recruited in schools in Virginia, UVA, Virginia Tech, ended up going to James Madison University. So I was tapping in down there and had already made some visits. I knew who Tyrod was. Tyrod was a legend. Like, he still is a legend down there. And he was mad that he came all the way up from Virginia to this combine. I forget where the combine was in North Jersey. I remember rapping with him, talking to him. There weren't that many black quarterbacks either. And I remember him being mad and me saying, bro, don't worry about it. You're good. I'm like, you're a year younger than us. You're going to go back and ball. Like, they're not letting you throw here. And I got to throw. They're not letting you throw here because they're trying to keep it focused on the guys that are, upcoming seniors. But, like, just the fact that you got invited, you're in there. And I remember going to that combine, and I didn't run the 40. I just specifically went there to throw because I had already ran my 40 at the Penn State combine. I ran a 4.56 laser, so I was good. I was like, hey, all I wanted to do was get a 4.5 laser time. All I wanted to do was get 4.5 laser, and then once I got a 4.5 laser time, like, that carries weight, and I was straight. But I mean, Tyrod Taylor. You want to talk about a guy that I watched, James Madison University. We played against them when he was at Virginia Tech. We actually upset them. That was the year I actually transferred out, but I watched that entire game. And Tyrod was the man down there coming up. And when he came into the league, they weren't sure if he would last that long. You remember he was with the Ravens, and then he was with the Browns and the Chargers. And what I'll say is he's such a student of the game. Not the big body guy. Like, he's not built like Justin Fields, but he's such a student of the game and his temperament, and he's always prepared and ready, and he's not afraid to let it rip. So if they go to Tyrod Taylor, I don't know how much of a spark it will add, but I feel like the plays that need to be made, the throws that are there to be had, Tyrod will make those throws. And there's too many of those throws that Justin Fields is just like, come on, bro. These are basic throws where you read the defense, whether it's man or zone, and you know where the ball's got to go before the ball gets snapped. It's one read, two reads, and it becomes too difficult for him. Andrew in Flemington, New Jersey is back, and I said I would go to Andrew. So before I continue to ramble and play anything else, let's go to Andrew and bring him in here. Andrew, you're on the fan.
Hey, cousin. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm hanging out. I'm watching the Islanders. They're playing the Utah Mammoth, who are pretty decent. So if the Islanders knock them off, we're going to have an Islanders show later.
I shouldn't have asked. I played ice hockey once as a kid in high school on a frozen pond. I didn't fall through the ice, but almost something as bad. I got my tooth knocked out playing goalie with no mask on. I never played again.
Oh, no. Yeah, I messed around on ice skates one time, and I knew it wasn't for me. Plus,
I borrowed my friend's skates, and they were too big. That didn't help.
Oh, that's a hazard. Yeah, I did some street hockey. Ice hockey, nah, I knew I could never last. I couldn't hack it out there. No way.
You remember a table game called air hockey?
Oh,
that
of
was
course.
fun.
Knock hockey.
That too.
Yeah.
So I'm calling about the Jets and the Yankees. I don't know which one you want me to ramble on about first.
Go for it.
Oh, this is my first time calling, long time listener. Appreciate your show. If you were on Ed Sullivan, he would say, "Is your really big shoe?"
Ed Sullivan's my guy. I love Ed. I see him every year at the David Cohn Golf Outing. I got to get Ed on the show.
And now for the dancing bear. That's Johnny Carson doing impression of. Anyway, excuse me, the Jets. Yeah, man, they're looking sorry except for those.
I'm
two wins.
I'm blanking. This is how I know I was telling these guys I went to sleep and I'm in a different day. I'm thinking of Ed Randall. You're thinking of Ed Sullivan, like the old TV guy.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm thinking of Talking Baseball with Ed Randall.
Oh, you got me. I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, I need a coffee. I'm going to go out and hit the hot coffee.
So I heard that. Check this out. So the Jets, right? I reminisce about the days where we had Rex Ryan and Vinny Testaverde throwing the ball 70 times in a game. And we had receivers when we used to play the Dolphins, were our big enemy rival before Tom Brady even was the pros yet. Mm-hmm. And we were like, every year, we pretty much had a chance, it seemed. Like this year, it seems like the only chance we're going to get is maybe not get the first round pick next year.
Yep.
And
not the first overall. They're going to screw that up, definitely.
Did you notice of the 7 losses we've had, the Jets, 5 were 8 points or less. I noticed that when I looked up the scores on
I've
Google.
referenced. There was a graphic put out.
We're doing what the Chiefs didn't do last year. They won almost every game.
Anti-Chiefs. There was a graphic put out that if the scores were swapped in the one-score games in the NFL, the Jets would have started off 5-2 instead of 0-7.
Wow. Yeah. So about the Yankees, now I understand Cole's probably coming back off an injury next year.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
What's going on? What's that other starting pitcher?
Carlos Rodon.
Was it Luis Hill or Rodon?
Rodon is going to miss some time.
And he'll be coming back?
Elbow procedure. He should be back before Cole. I
He
think
had a Tommy John or something different?
Cole had Tommy John. I think they're expecting Cole back around June or July. I think Rodon is going to probably miss April, May.
Looking at the standings, the Knicks look really good.
Yeah, I was impressed tonight. I mean, I know they don't play much defense,
lot of points
but I was impressed tonight that without OG, without Brunson, a guy like Landry Shamet can come out and have, a career high game, and Karl Anthony Towns stepped up. And
39
they have enough depth to survive losing 2 of their best players. And I know they're playing a shorthanded Heat team with a bunch of backups too.
Oh, was that a double overtime game?
No. They beat them in regulation.
140 to 132, I heard.
Yeah, it's just this is the NBA now. So many points get scored in the NBA these days because how many threes go up.
Is it true with the NBA Cup, part of the reason to qualify for that includes the point differentials at the end of games?
I couldn't tell you. I think there is something.
I thought I heard that somewhere.
As far as the standings, that they will use the scoring to like break a tiebreaker.
Oh, it's a tiebreaker. Well, that makes sense. The NFL was like that. Did you know the NFL? They have the tiebreakers at the end of the season. It's head-to-head, division wins, conference wins. But I think I heard the last tiebreaker in the NFL. If all the other ones are ties, the last tiebreaker is the point differential.
Yeah, so I'm reading in the NBA Cup, ties are broken sequentially by a team's head-to-head record in group play, followed by point differential in group play, and then total points scored in group play. So yes, the scoring points when you're playing these games matters. How many points you score, and
more
also
thing
playing defense.
Yeah, thank you. One more thing on I looked up on Google yesterday or 2 days ago. I didn't know in the NFL it is still legal for a defender to touch the receiver less than 5 yards out from the line of scrimmage. It's still legal for them to do that. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, as far as when you're jamming a guy off the line, it's not illegal touching within the first 5 yards. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to do that to try to slow these guys down.
Yeah, otherwise get burned bad. I hope the Jets can turn it around.
Not this year. But I think that's the plan in years to come. Andrew, thank you for the call and the back and forth. 888-808-1019. Like, with this Jets regime, they're not going anywhere. I don't know. Like, literally and figuratively, they're not going anywhere. Like, they're not going anywhere because of the moves you just saw them make and how they kind of, how Aaron Glenn talks and carries himself. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, I think, will be here for the next few years unless it gets really bad. But I also just don't know. Like, I don't know where they're going, man. You're not going anywhere without a quarterback. And it's funny because, you're hearing a lot of things. I already mentioned Brady Cook. There could be a chance at the end of the season we do see Brady Cook. If Tyrod's banged up, if it's like Justin Fields, what's the point? But then I did see a report today about Kyler Murray.
Loogie!
Did Loogie talk about Kyler Murray? I heard the Loogie drop. I'm like, did Loogie already hit this? I was not listening to the Loog Hour today. That was part of the time that I took my nap and woke up in a different dimension. I didn't, before I didn't know. I literally walked in at 11 thinking it was 12. And I asked Connor if he was about to start producing. And it's like, no, Paulie's still producing until 12. And then I heard Ed Sullivan and I thought Ed Randall. And shout out to Ed Randall. Ed Randall's the best. Like, love running into him. I've had him on my show. But Ed Sullivan, I'm like, Ed Sullivan, isn't that way before my time? And the late night talk show guy. So yeah, coming out of it, I was hitting the Dayquil and whatnot this entire week. But back to Kyler Murray. So there was a report from JPA Football that the Jets, Browns, and Panthers are viewed as potential landing spots for Kyler Murray if he's traded or released this offseason. I mean, obviously, as you know, he's hurt and he hasn't performed as well as a Jacoby Brissett. And the Cardinals, they're probably going to move on. Jonathan Gannon probably is good, already all right, if I'm going to continue doing this job and have any success, I have to move on from Kyler Murray. It's a huge NO for Kyler Murray to come to the Jets. No way. Kyler Murray should go play baseball. If there ever was a time for Kyler Murray to go back and tap in hey, the Sacramento A's have your rights. Maybe he's waiting for them to get to Viva Las Vegas. Kyler Murray, go back and hit, bro. Go back and play baseball. Go back and steal bases. You already got your football bag. You guys know my Kyler Murray story, right? So once upon a time, I went out to L.A. for the 2022 All-Star Game. And shout out to my guy Mike, who used to work at MLB. When you're in L.A., it's like New York, but not like New York. And he had reservations at Drake's dinner/nightclub called Delilah. And it's like a boom boom room type of, it's like booths. It's dark. It's super dark in there. It's like booths. And when I first come in, there's somebody playing some smooth jazz and a lady singing. And we're sitting in the booth, and our booth is not far from the kitchen. And commotion goes on in the kitchen and coming through. And what we come to find out, people are thinking Kanye West is showing up there. I'm like, why would Kanye West be showing up to Drake's spot? Oh, and this also is a good segue back to the Knicks. Who enters the nightclub now? And this is it's got to be after 12 o'clock. And that place was rocking. That DJ, the DJ that they had that came on after they were playing jazz in Drake's Delilah nightclub/restaurant, phenomenal. As a former DJ, I'm this guy didn't miss. But who comes in? It's a guy with a hood up, and he's little, and they think it's Kanye. But then he's also with another guy who is very tall. I laid eyes on that guy. That was Jordan Clarkson. The other little guy was Kyler Murray. So if you go back to when Kyler Murray signed his contract, signed his deal, he went out to celebrate it that night, and it was around the same time as the 2022 All-Star Game in L.A. Look it up. I'm not making it up. I'm not going to lie to you. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan next. What's up, Ross?
Keith, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Jordan Clarkson off the bench tonight, looking like the former sixth man of the year. And on a night where you lose OG and you don't have Brunson, good to see him go out there and score 24 points, hit a couple threes.
How about Shamet?
Yeah, I
mean,
Shamet
it's just crazy.
Used to be Landry Shamet. He was with the Brooklyn Nets. And he turned into a little bit of a journeyman here. He was not even in the league. So for him to be getting Landry Shamet chance on a Friday night in mid-November in the Garden, you just got to feel good for that guy.
Yeah, I remember he was on that Phoenix team when they went to the chip, right? The campaign was, too. I remember when we brought them both in, I remember them being together. Yeah,
because he left the Nets. If I go look up, he left the Nets, and I think he was with the Suns. Was it the Suns versus the Bucks?
He was a Sun for sure. I just don't know if he was with them for the Bucks series, yeah. Payne definitely was for sure. Or one of them was and one of them wasn't, I think is what it is. But I think they were both
he might
there.
have just missed the he missed that finals run.
I'll tell you this, though. Speaking of campaign, though, it's 2 years in a row now. We poached somebody from Philly, and they're an absolute bum. This year, it's Yaba Daba Saleh. He's showing up 450 pounds. I remember somebody. I told him, I said I couldn't stand that deal. But hopefully down the road it doesn't wind up being anything big because he is a second rotation piece. Even though we're missing two of our premier players, so it's looking like we're going down that road already. OG's not really a surprise. I mean, it's news when he is on the court. I'll tell you this, though, bro. I look at this game as a flagship game in two different ways. Number one, Mike Brown's the absolute truth. You rarely ever hear any positivity from me about one of my teams. I'll tell you, bro, I'm one of the biggest Mike Brown fans there is. It's like I remember the 33rd team was actually the Jets, but it's kind of the same route. They hired everybody and their mother for this job, and that was the whole thing was like they didn't have a plan. I remember when they hired Billy Donovan, that was like when everybody's eyebrows went up. They're like, all right, what are they doing now?
Yeah, when they
fired Tibbs. Yeah, it was Billy Donovan. Quinn Snyder was the other one. That was like, all right, because Mike Malone was one thing. Mike Brown, I think
they checked on Finch too out there with Minnesota.
Jason Kidd was the big one. Yeah, I mean they interviewed everybody. But I love Mike Brown, man. And I think you're seeing the production. Obviously, the Orlando game was kind of a blip in the road. Yeah, it kind of sucks you don't win a game against Orlando without, Banchero, but it is what it is. So not including that game, the last 4 games, they popped off for 130-plus. He's an offensive-minded head coach. I think in this day and age, like that last caller, you're going to see these 140 to 105, 25, 125 finals more often than not.
Yeah.
You really can't play that defensive-minded ball no more. And I think Mike Brown, and look at, and this is another thing too. Everybody was saying, and I'm kind of the believer that Phibbs peaks at being a culture changer, which he's great at, and it's obviously look at what he left the team at. But I think that's what he peaks at, and people are saying, well, that's kind of what Mike Brown did with Sacramento. Well, we got to go back to 15 plus years prior to that with the LeBron Cavs. I mean, we saw stop after stop with Phibbs, back to back to back. That's all he ever did. He would change the culture and then leave, and it wouldn't go any, more or less. Minnesota, look, they got relevant once they hired Finch, in terms of championship contention. And one other thing too, bro, and this is a little extreme. I get it. I'm not saying you take the first deal that Brunson's offered him, bro, but I think tonight kind of shows you with a Mike Brown coach team that I wouldn't immediately shoot down any trade offers with Giannis if they hear the name Jalen Brunson. It kind of draws me to Kawhi for DeMar DeRozan. I think a lot of Raptor fans couldn't imagine the day where DeMar was I think he described himself as the sacrificial lamb. They wound up getting Kawhi for 1 year. 2 years removed from it, they're seeing the back of his jersey all over murals, and they got a parade. So you got to give to get in this league, man. Look at what Washington got for Bradley Beal of all people.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying Brunson's the first name I offer by any means, but if it takes having to give up him for a needle mover like Giannis, I don't think Brunson's the needle mover Giannis is. So if that offer's still on the table, you see what this team can do without, dare I say, Traylon Brunson. Because I saw, who was it, Davion Mitchell or somebody said it's actually they're a little more of a threat now that Brunson's not hogging the ball and falling all over the floor for 38 minutes a night. And he was kind of right. Look at what Shamet did without Brunson on the court. I don't know, man. I toss that around.
Thanks for the call, Ross. I don't think they'll do it. Rick Brunson is still employed by the team. I don't think they'll do it. This whole era is like Jalen Brunson's era. I think he means too much to the fans. I talk about seeing him at Fanatics Fest and the mania for him. It was like Justin Bieber or something. I don't think they'll do it. I think he means too much to the city, to the fans. He took less money. If they can get Giannis without moving Jalen Brunson, maybe, but I don't think they would do that. And Rick Brunson the other night said something that caught my attention about their pace that they play with. He said as soon as the ball goes through the net, we're trying to get up the floor and, be across half court in 21 seconds. And I'm like, what if the ball doesn't go through the net? Why don't you get a stop and then go? They're like, well, it's hard to get stops in the NBA. So as soon as the ball goes through the net, as soon as there's a make, as soon as the other team makes it, we're going to go return that. We're going to go get those points back. So that's how they play. That's their style. This is the evolution of the Knicks, where they are in 2025 going into 2026. And so far, so good. To go out there and put up 140 and consistently be putting up over 130. And now, this little stretch is a test where there are winnable games without Brunson, without OG. I think it's a good litmus test for the depth of the team and the coaching style of the new coach. We got to take a break. Eddie, I'm coming to you, though, bro. When we come back, I do want to sprinkle in some Giants stuff because it is a football Friday, and before Friday officially ends and it turns into Saturday, I do have a couple takes on the Giants. Here's what we'll do. We'll play my Week 11 football rap that is being played on 94.7 The Block. I was on vacation last week, so I didn't do one, and I'm back with a vengeance. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
The Emirates NBA Cup is on WFAN.
In the lane, the lob for Clowney, trying to one-handed.
The Nets play the Magic. 7 o'clock tonight.
Gets it to go.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
I just got a text out of the blue from my ex-girlfriend. She said, just so you know, I'm seeing this new guy. And I wrote back, oh, wow. And then she was like, what, you didn't think I was ever going to date ever again? And I said, no, I just didn't remember signing up for the push notifications.
Sam Morril, the Eras Tour.
I'd like to hear less from you and the Huffington Post, if possible.
December 4th, Stern Auditorium, Perlman Stage at Carnegie Hall. Get tickets now at carnegiehall.org. Don't miss Sam Morril.
Experience the magic of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Enjoy exclusive holiday offers at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. Discover the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchase.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Who's ready to hit the ice? It'll be another exciting hockey season with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss any of the action on the ice by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards may vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
94.7 The Block and our sister station 101.9 WFAN present the quickest New York football preview with WFAN weekday evening host Keith McPherson.
Okay, I got it. Watch how I flow in the pocket like Drake may throwing a rocket. Somebody open out there, the ball in the air. The Jets, they weren't going to stop it. Hit him with Henderson, Diggs, and Hollins. The Pats are back, and they are a problem. Justin Fields struggled again. Don't tell Aaron Glenn who the QB should be. It's obvious. It's time for Jameis. Season is over, can't save it. The Giants made some giant changes. Dable is out, Kafka is in, Winston is in. He finally made it. He in the city, they call it the greatest. The Lord has answered his prayers and praises. But coming off back-to-back losses, I'm taking Green Bay to win. They're 7-point favorites. Monday night is Dallas versus Las Vegas. We got the Cowboys versus the Raiders. On camera is Jerry Jones versus Mark Davis. Two of the worst owners with the best stadiums. I don't think the Raiders can really play with them. Cowboys better ball since I'm taking them. RIP Marshawn Neal, and I got a feeling they win because they're about to play for him.
Okay, another one. It's fun doing those, man. It's fun. I mean, it's not easy to rap. Well, it's easy for me, but it's not easy to come up with like the bars, and the hardest part is like I have to say that rap like 100 times. Or like do the first like 4 bars or 8 bars and punch it. You know, it's just like if you've ever, recorded, like, you'll do a little bit, record it, like, but I don't know. I'm so particular. I'm like, I want to get it in one breath. So I think I was able to get the first part about the Jets out and then the Giants out and then punch in on the Cowboys. And usually the task is rap about the Jets, rap about the Giants, pick a winner in the Jets game, Giants game, and then rap about Monday Night Football and pick the winner there. So, man, I've been doing those now. I did all of last year, and now we're 11 weeks in this year. I didn't do last week, so I've done 10. I'm super proud of those. There's going to be a time one day when I'm old, or not even old. I can do it now. I remember talking to some of the people over there at 1010 Wins. Shout out to Joe over there. And they're like, we should submit this for an award. It's just like an opportunity to be creative and do something different. And I can't wait to package that up and do something with that to, like, I don't know, maybe when I do public speaking and talk to kids, say, hey, like, here's something that popped up. Like, I've always been a hip-hop head, always been a hip-hop fan. Used to rap, like used to think I could make it rapping. Used to be in college, blacked out, ciphers, freestyling off the top of my head. Fast forward, years later, I'm on the Fan, and I get an opportunity to do a pick segment on our sister station, 94.7 The Block. And instead of reading picks and just talking sports the way that I talk on the Fan, I rap the picks. So there you have it, week 11. And, a couple things I said, it's hard for me to think that the Packers are going to lose 3 games in a row. But I also do believe in the bump that you get from the interim head coach. I do also believe in the fact that, like, last time I saw the Packers come here, they couldn't play here. Some teams come to MetLife and they get, like, neutralized. The stadium sucks. Sometimes the weather sucks. It's not glamorous at all. And it's a 1 p.m. game. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy. And, like, Jordan Love has been suspect. And the variable is Jameis. What Jameis are we going to get? It's a huge catalyst. Like, if he comes out and he's taking chances and he's able to hit on some big plays that can flip the field or score, like, it could be a game. But, the 7-point favorites, I got to take Green Bay to win it. It's hard to think that, an immovable force versus a moving object, whatever the phrase is like, the Giants lose and find ways to lose every single week. The Packers are supposed to be better than they are. They had 2 tough weeks back to back where they lose to the Eagles, the Eagles are the defending champs, and then they lose to the Panthers, which they just couldn't get anything going. Like, something's got to give. I figure, like, this will be the week that they break out, even if it's just running the ball with Josh Jacobs or Jordan Love taking his chances down the field against this Giants secondary. But I'm excited to watch the game. I'm excited to see what Jameis does and really to see how Mike Kafka coaches compared to Brian Dable. You got nothing to lose. Take some chances.
get into your bag of tricks, and be smarter at the end of the game than Brian Daboll, and maybe the Giants can pull off a big upset. Eddie is in the Bronx. I said I was going to go to Eddie. Eddie, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up? Just a quick thing. I think it's with the Knicks, it's kind of crazy because I think Knicks fans, we want Jalen to bring that championship to us. Not about Giannis, and that's basically all it is we want him to do it.
Word.
But as far as the Giants go, I'm glad Bill Belichick took his hat out the ring. But I just want to just quick question, and I'll be out of here. Where do you think that they're going to go? Because I think, in all honesty, I think you need an offensive coach because of Jackson Dart. And people keep saying these defensive guys and Spagnuolo, and I'm like, no, I don't think you can. I think you got to bring in somebody like Mike McCarthy. I really do. I think that his progression, I'm sad to see Daboll go because year one, you loved him. And then year two, he got forced at Daniel Jones. And I admit there was a lot of things that was a little crazy. But we got to go with somebody offensive-minded. And I think that would help and get a great defensive coordinator. Get somebody like Rex. I don't know. That sounds crazy, but I think that at the end of the day, I do think that you need an offensive-minded coach. And what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I'll take it from here. Great call, Eddie. Thanks, because you queued me up for a couple of things that I have in my notes. First, you mentioned Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick has taken his name out of consideration for the Giants' job, but like whatever. You know, he put out a whole statement where he said, I have great respect and genuinely care for the New York Giants organization and both the Mara and Tisch families. The New York Giants played an important role in my life and my coaching journey. It was a privilege for me to work for the Mara family and be a member of Coach Parcells' staff for over a decade. However, despite circulating rumors, I have not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies since arriving in Chapel Hill, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. I don't know if Jordan Hudson wrote that. I don't know if ChatGPT wrote that. But I felt a couple ways about it. One, it doesn't matter. First off, all of these college coaches say one thing and then they do the other. That is standard. Oh, no, I'm not interested in that job, and they take it. Like, I remember, with Jameis, I remember Jimbo Fisher being with FSU and talking about he wasn't interested in a Texas A&M job, and then he took the Texas A&M job. It doesn't matter what they say. And he didn't say it. It's a written statement. The statement came out on UNC football's Instagram and Bill Belichick's Instagram. That's why I joked, did Jordan Hudson write it? Because she probably runs his Instagram. He's not. Bill Belichick doesn't have Instagram on his phone. And then, you mentioned Rex Ryan. 0% chance that the Giants hire Rex Ryan. I would say maybe a 10% chance that they even interview him. They're not going for Rex Ryan. A defensive-minded coach? No. Offensive-minded coach. And I also don't know if it would be a first-time head coach. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the Giants are going to do. I suggest they go offensive-minded. I suggest they get somebody in here that has done it before. But I don't think it's going to be Rex Ryan. And I don't know. It's a mess because they're expecting Joe Schoen to put this list of people together. They're expecting Joe Schoen to spearhead the start of the search, and I don't think that helps them. I think that any actual credible head coach, I don't know, even like a Mike McCarthy is going to look at Joe Schoen and his resume and compare it to his own and what he knows and be like, why would I work under him? And also, he's not safe. He's got 1 year on his deal. Why would I do that? Now, here's a defensive head coach whose name popped up recently. And I think it's really because the Packers are coming to town. Jeff Hafley, we'll play what Jeff Hafley had to say. He's a New Jersey native, and he's coming to East Rutherford on Sunday.
What do we got?
You have a bus of fans driving 30 minutes from your hometown for the game on Sunday?
I do. I think I bought 30 tickets, so... my mom, she doesn't get to come out very often here. My brother, my sister, my nieces, my cousins, my friends. So I bought 30 tickets, and hopefully they all show up. But it will be nice. It'll be a chance to get close to home and see some family that I haven't seen, and I'm appreciative that they'll all come out and cheer me on, It's been a while since I've been back there, and I have a lot of memories of Giants Stadium growing up as a kid, and It'll be a cool experience to coach there and have my family there to do it. So I do appreciate you asking that question.
Okay, maybe. I think it's just a recency bias thing. Excuse me, I've been sneezing every time I'm hitting the cough button. I think it's just the Packers are coming to town. This guy is local. And I don't think that the Giants care anything about a local tie. What does that do? What does a local feel do? It's enough of the feel-good stories, enough of anything that has anything to do outside of winning. Looking up Jeff Hafley today, I'm like, okay, where did this guy come from? He's the defensive coordinator with the Green Bay Packers this year and last year. He was the head coach at Boston College. He was Woo! I was like, what the hell was that? What you listening to in there, Paulie? You listening to some classic rock, some 80s? He was at Ohio State coaching defensive backs and a co-defensive coordinator, but he did bounce around the NFL. He was with the 49ers as a defensive backs coach. He's a defensive-minded guy. As far as locally, he went to Passaic Hills High School in Montvale. He went to Siena. He was a wide receiver there. He coached defensive backs at Rutgers. So maybe he's somebody that they interview. But he would be a first-time head coach in the NFL. He would be defensive-minded. I know this defense needs some work, but I think most people feel like the Giants are going to hire someone to coach Jackson Dart, to work with Jackson Dart. You just stripped Jackson Dart of the coach that identified him in the draft process, drafted him, developed him, and I know you guys don't want to give him any credit for that, but he did. It's not a guarantee that if Jackson Dart goes to the Saints and is with Kellen Moore, that he's the same Jackson Dart. The Jackson Dart we're seeing, and don't get me wrong, I think we're still going to see Jackson Dart be a baller. You hear me all the time say he's a hooper and just admire his style play. But I also give credit to Brian Daboll because I know they worked a lot. I know they spent a lot of hours together. And I know this kid learned this system, and Brian Daboll deserves that credit. He's gone now. Mike Kafka is going to get this interim audition, and I don't think it's going to go well. Not well enough to get the job. So I really don't know where they're going. Bill Belichick has taken his name out, and now Jeff Hafley's, he's like the buzz name, hot name right now because he's got 30 family members coming to the game, and he's local. So people are saying, not for nothing, the Packers are coming off back-to-back losses. And that Packers defense is stacked. They lose games, and it's not on the defense. They lose games more so because that offense is not what it's supposed to be. Once they lost Tucker Kraft, that was the catalyst for them to just not be as effective. And Jordan Love, they paid him, and I know a lot of people already said, Jordan Love, the next great quarterback for the Packers. He leaves a lot to be desired sometimes, too. He's got to figure it out. He's got a lot of work to do. So 888-808-1019 before we get to 12. Giants calls coming in now. Let's go to Rob down in Florida on the Fan. What's up, Rob?
Hey, how you doing, man? Great listening to you.
Good. Thanks for calling.
Hey, I'm a big college football guy down here. How come no one's really mentioning Lane Kiffin? He's a free agent from Ole Miss. He was Jackson Dart's offensive coordinator, head coach. I know he had a short stint with the Raiders a long time ago, and he really didn't do a bad job when he was a head coach for the Raiders. He just got in a huge fight with Al Davis because Al Davis strong-armed him into selecting Jamarcus Russell as the first pick, and he wanted Calvin Johnson. And so I don't see why, if you want an offensive coach, I mean, that was his coach in college. That's who made him.
Everybody's mentioned
why
Lane
is no one
Kiffin.
in New York?
Monday when I was on, Lane Kiffin was one of the first names that came up. We talked all around how, the SEC is interested in Lane Kiffin. His name is hot right now. And the direct tie to Jackson Dart makes a lot of sense. But, obviously, like you mentioned him with the Raiders in 2007, 2008, he has that head coaching experience in the NFL. That checks off a box. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Paul Feinbaum who says, he don't want to be in New York, New Jersey. He's a warm weather guy at this point of his, age and career. He don't want to be up there in New Jersey. But, hey, for the right price, bang, overtime goal.
Yeah, I'm down here in Florida, and the Gators want him, and LSU wants him, and they're going hot and heavy. But, in this new market, in the college market where everyone's leaving every year, he also might want stability in the NFL. Who knows?
Yeah, I think he should interview for the job. I think they should call him and see if he'll do that. And why wouldn't he? But I think that Ole Miss is going to try and lock him up. And I think that maybe Florida or LSU or whomever might be interested in him as well. Thanks for the call, Rob. Yeah, before Paulie gets out of here, we got to talk about the Icelanders, bro. I've been kind of avoiding it because I was still hurt that they went to Newark and beat the Devils, the first team to win over there in Prudential Center. But this Schaefer kid, he's a real deal. And that was legitness. That overtime goal that just got hit for them to win. And, like, the Utah Mammoth are good, too. You know, this season started, and everybody's talking about how, you know, the Mammoth are a wagon, the Devils are a wagon. And I think they might have maybe one loss in their building. Wow, that was dirty as hell.
Schaefer is going to win. He's, at this point, leading for the Calder, which is the Rookie of the Year for the NHL. 7 goals, 8 assists, locked on defensively, playing 20 minutes a night, just playing
He's a whole kid.
Well.
He's 18 years old?
So well. He's born in 2007, 18. And the guy is it's crazy. It's crazy, these kids.
He was born when Lane Kiffin was coaching the Raiders.
There you go. So it's really, really impressive from the Islanders right now. The Devils situation from today with Jack Hughes and the team dinner in Chicago.
I'm blaming Frank, bro.
Apparently they weren't together. They were just happened to be at the same restaurant.
There was some type of weird energy in there with Frank eating dinner with the Devils.
Well, let me tell you, it's great for the Frank the Tank brand.
Of course,
for whatever. For that brand, it's great. But poor Jack Hughes leaning on a glass or something.
And it breaks and cuts his hand. What? Yeah, I don't know. Not great. I mean, he already has had some injury problems and health issues. Now a freak accident. But yeah, Matthew Schaefer. How about there's just like the Icelanders getting that first pick and landing that first pick and hitting on that pick? I mean, you know, the Devils landed Jack Hughes. I know they're Rangers fans disgruntled on, some of their misses over the years, but this Schaefer kid looks like a bona fide star in the league right away. And he says he loves it, wants to be there. They had the viral picture of him and Boomer. And Boomer making him sit at the kids' table. And, yeah, I'm not going to act like I'm an Icelanders fan or know that much about what's going on with him, but respect to him. And the lines are open for Islanders fans. I had someone tweet me last night as my show was ending, like, yo, how about some Islanders talk? And I was like, I'm done now. And I'm still not over them beating the Devils. But, I mean, that's sarcasm. They're rolling right now. They look good. And this kid looks legit and as advertised all the way. 888-808-1019. Congrats to the Islanders. How many wins is that? Is that 5 in a row?
Yeah, I think it's 5, and I believe that's for the first. I think they put the note up on MSG. 3 consecutive overtime wins for the first time in franchise history.
Yeah, so they've got something going on now. We need it in New York. With the football teams being cooked. I mean, I know the Rangers got out of their own way a little bit. We need it for the hockey teams, all 3 of these hockey teams to pick it up, and obviously the Islanders and the Devils to be a little bit more competitive. And the story around this first overall pick, this young kid, Matthew Schaefer, just like he's turning into a star. This adds to it. He would be the one to bang in that overtime goal to win it. And just skates off with his arms up. They love the kid. And, Islanders fans we don't really have that much time on the fan to talk Islanders. We're going to break. And when we come back, if you want to call in and talk about your team and what you've seen in this game tonight, I know it ends. And, now people will be turning on the radio, or maybe you had the radio on as you were watching like I just was here with Paulie. Hey, feel free. It is the Fan in New York. I have been out there to the, what do they call it, the barn, the farm, UBS Arena. I mean, I know the name of the arena. Beautiful place. And, they've got a team to match the building now. Maybe we can figure out how we can do another WFAN, get to kick it in John Ledecky's suite again. John Ledecky's suite's the best suite I've ever been in. I'll tell you more about it when we come back. Trying to get some Icelanders, as the great Steve Summers calls them, some Icelanders conversation as the Islanders
beat the Utah Mammoth 3-2 in overtime off a goal from their rookie number 1 overall pick, Matthew Schaefer. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019. I'll say good morning on the other side. Be right back.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Be able to compartmentalize and to be able to look at Aaron Judge and say, I know he hasn't won a ring, and I know that's what I care about, but I'm not going to allow my hatred for others in the organization cloud what we get to watch every day for an entire summer.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
This winter's shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Every hockey player knows the secret to becoming a great skater is time on the ice. But rink time? It's tough to get, expensive, and so inconvenient. This winter, what if your kids could skate anytime they want, right in your own backyard? With Yard Rink, they can. In about an hour, you can transform your yard into an amazing outdoor rink. It's easy to set up and plays like a professional rink. Watch their hockey skills explode to the next level while they're having the time of their lives. Even Yard Rink ambassador Wayne Gretzky says he wishes he had a yard rink when he was a kid. Order today at yardrink.com and save hundreds by using code RADIO21. Nearly 300 sizes are available, starting at just $9.99. Plus, get 2 puck retention nets and your favorite NHL team logos free. That's YARDRINK.com and save 21% by using code RADIO21. Give your kids more fun-filled ice time and help their hockey dreams come true.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on the Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ, Precision Cooking, Effortless Results, ChefIQ.com. We tip off at the Garden without the injured Jalen Brunson. The Knicks showed a lot of heart.
Powell misses on a three. Wiggins taps it up. Controlled by Hart. Knicks in transition. Hart right down 8th Avenue for the Jazz.
Iron Eagle on Amazon Prime Video. Knicks over the Heat 140-132. Josh Hart a triple-double, 12 points, 12 boards, 10 assists. Karl Anthony Towns had 39 points. Landry Shamet with 36. As for the Nets, they lose to the Magic 105-98. They're now 1-11. Michael Porter Jr. had 24 points and 11 rebounds. Hockey, the Islanders now 4-0 on their road trip. They beat the Mammoth 3-2 in overtime in Utah. Matthew Schaefer, the game-winning goal, 2:06 into overtime. First time in Islanders history they have won 3 straight games in overtime. Devil star Jack Hughes is out and he's being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. He reportedly injured his hand in a freak accident at a team dinner on Thursday. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he is not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra beat Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning, good morning. Let's run through it. Another 2 hours. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Keep McPherson on the Fan in New York. Saturday now, November 15th. We are closer to Thanksgiving. We are closer to Christmas. We are closer to Happy New Year. Time is flying. Time is flying by. Another year in the books, man. Anyway, it's wide open, bro. I'm going to reset, kind of reshuffle the deck here. Thanks to Paulie for getting me to 12. Nico is stepping in. I think Connor is somewhere. Hoff will be here before we know it. Shout out to the YouTube chat. I see y'all typing away and chatting. I appreciate y'all on a Friday night at 12. You could be at the bar. You could be at the club. You could be watching the Islanders postgame show. But instead, you're here with me, listening to the Fan and watching the Fan, because you can do that now on YouTube as we are climbing 91.8K subscribers. Another 200. We get to 92,000 pretty soon. I think by the end of this month, probably at this rate, by the end of this month, WFAN should hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. We'll celebrate that. And I believe once you hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, YouTube sends you like a silver plaque. So just trying to do my part. We have a great digital team here that cuts up all of our stuff. And the cameras are set up in here. So you can see me. You can see Big Mac. You can see Hoff coming up later. BT and Sal have been streaming on YouTube now every day. They used to just be on Twitch. So, stepping into the future, stepping into 2026, because some people would like the option to watch the show if they're not, in the car or in the gym or at work or school or something like that. If you're chilling at home, especially at night, I find these nighttime shows, people are off, people are at home. And you can watch on your phone in the YouTube app. You can watch on your iPad. You can watch on your MacBook. And, yeah, come join us. And then there's a community that builds in the chat as well, which I've seen. And I'm somebody like that, too. Like, I used to be in the BT and Sal, and even before that, the Tiki and Tierney Twitch chat every single day. And you kind of get used to seeing some of the same people. And I know it's digital, but we're in the digital age. You kind of get used to seeing some of the same, at least like screen names there, and you have conversations and you get to know each other. You ask each other questions. You kind of know these people's fandoms, where they're from. And it's a cool little dynamic that exists while we do sports talk radio. So back to the sports talk radio. I opened up tonight with the Knicks. The Knicks get a big win. And to me, it's a big win because you didn't have Jalen Brunson going into the game. You lose OG Anunoby in the game. Karl Anthony Towns steps up like you expect him to, but Landry Shamet rises to the occasion, which I don't think anybody had Landry Shamet having the night that he had tonight. So the Knicks win. They beat the Heat in the Garden in NBA Cup group play, 140-132. Yeah, that defense still needs some work, but they outscore teams. You know, they're putting up 130 points a night plus. They pass the ball, they shoot the ball well, and this is now the Mike Brown era of the Knicks, and you're seeing already that depth and these guys on the bench that are getting a chance to play, how valuable that can be, especially right now when you have injuries. 888-808-1019. Coming off of Thursday Night Football with the Jets' loss to the Patriots, I said I felt like everybody was piling on Justin Fields, but how could they not? I can't be a Justin Fields defender anymore. I'm not. Like, I see what everybody else sees. It is hard to run an offense with a quarterback that can't throw guys open when he has protection, can't make accurate throws, can't read the defense, and it's also tough when receivers drop the ball. But first time for A.D. Mitchell playing with Justin Fields, and we'll see what happens this upcoming week. They have extra time to rest, but then they got to go to Baltimore and face the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, and we'll see if AG and his tune changes as far as letting us know who the quarterback is. We played some cuts from Aaron Glenn, and he did say on Wednesday he'll let us know about the injury. So somebody tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, buddy, you got it Rich Cimini last week, and you didn't want to do the injury report, but we need that. I think the NFL stepped in. I think somebody told him, like, hey, you got to go ahead and be transparent with that stuff. That's the story on the Jets. We got into the conversation around the Giants, which is just what will we see this week in their building from Mike Kafka as the leader of the team, as the interim head coach? What will we see from Jameis Winston as QB1? And do we think they could beat the Packers? I just think they're catching the Packers at a tough time. The Packers have a lot of talent. It's hard for me to see them losing 3 games in a row, but I do believe in the interim head coach bump and how that can change things for the team. Brian Burns talked about how, he went through that in Carolina, and if there ever was a time to play your best football, it's right now because everybody's being evaluated. So much is going to change with the Giants, and maybe they rise to the occasion. I remember the Packers coming here and losing to Tommy DeVito, and then that season, the Packers went on to beat the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs, right? And then they almost beat the 49ers like that. The Packers went on a run that year, but they couldn't do anything over here. So maybe history repeats itself. Also, Jameis Winston has a good record against the Packers, and if he goes out there with nothing to lose and lets it rip, maybe they get a win. But all week since Monday when we heard the news, we have probably gone through 20 to 25 different names for who the next potential head coach is of the New York Giants, and none of us know. I talked about how Bill Belichick withdrew his name. I played some audio from Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Packers, who is a local guy, and a lot of people are pointing, saying he could be the next coach as a defensive coordinator. But there's a lot more football left to be played, and there's also a lot to be seen with Joe Shane surviving Brian Daboll's firing and being left here to find the next coach. 888-808-1019. All of that is on the table. We'll get back to the phones. Coming up later, I will talk more about Aaron Judge and the MVP, as I found Mariners fans, Cal Raleigh supporters seem to just be really upset and butthurt over the whole thing. And it's like, you should have known. Baseball Writers of America, they're going to do the right thing. And the storyline was cool for Cal Raleigh. He had a great season, but ultimately it was Judge's award, and Judge goes back to back. Gene is in Sea Caucus on the Fan. What's up, Gene?
Hey, Keith, how are you? Nice to talk to you again on the Fan.
I'm good.
I've been away for a while. But I listen to you often, and I'm not a Giants fan, but when they let Tom Coughlin go, okay, they had a series of I felt back then that the Giants were going to. It was just a gut feel going to a tailspin. And as I said and predicted, the Giants have gone on a merry-go-round of carousel of head coaches with Ben McAdoo, Pat Shermer, then you had Joe Judge, and now Brian Dable, and they've all had 2 years, except Dable had like 3.5 years. And it seems like every 2 years or so, they make a change. Now, you look at the Giants, lack of stability when you do that. And Coughlin, when Coughlin was here, he gave you two things that we haven't seen in about 10 years. He gave you discipline and accountability. And the Giants haven't had that in 10 years, you know. And, you know, when Daniel Jones was here, I know he had a lot of problems with the offensive line. He had injuries, but Daniel Jones went through 3 coaches and 3 different offensive systems, and I think that contributed to him getting shipped out of here. And now with Jackson Dart, I kind of got the same feeling. He's been 6 games into his career. He's already had 2 coaches. This guy's an interim guy. He's going to have a 3rd coach next year. So I just hope that Jackson Dart doesn't go through the same stuff that Daniel Jones went through. Because you were a quarterback in college, right? I mean, how difficult it is to come into 3 different coaches and 3 different offensive systems. You know what I mean?
It doesn't make it easier for you to change systems and language and leadership. Thanks for the call, Gene. Good to hear from you. I'll try to go backwards and hit on everything you said. So, you know, with Tom Coughlin, I feel like it's been like a curse of Tom Coughlin. You know, you don't know what you got until it's gone. Sometimes you want to move on from a guy because you feel like, you know, it's time and he's getting old, and that's a legend in your program, in your franchise. Super Bowl winning coach twice. They haven't been right since. Yeah, they've made it to the playoffs a couple times. Yeah, they have a playoff win, but, like, they've been in the bottom of the NFL. Like, even when Coughlin had his struggle seasons, they weren't struggles like this. Losing streaks and blowing games, and that leads to Brian Dable. Dable had to go. Honestly, when you talk about stability and you talk about the revolving door from Ben McAdoo to Pat Sherman or Joe Judge, Brian Dable survived off of their history. I think John Mara had some grace because he said, it didn't work in the past getting rid of these guys so quickly. Let's try to see it through. But, I mean, how much more did you need to see? You can't have 3 games with over a 90% chance to win late in the 4th quarter and blow all of those games. You got to go. You got to go. And they didn't want to fire Brian Dable. They set him up this year to say, hey, draft your quarterback. Go scout. Go watch film. Go meet. Go talk. Go figure it out. Figure out what quarterback you want. Daniel Jones wasn't your guy. Find your guy. But you better win. They found the guy they did not win. And when you compare Jackson Dart to Daniel Jones, they are 2 completely different kind of dudes. Jackson Dart is he got a little bit of seasoning. Jackson Dart is a little spicy. You know what I mean? Jackson Dart is different. Jackson Dart hit that end zone. He's cutting a rug. Jackson Dart's got his 2-step down. He's got his TikTok dances locked and loaded. He's different. He's a hooper. He's a baller. And I think he's going to play no matter who the coach is. He damn sure isn't afraid to get hit. Daniel Jones is a little afraid to get hit. And understandably so. He had some injuries that it was like, hey, man, like if this goes, left, it could be career ending. And congrats to Daniel Jones. I saw Daniel Jones with Eli Manning. And Daniel Jones is having a great year with the Colts in their system. Great for him. But I don't think you can be so afraid and think about, hey, we did everything to ruin Daniel Jones. We can't do that to this kid. I think Dart will be fine. I think Dart is a type of player. He makes so many plays off script. He's a warrior. The way that he plays, like he's going to make plays and he's going to learn. And how quickly he picked up Brian Dable's system and how quickly the Giants started the season. Like he balled in the preseason. Coming into week 1, they made him QB2 for a reason. He was ready. 1 play away. And then after week 3, they elevated him to the starter. He was ready. He was ready, running the ball, throwing the ball. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. What I'll say is the Giants have to get it right. It's imperative now because they do have young talent. They do have stars. Dart is a star. Scadaboo is already a star. I know it was only a handful of games. Malik Neighbors, star. Abdul Carter, eventually I think will be a star. Brian Burns,
Star player right now, Spider-Man. Dexter Lawrence, it's still in there. I don't know exactly what it's going to take to get it out of Dexter Lawrence, but it's there. You know, they have pieces. They have talent on this team, young, controllable talent on this team where, like, if you can find the right head coach to get this thing together, you can start competing right away. Look at the Patriots. Look at the Patriots, bro. They just won, 8 games in a row? Because they were able to get Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels. And they have enough talent that they hit on in the draft. They make a couple moves in free agency out of Stephon Diggs. You know, the Patriots all of a sudden are in first place and looking like a playoff team. They get Caleb Chase on. There's a couple other guys they added to that team. You know, they hit on draft picks, Campbell, May, Christian Gonzalez. It can turn around quickly in the NFL. You can go from worst to first quickly in the NFL. The Commanders did it. Now, obviously, Jaden Daniels is out, so they're struggling a bit. But, yeah, I don't know. I think the Giants are one head coach pick away from, oh, this looks different. Oh, they're ready for war. They're competing. And they competed this year. The problem was so many little things damned this head coach, and he damned himself. You know what I'm saying? Little things like not having depth in the secondary, kicking problems. And then, little things like when to go for it, when to not go for it, being scared, coaching for your job, and not just doing the right things to win the game. You know, when to call timeouts, what coverage to run. Brian Daboll is done. The Mike Kafka era starts on Sunday, which is now tomorrow. Let's go to Sal in Monmouth County. Sal, you're on the fan. What's up?
What's up, Keith? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Longtime Jet fan, really struggling this year. And I just want to get your 2 cents on what do you think Aaron Glenn's thinking this week? Do you think we try to ride it out with Fields for one more week, or do we give this kid Tyrod Taylor a chance? You know, he did some good things in Buffalo a while ago, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you speak. I'll hang up and let you speak before my wife yells at me. Have a great night, Keith.
Yeah, keep it down. It's getting late. Friday night, calling the fan. Appreciate y'all, though. I couldn't do that in my house. I come here and yell. Everybody's asleep in my crib. But Tyrod Taylor is 36 years old. He's a Gristle veteran. Tyrod Taylor did play for the Buffalo Bills, have some success. I think he brought them to the playoffs. I was going on my whole thing about him being with the Ravens and him being the starter for the Browns and supposed to be the starter for the Chargers. He's had a rough go at it. He played some for the Giants. If his knee is healthy, he has to be the starter. The end. If Tyrod Taylor can go, he has to be the starter next Sunday after this mini bye against the Ravens. His former team. There you go. The storylines write themselves. Wasn't Tyrod drafted by the Ravens? I'm trying to figure it out. The Baltimore Ravens drafted Tyrod Taylor in the 6th round, 180 overall in the 2011 NFL Draft. So why not have Tyrod Taylor return to M&T Bank Stadium and start against his former team? I like the storyline. Especially because it is just grown too frustrating to watch Justin Fields not be able to make simple throws, not know what to do with the ball, take sacks, fumble the ball, take off running, kill drives. Enough. It hasn't worked. Let's see if it works with Tyrod. If he is healthy, he has to go. Aaron Glenn doesn't have to tell us who the quarterback is. Bro, just start him. Just play him. Just play him. Tony in Montreal. I see you. Thanks for calling. How are you?
I love talking to you, Keith. You're an amazing guy. Listen, 3 real quick things, okay? I want to talk about quarterback athleticism. Jack Hughes and the CFL has their Grey Cup on Sunday, and I don't know if you're aware of that. But if we talk about athleticism and quarterbacks, since you're a quarterback, you played in, at college level. Obviously, not too many people play at that level and can play at elite sport level, and you have. So you tell me something. I always look at a goalie as having to be acrobatic and really athletic and being probably the best athlete on the ice because he's out there the whole time, the 60 minutes. the quarterback to me has to be the best athlete. Are we saying that the current quarterbacks that Jets have are the best athletes on the team? I would not think so. But if I said the same thing,
I'll say this, not to cut you off, but just to interject. I've always felt like the best athletes on the field are the cornerbacks because they chase the best athletes on the other side, the wide receiver. The quarterback needs to be an athlete, but the game is mental first for the quarterback. I don't care. Like, look at Justin Fields. He's muscle bound. He's fast. He can throw the ball 60 yards in the air, but mentally it's not there. So, like, the quarterback, let me think of some other, like Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, those guys aren't freak athletes, but mentally they've seen it all, so they could still play even at 40 and 41 years of age. Go on, Tony.
I got you. No, that's a fair point because I just want to know. You're the football guy. I just like the game. You know, like my kid played the game, but didn't play at your level. So that's a fair point. I'll accept that as an answer. That's great. That makes it clear to me. Jack Hughes, do you think he was out there partying with the boys and he punched the wall or something? Because I have no idea. How could you have an off-ice issue that now might derail you for the season when you were the
in
top
Chicago?
dog?
They were at a nice restaurant. Frank the Tank, if you're familiar with him, was with them. And it's crazy. I don't know. It's one of those things that sounds fishy, right? It's one of those things that it sounds like they're just trying to make up something. Like I don't know. He doesn't strike me as a guy that is punching things. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's getting drunk like that either, where he makes his mistake. Like I don't know. It's weird. I didn't find anything online about it. They were at Chicago Cut, a steakhouse.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a made up thing because I don't think like he's the type of guy that's a wild man. He's not like a frat boy. He just sounds like a mellow guy anyway.
He's not. It's weird.
So I don't know. So something, Keith, you're going to probably get to the bottom of that since you're a New Jersey Devils fan. And by the way, I just want to shout out to Breland. Breland is the genius that won 3 Stanley Cups with Brodeur and with Kevin Stevens and Niedermeyer, and he's a genius when it comes to defense, and he's the reason why they're being so successful. I believe he's a great addition to Keith's coaching staff. And anyway, Great Cup weekend. The whole country is getting together for a party, very similar to the Super Bowl. It's for the oldest cup in North America, which is the Grey Cup. And it's Saskatchewan, and luckily it's against Montreal this year, who ends up being in the finals. So I didn't know if you were following that, but Keith, maybe you could stream it and see what it looks like Sunday afternoon, 6 p.m.
I'm not up on it, but if I can catch it, maybe I'll be able to talk about it next week.
Yeah, you might like it because a lot of throwing, Keith. It's not so much a running game, but it's a throwing game, and it's a wider field. So I know that in the summertime, a lot of people stream in from the U.S. because the league runs from early June.
Yeah,
it starts off and then it ends up in November. You guys go all the way till the February Super Bowl. But a lot of Americans like it, and there are a lot of American football stars that end up going there in the short run and end up coming back to the NFL. And that's why I said Muñez, the guy in Montreal, who they call him Mr. Kicker, he's been kicking 56-yard field goals. I think the Giants might need him if they need any kicks at the end of the season. If he wins the Grey Cup, he'd be a good call-up. I don't know if you call up or you buy out his contract, but I think the guy could kick some field goals. He kicked the 56-yarder.
Yeah, I feel like there used to be more crossover between the CFL and NFL, but you don't really hear so much of that anymore. I don't know why.
I just want to say one thing.
Maybe because there's so much talent coming in from college right to the NFL. There's barely any spots. Go on.
I just wanted to say one thing. I think the CFL should be like the American Hockey League for the NHL. And I think that every NFL franchise, because there's quite a few, there's 32, and I think there's 12 teams. I think at least 3 teams should own part of every CFL team, so it's like a feeder system for the NFL. It would be helpful, like when you need a kicker in the interim, like you did in New York. So I think that would make our league better, and it would expose the NFL again worldwide, because obviously you want to grow the game. But like I said, I called you up mostly about football because I know you have the background to it. I have the hockey background, but I miss talking to you, and I say in Montreal when I finish work, I'm trying to jump on with Keith because you give me all kinds of tow lines, so you give me enough tow line to sink myself, so I'm good. You're a good man.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Yeah, I mean, it's Friday night. We don't have a bunch of breaks. I'm a solo host, and you guys know the deal. I've been doing this 4 years. I'm listening. You know, when you guys call and you wait, whether you wait for 2 minutes or you wait for 2 hours, like I try to give you some run. It's a two-way street. The way I've always looked at it is like, I don't have a show if no one calls. I could sit here and talk and tell my little stories and you know, find avenues and lanes to make it come back to me, but that, like, who wants to do that all night? Who wants to hear that all night? You know? You guys call with your thoughts and your takes, and you bounce them off of me, and, you know, little thing, like, even like Tony, I had to stop Tony. Like, the quarterback's not the most athletic guy on the field. The corners are. And from my little bit of college football experience at 2 Division I schools, like, usually the corners, when we go hoop and play basketball, like, those guys are good at basketball too. You know, usually it's like tight ends. Tight ends usually like good hoopers. Some DNs, safeties. But yeah, quarterback is, to me, it's cerebral. It's a heady game. The most comfortable I ever felt playing quarterback was when I felt like I knew the entire offense. I could run the offense. The most uncomfortable I felt playing quarterback was when I was like, oh, here you go, freshman year at JMU, and they hand you the playbook, and I'm like, what? Where do we begin? So the quarterback just needs to be the smartest guy on the field, essentially a coach on the field to be successful. Justin Fields, I think, is struggling because he gets on the field and he's not reading the defenses. They're not putting him in the best position to succeed, and he's thinking too much. He doesn't want to turn the ball over. He's not just being like, your mind is what unlocks your body. He's not being just free out there throwing the ball and making plays with his athleticism. Let's keep it rolling. Yeah, that Jack Hughes thing too is weird too. Everything that I've seen is it was a fluke accident. But like people are examining this. Someone took a picture of all of the glassware, and it's just like, you know, we've all been to dinners. We've all been to steak dinners, right? Like if glass breaks, it breaks on the ground. I guess a glass, maybe a certain wine glass could break on a table, but they said he leaned on a glass and it broke, and it's like, what? I don't know, man. I don't want to know. Heal him up. I don't want to know. Just however long it takes, get him right so that he can return to play. Okay, we got Giants calls rolling in. If you're just tuning in now, we've talked all around Mike Kafka, Jameis Winston. We played some audio from Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Packers, who's a local guy, bringing some people in, some family in to see the game. I read Bill Belichick's statement that Bill Belichick says, you know, he is not interested in any NFL jobs. He says, I have not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. So as we've gone through 30 different names of potential head coaches, I guess we can withdraw the legendary Bill Belichick from coming home and being the Giants head coach. Let's take another call before we go to our next break. If you're on hold, I'll get to you and I'll give you your time. But right now we got to go to Marlboro and talk to Vito on the fan. What's up, Vito?
What's up, Keith? I always get a little choked up when I get called up on the fan, but I wanted to say what's up. And my question was, if Jackson Dart becomes healthy sometime, you know, within the next couple of weeks, do you think we should play him, or do you think that Jameis should start the rest of the way? You know, with all the injuries and all the, you know, the new head coach and all the new, you know, issues and that the Giants are having.
I think you play him. And I know there's been a lot of talk about protecting him. And I think that got way too overblown. I was ranting earlier this week about it. Like, it's football, man. I can't even use the words that I want to use on air, but it's hella soft. Like,
okay.
Like, he's got to play. He's got to play.
But going on to your last couple of points, you know, talking about, how the quarterback is the most cerebral, part of a football team.
Yes, and he needs to continue to develop.
A lot of head injuries.
No, he's
taking a lot of head injuries.
Well, he's got one concussion here. He's been checked out for concussions 4 times, but one concussion here. And what he's learning, it's a hard lesson this week. And I've been concussed before. You learn. When you go through that week where you got to sit your ass down, That is learning. That is the lesson in itself. So let's see if he learns from that. And when he comes back to play, maybe I wouldn't play him against the Lions in Ford Field. Or maybe even I might even spare him against the Patriots in Foxborough. Maybe I'd slow play it. But like I wouldn't want to do that. Jackson Dart is the whole offense. He's the whole entertainment of watching the Giants. Like if he's ready to play, play him and see if he's learned to slide and get out of bounds.
Right. It was him and it was Cam. And then we lost Cam Scadaboo, obviously, earlier due to I thought it was a hip drop tackle.
It was.
That Zach Bond did. Yeah. And they totally banned that. And, you know,
and they let it go.
Got screwed over a bunch of times. Of course. But I just think that with the weapons that we'll have next year, with Malik Neighbors back, you know, with
next year is so long.
Next
year is so long from now. You can't shut the kid down unless he gets a second concussion. Then you shut him down. But one concussion, he's already back on the practice field today. Part of his rookie year development is seeing these different NFL defenses, going to these different NFL stadiums. Now he's got the adversity of, okay, Dable's gone. It's Kafka. Like, I think it's still healthy for him to go out there and play. Thanks for the call, Vito. 888-808-1019. We're going to break it down. I'll say this. Going back to the conversation around Jackson Dart that I was having earlier in the week, I thought it was a little crazy that folks were saying Brian Dable was running him to save his job. I just like, what? He's running him. And he wasn't overrunning him. It's part of the game plan. It is a play call that is on their play sheet that works because Jackson Dart is good at it. You can't take that out of your repertoire. You can't take that out of how he plays the game. You keep the defense honest like that. And also, when the defense matches up man to man, he's able to get busy like that because they don't have a man accounted for when he goes out there and runs. It's football. It's a war. It's a gladiator sport. It's a rough-ass game. You enter at your own risk. Two things. Get him a different helmet. I got to go look at the video and see if he's got the same helmet. I think he does. But I was saying, and I watched this stuff closely, his helmet is loose. He wears the chin strap cover, and I think that's too smooth. You need a tight chin strap so that helmet is on your head. I've seen Jackson Dart play, and the helmet is already low on his eyes, and it moves too much. That's how he lost a tooth. Your helmet's not supposed to move like that. They're coming to take your head off, literally. So get him a different helmet, a helmet that fits, a chin strap that's tight. Maybe, there's these new age helmets that are supposed to help with concussions and impact. And then also, Mike Kafka, Tim Kelly, drill it into this young man's head all week. Hey, we might not run 5 design runs for you, but when we do call a design run for you, get the yardage you got to get and live to fight the next down. Get the yardage that you need for the first down or if it's a touchdown, that's different. But get down or get out of bounds like Lamar Jackson does, like Jalen Hurts does, like Patrick Mahomes does. I went back and watched the Gruden QB camp with Jackson Dart, and Jackson Dart's laughing and smiling about it. But like Gruden's looking at him, and he's dead ass serious, and he was right. He's like, "What do you think? You're Evel Knievel, man? You're from Utah. You're a wild man. You're a daredevil. What do you do out there? You go jump mountains in Utah, canyons in Utah?" And Dart's laughing. But he looked at all of his college film, and the number one thing he told him was, in this league, you can't take that many hits. And what did Jackson Dart do? He told John Gruden, "Oh, yeah, well, I feel like you got to be +2. And I think that's something Jackson Dart's dad probably taught him coaching the game up when he was in high school. You got to be +2, which means when you get hit, fall 2 yards forward. You get contacted, be +2. No! I'd rather you be -2 to stay in the game. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. We're talking Jackson Dart. We're talking Giants. We're talking who's the head coach, what we expect this week against the Packers. I can talk about this quarterback stuff all day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
It's crazy, but the Chiefs are still the odds-on favorite to make it to the Super Bowl in the AFC, which is nuts.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain-relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Friday night into Saturday morning. My last show of the week. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. Let's continue. For my baseball fans, my fellow baseball fans that want to talk about the offseason stuff, even some of the awards and the, all MLB team, we will do that in the next hour. I am working on queuing up some audio, something from Aaron Judge, something from Edwin Diaz, and some other thoughts and topics and takes and some things that I have. We will get to the baseball in the 1 o'clock hour, the last hour of my show. But let's continue with the Giants. A couple thoughts I had. If you're a Giants fan that is ready to, and I don't understand it, if you're a Giants fan that wants to protect Jackson Dart to the point that you don't want him to return this season and you want to just close, I can't even articulate it. It doesn't make sense to me. As soon as he's healthy and he wants to play, you play him because he needs to continue to develop. This is your quarterback of the future. You don't shut him down. You don't close up shop. There's the term I was looking for. You don't close up shop for the season. You know how many games are left? You don't do that. You don't for Jameis. And honestly, what if Jameis goes down? Then you got to go back to watching Russ. That's a miserable rest of the season. Don't you guys love football? Don't you love watching football? Don't you want to see the Giants maybe get another 2 wins? 2. I can't go any further than 2. Maybe 3. Maybe they can beat the Commanders, the Vikings, the Raiders. Maybe there's 3 there. Don't you want to see that? You would do that with Jackson Dart. The only way I understand the Giants fan talking about shutting Jackson Dart, because it's football. He's going to get hit. So I said, I can't even use the words. There's some P words that I want to use that I can't use for that thought process. What are you talking about? Can I say pansy? I can say pansy. He's got to play. You can't protect him. There's another P word. By not playing him, he's the best quarterback on the team and the whole offense. But if you are a Giants fan who is on tankathon.com and already thinking about that top pick, yeah, shut him down. Yep. If you're trying to get the highest pick that you can get next year and you're thinking about the draft next year, then shut Jackson Dart down. Don't play him for the rest of the year. 888-808-1019. Val is in the Bronx with us next on the Fan.
Fish, what's good, kid? What's going on?
You already know, done holding it down on a Friday in the greatest city in the world.
Yo, I got some stuff for you. I got a PSA to our 2 NFL owners in the city, and some nuance as to why I think and how it relates to why I think Dable actually lost his job. But before I say that, let me just ask you really quickly, as best as you know, right? On average, what's generally the amount of time that owner sits down, or the group, whoever's interviewing a potential coach? What's the normal amount of time that they actually sit down for that interview usually, typically?
Oh, it can go hours.
Okay.
It could be a whole day of them coming in, they break bread together, they go over a lot of different things. I think it's hours. It could be an 8-hour endeavor. And it could be more than one day.
I'm gonna put it out there like this. PSA to the 2 owners of NFL teams in this city. All right? At least a third, if not 2/3 of that time, okay? If you bring in somebody that's an offensive, somebody that's a hot coordinator, a hot young offensive coordinator or something like that, the first 2/3 of that interview should be about defense and how he sees the other side of the ball. And if he has any kind of links to anybody who's an absolute specialist on that other side of the ball.
Yeah.
If you bring in a defensive coordinator, some hot upstart defensive coordinator that's out there, that's the next guy that's on the ticket. The first 2/3 of that interview should be about how he sees the offensive side of the ball or if he has some kind of plan as far as offense, like a Josh, like how Vrabel.
There's no if.
With Josh.
There's no if, Val. When they get to that point, they have to have their like staff and who they have in mind and lay that out. That's part of it. Yep.
I'm saying that to say this because I think the nuance. I've heard a lot of stuff over the course of the week as to why people, speculate as far as what got Dable fired. And I think, especially with the last 2 seasons, what we've seen as far as me as a Jets fan with my Robert Saleh and what the Giants just saw with Brian Dable, if you're going to bring in that kind of guy, the real crust of that interview, or a large portion of it, has to be how they see the other side. Because both of those guys, I think what lost Dable that job was the fact that, you hear people say things like the Giants needed to be competitive in games. They were competitive in games, but what lost them the games was the fact that he exposed that he doesn't have his hands enough on the other side of what's going on as far as the complementary part of football. If he's the offensive guy, he needed to have more to say about what was going on with the defense.
Yeah, it's
and the
tough.
Same conversely with Saleh. So I think
tough,
as a PSA to Mara, when you do that interview moving forward, if that's where you're looking, if it's Kafka that you're talking about and he's an offensive guy, you need to get a feel for how he sees defense. You know what I'm saying? Any other offensive coordinator you bring, same thing with a defensive guy. You need to get an idea as to how he sees the offensive, because both of them are showing you that you got to be
move forward without a full-on plan. Thanks for the call, Val. It is tough, though. I think I heard Francesa say about Parcells, one of his rules or one of his pillars where you don't have time in season to coach your coaches. A lot of the meetings and the film study they do, you guys watch Hard Knocks? They meet as position coaches. They will meet as a offense. They will meet as a defense. They will meet as a team. But to really fine-tune things, they need to meet as the linebackers. And like as a head coach, like you can't every linebacker. You can't be in every linebacker meeting. You can't spend your time coaching your coaches. You have to trust that they are preparing them the right way, that they are coaching them up the right way, that they are fixing things, correcting things on a week-to-week basis. And when the next coach comes in, he has to have a staff of guys that he trusts, of guys that he has a relationship with, and guys that he knows are going to do the job that they're hired to do. And we'll see. We'll see. We're still a ways away from that, right? I felt like, perfect example, with the Jets last year, they interviewed way too many people. Look at the Jets now. You interviewed all of those people, and Aaron Glenn was highly regarded. Aaron Glenn was somebody that the last 2 seasons, people were saying, hey, this defensive coordinator for the Lions, look at the Lions. And if you remember Hard Knocks again, you got to look at Aaron Glenn. And if you remember, Aaron Glenn and Deuce Staley was on the staff of the Lions back when Hard Knocks was with the Lions a few years ago. Aaron Glenn was in high demand. The Saints wanted him. I forget who else wanted him potentially. But like the Jets did all of that interviewing to land on Aaron Glenn. How has it gone in year 1? Not great. Not great. So you can interview some guys and it could be an hour meeting. But I feel like you can interview some guys and it turns into an 8-hour meeting. It's all about what they're looking for. And I think it kind of, the meeting can get longer as they feel like they're hearing more of what they like. The meeting becomes quick and short as soon as they hear something that they don't like. Frank is in Palisades Park. What up, Frank? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith. Great show. I need your help with this. You have played football, for high school and college, so you might have a unique perspective on this. I think one of the weaknesses the Giants also had, and I don't think this was discussed much, is player development. For example, Player Football Focus has Daniel Bellinger rated as the best tight end, but they keep trotting out Theo Johnson for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's that particularly good. I think they should do a better job of putting out the best players to do the best for this team. and it's Daniel Bellinger. I don't know why, but they relegated him to the backup role.
Yeah, and hey, not to cut you off, Frank, but this week when that article came out about Brian Daboll blowing up on Mike Kafka, supposedly it was after Kafka had a play call designed to go to Theo Johnson, and Theo Johnson didn't catch the ball or this and that or whatever. Like, I don't know. There's definitely something to that. Like, I don't know. Where the rank goes. And I've been speaking all week as for some reason there's a small percentage of Giants fans who have been trying to take up for Shane saying, oh, you can't blame him for Evan Neal. Of course you can. Doesn't he oversee the player development people? And like once you pick somebody, isn't your job as the general manager to generally manage how they fit in your organization and how they become star players and starters? Like you're responsible from the time that you scout them, pick them, and bring them into your building to get the most out of Jalen Hyatt, to get the most out of Deonte Banks.
But you know what? This also goes to the wide receivers. The Giants had 2 receivers on the practice squad who I think they could do a good job of developing, but they don't. Bo Collins, who established some chemistry with Jackson Dart during the preseason, and little Jordan Humphrey, was just stolen by the Denver Broncos.
Right.
That also bothers me. They're not doing a good enough. Keith, you've played football. Why would the Giants keep doing this? This has been going on for years. Is it a culture thing? Is it they don't have enough?
It's an oversight. It's I think it's something that they just I don't know. They miss. They don't think about. Like I thought it was ridiculous this week to see Lil Jordan Humphrey, who already did more this season than Jalen Hyatt, not be available and get pulled away by the Broncos, and Jalen Hyatt's still here. He can't get on the field. Like, that doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. And then you find out Darius Slayton's not available this week.
Exactly.
So I think these are oversights. I think these are misses. I think these are little things, like they're not buttoned up enough.
So Joe Shane is ultimately responsible.
Right.
But yet he still has a job, and Brian Daboll doesn't.
Right.
Can the Giants also consider getting rid of Joe Shane at this point?
They will. They are considering it, but they also are considering that there's still plenty of weeks left of this season, and if they fire him now, his assistant general manager becomes the guy to lead. They don't feel comfortable like that. So instead of Brandon Brown leading the search, like who might not be here, like they're literally like, oh, Shane, you're safe. Reach out to some people, start the search for the next head coach.
Keith, I know they've done this before in the past. Couldn't they go back out to one of their old contacts like Ernie Accorsi and have him come in as the special assistant to look for the new head coach?
Yeah, this is the New York Football Giants. They're a legacy franchise. This is New York City. They have plenty of connections and a network to help out.
So why can't they do that? Go to Ernie Accorsi.
They don't want to. In their statement, they said that they feel like Joe Shane has helped develop a nucleus, a young nucleus of talent. Like they gave him some credit for the draft picks, where I could look through a lot of these draft picks and say anybody could have chosen them, or Brian Daboll wanted this guy, or you had more misses than hits.
This is the same old. I don't know.
It is a revolving door. It is the same thing. They did the same thing with Reese and Gettleman. They did the same thing with the firing the head coaches and keeping the GMs. It's the same thing. They haven't learned from that mistake at all.
Oh, they're gonna harm poor Jackson Dart. I don't know. It's like Daniel Jones all over again. If they don't do this, Keith,
I don't know. It feels like deja vu. It feels like deja vu.
Yeah.
Hopefully Jackson Dart can overcome it. And that's why I say it's imperative for them to pick the right head coach, because that is how he overcomes it. Thanks for the call, Frank. Before we get to the break here, I'll go back. I have Bobby Skinner on this week. Bobby Skinner, a lifelong Giants fan, does great content. He put out a tweet. He said, this is the third time that John Mara has fired a head coach without the GM being fired. He fired Tom Coughlin after 2015, retained Jerry Reese. Then it was Reese and McAdoo, fired in 2017. Fired Pat Shurmur after 2019. Retained Dave Gettleman. Gettleman and Judge, fired after 2021. Fired Brian Daboll in 2025. Retained Joe Judge. You fill in the blank. 888-808-1019. We'll continue with your Giants calls, Jets calls. It is a football Friday into Saturday, but I will sprinkle in a little bit of baseball conversation in this last hour I have before I'm done for the week. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on The Fan. I'll be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Brian Cashman didn't go to the GM meetings this year, and I remember watching all of that ranting and profanity-laced stuff that he said and did in the face of reporters that questioned him after 2023.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Every hockey player knows the secret to becoming a great skater is time on the ice. But rink time? It's tough to get, expensive, and so inconvenient. This winter, what if your kids could skate anytime they want, right in your own backyard? With Yard Rink, they can. In about an hour, you can transform your yard into an amazing outdoor rink. It's easy to set up and plays like a professional rink. Watch their hockey skills explode to the next level while they're having the time of their lives. Even Yard Rink ambassador Wayne Gretzky says he wishes he had a yard rink when he was a kid. Order today at yardrink.com and save hundreds by using code RADIO21. Nearly 300 sizes are available, starting at just $9.99. Plus, get 2 puck retention nets and your favorite NHL team logos free. That's YARDRINK.com. And save 21% by using code RADIO21. Give your kids more fun-filled ice time and help their hockey dreams come true.
Who's ready to hit the ice? It'll be another exciting hockey season with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss any of the action on the ice by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards may vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
At 1 o'clock, I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. No Jalen Brunson, no problem. Knicks over the Heat, 140-132 at the Garden. Karl Anthony Towns did his part with Brunson out, scoring 39 points to go along with 11 rebounds.
JB was missing the game today. We all had to step up. He was a big contributor to our team, so I just wanted to do my best to, pick up the offense that he gives our team.
Landry Shamet, 36 points. Josh Hart, a triple-double, 12 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. Magic over the Nets, 105-98. Michael Porter Jr. led Brooklyn with 24 points and 11 boards. The Nets dropped to 1-11. Hockey, the Islanders and Mammoth were tied at 2 as they went to overtime in Utah.
Barzell cuts to the interior. Barzell still with it. Schaefer one-timer. He scores! It's Matthew Schaefer with the overtime winner. And the Islanders a perfect 4-0 to start the road trip.
MSGSN, Islanders over the Mammoth 3-2 in overtime. Matthew Schaefer at 2:06 of overtime, the youngest player in NHL history to score an overtime goal. Devils announced Jack Hughes being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. Reportedly, he injured the hand in a freak accident at the team dinner on Thursday. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he has not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra beat Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Inside the 1 a.m. hour. Let's keep rocking. 888-808-1019. The Fan in New York. Keith McPherson here this early Saturday morning. Just got off FaceTime with my boy Zeke. And it's funny, he's not listening to the show. He just hit me, and he's a Yankee fan. Both of us are Yankee fans. Most of my friends are Yankee fans. And he was like, how about Judge getting that MVP? So we will get into that because it's a couple of things that we just talked about. I'm like, bro, that's in my notes. I wait till I start going in because I didn't do it last night because I felt like Judge was supposed to win the MVP, but there's some discourse on Twitter, which Twitter is a fake place. You can write anything on Twitter, and if enough people like it and we retweet it, they think that it's real. No. So some of the discourse around Cal Raleigh being snubbed, Cal Raleigh being the real MVP. Yeah, we'll talk about it. And I got to play a cut from Edwin Diaz as well, where I'm like, wait a minute. But wait a minute. Let's continue the conversation around the Giants, the Jets, Football Friday into Saturday, talking about Jackson Dart and whether he should return to play or not.
No rush, but yes. Not until he's 100% clear of the concussion protocol. What are the Giants looking for in their next coach? Is Joe Shane safe? Do you dominate the taco, or does the taco dominate you? Mario is in Long Beach on the Fan. What's up, Mario?
What's going on, Keith? How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. Hanging out.
Yeah, I got 3 quick points. Number one is I was looking at their coaching. I just decided to do a little homework, and I would say, just let me look at betting sites. Who are the favorite coaches? So who are the favorites to be the Giants head coach? So I looked at like about 5 sites, and it had a bunch of people, but everyone had one person as being number one. You know who that was? You know,
Mike McCarthy.
Number one. You got it, McCarthy.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you see it or you knew it?
No, I just knew it because I've been talking about it and reading it all week. I haven't checked any of the gambling stuff, but it makes a lot of sense. He should still be coaching the Dallas Cowboys, honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
And Jerry Jones screwed him over because Jerry Jones dragged his feet so long, he missed the opportunity to go interview elsewhere. So, yeah, it makes sense because a lot of people are pointing to the Giants needing an experienced head coach who's done it before, offensive-minded guy, and McCarthy's out there.
Yep. My second point is on Dart, right? I believe you said, obviously he has to play. But I believe the Giants were negligent, because it's really not fair because you got a kid that will do anything to win, right? Now, you don't have neighbors. You got no skill players at all. When a guy goes in, he feels like he's got to do so much to win, it puts himself in harm's way. They should have picked up a receiver before that trade deadline.
I agree. That's on Joe Shane. That's something I haven't spoken on. And I feel like they didn't do that because they were like, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to the playoffs. But you have a young quarterback that needs a weapon to survive, needs a weapon as part of his development. What they did was get Ray McLeod. And what has Ray McLeod been?
Yeah, exactly. Keith, I looked at a video, right? They had a video and they showed the hits that he took this year.
Sure.
I've been watching Lamar Jackson for 7 years. In his whole 7 years,
you can't get a hit. You can't get a hit on Lamar Jackson like the hits Jackson Dart has taken.
Exactly.
He won't let you line him up like that.
But I'm saying the hits he took were ridiculous. They'll never last the way
So he's got to learn. That's why I think you bring him back because we'll see if he has learned anything.
Yeah. But if he had a weapon, at least he wouldn't feel like I got to do everything myself. It would be.
I think it'd be a little bit of both. Because what I say about Dart, he'll throw to anybody, but those guys drop the ball, and when he's not throwing the ball and it's on his left foot, right foot, he's trying to take it the distance every time.
Exactly. My question for you as a football player, or maybe if you know this, is with the concussions, right? You see a lot of them now where they're not even hitting the head. They hit the ground, and the ground hits the head hits the ground.
I've had one of those.
Do you think that phony turf, right? Do you think that contributes to it? If you hit your head and it's on grass, is it less chance than if it's turf? Because turf is harder.
I don't know. It's a good question. Thanks for the call, Mario. It's a good question. I don't know. You would think the turf with those rubber pellets and the synthetic. I don't know. I don't know what's harder. The grass with the mud and the grass is softer. It's really the whiplash. It's your neck. Like I remember running the ball, going to try and make a spin move, and getting kind of undercut where my feet came up. And the first thing that hit the ground was like the top of my shoulder pads and then my head. So like the whiplash thing. And when I got up, I went to the sideline. I didn't know what down it was. I thought it was 4th down. I was like, yo, punt. And they literally pushed me back out there. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's 3rd down. I thought it was 4. I literally forgot the down distance, was just like kind of dazed. And then I really knew I was effed up because we called the play, and I called the play, but then once I went under center to snap the ball and run the play, it didn't compute. And I remember my running back was like, yo, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, bro, I'm like, my bad. I need a second. And then we punted the ball, and I went and sat on the sideline. Once I figured it out, I was like, this is high school. I was concussed then, but I played through it. And that was like, it's scary because, like, the concussion stuff is scary, man. I don't know if the turf or the grass is safer. It's none of it's safe. It's just like, it's a dangerous thing. It's your brain hitting the side of your head in the helmet. And, like, there's no way to avoid it. They're trying to take things out of the game. They're trying to take these helmets out. But it's and at the NFL level, I can't imagine. As big and fast and strong as these dudes are, like, it's a rough-ass game. It's a rough-ass game. Leary's in Bergenfield on the Fan. What's up, man?
What's up, Keith? Keith, just, I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but I'm a high school coach, and just hearing, the concussion stuff, it's for real, man, and it needs to be taken a little more seriously through all levels of football going forward. So it's no joke.
And Coach, like, the crazy thing is, it should be taken seriously, but you know what they take more seriously? First downs, touchdowns, winning. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, listen, hey, Keith, I'll tell you firsthand, I'm a high school coach. I coach high school football and basketball. I'm probably a little guilty in some aspects too, and everything. But, I really think that kids don't wear the guardian caps. I don't know if you're aware of the guardian caps.
Of course.
And I think they make a major difference, and I don't understand why. I'm a New Jersey high school coach, and I don't understand why we're not mandating that.
They're not cool, Coach. I'm not swaggy.
Oh, man.
That doesn't fit my drip, Coach. Not me. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I've heard that before, but listen, it's just that's what it is. That's my opinion on that matter. But in regards to the Giants, the caller before kind of stole my thunder. Here's the realistic Giant fan that I think I am. Would kind of break it down is if Mike McCarthy's out there, they should go and hire them, because as a Giant fan, let's just go get to the playoffs. Let's get in the divisional round. We lose, whatever. Let's get respectable football back, and then whoever comes after McCarthy, whether he wins it, I don't think he's a title winner, but if he comes after McCarthy, then maybe we could build upon this. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
I think that's the right thing. I think that's the right thing to do for the Giants right now, because we have not had relevant football aside from that joke 2022 year in years.
Yeah, and that set you back. Yep, that was a setback.
Yeah, and it turned out to be a setback, and whatever. At the time I enjoyed it, and then here we are what we are now. But all the success that Daniel Jones is having in Indianapolis is kind of showing all the flaws in Dable's system. I think Dable didn't get along with coaches. Mm-hmm. I think Dable didn't have a further plan past what we were doing with Barkley and Jones, whatever the case is. Let's just get McCarthy in. Let's get winning football again in the Giants. And then when we're not satisfied with getting to the next level, I'm okay with that, because it means at least that we were at some point that we're not at right now. So I'm all for McCarthy. We need McCarthy. And the last point I'll leave you with, I'm a salty Met fan. Watching Judge win the MVP and seeing you guys not win the World Series, I'll take that any year.
What does that have to do with the Mets? Watching Juan Soto win third place in the MVP and not make the postseason. You Met fans crack me up, bro. I love y'all for real. What would the Yankee fan do without the Met fan? Like the way y'all move goalposts. You cannot take any solace in Yankees not getting back to the World Series, but Judge winning the MVP. Like, what? We have one of the best players in the game. He got back-to-back MVPs. Yeah, we fell short, but he played his best baseball in postseason baseball, right? Like, he got that monkey off his back. He knocked down that narrative this year. Judge can't perform in the postseason. As I told you, I was just talking to my boy Zeke. Zeke the Freak, my boy Zeke. We grew up together. He's a starting pitcher at University of West Virginia, or West Virginia University, WVU. I remember going out there for their Fall Fest when Ludacris performed that year. I remember going with him to the baseball facility and the trainer and going out to their field. It was cool. Like, when we were kids growing up, we played everything. And I remember as kids, all we wanted to do was be over 6 foot and go D1. and both of us were able to achieve that. So Zeke was just on the phone with me. Some of you were watching on YouTube as I was on FaceTime, and we were talking about Judge, and we were talking about how much of a freak he is and how it's crazy that, like, he's still not appreciated. And now with this Cal Raleigh narrative, like, we're not appreciating this season. So one of the narratives that were out there was, in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years, no one will remember this season from Aaron Judge, but everyone will remember the switch-hitting catcher from Seattle that hit 60 home runs. Thank God he did not hit 64, 63, you know? Thank God he didn't actually break Judge's record, because then there might have actually been a case. But I'm like, one, speak for yourself. I'll remember this Judge year. What you guys don't remember is, in the early part of this season, Judge was batting 400. It was laughable. We were waiting for him to dip under 400. In a time in Major League Baseball where you go to Yankee Stadium, they don't even put these guys' batting averages on the big screen anymore. They put their OPS. Because some of these guys' batting averages, like, it's not impressive. It's a joke. In a time where they don't care about batting average, Judge won the batting title. Judge won the batting title with 53 home runs. Who does that? Who does that? I could do this all night. I'm just starting to unload this because I didn't know that I would even have to. Last night I was just, oh, great, we're in the Aaron Judge era. You know, congrats to Aaron Judge, and I knew he was going to win. Once, you know, I forget what I read earlier in the week where I was like, okay, they're not going to, you know, hose us and give it to Cal Raleigh. But who does that? In 1938, Jimmy Fox, 1938, Jimmy Fox won the AL MVP. In 1956, and I won't say, 1956, because some people listening were alive in 1956. 1956, Mickey Mantle won the MVP. Those are the only two other guys to hit over 50 home runs and win the batting title. It's unheard of. It's unheard of in modern day baseball. It's unheard of in the last 70 years. So what are we talking about? Judge's OPS versus Cal Raleigh. Cal Raleigh's batting average. Like, Cal Raleigh's batting out. Like, I don't even want to go back to my notes because I've done this exercise so many times. But I'm like, do we have to remind people that Cal Raleigh is way closer to just average baseball than Judge is? Like, Judge makes Cal Raleigh look like a joke. Okay, he's a switch hitting catcher. He's a catcher. Okay, he hit 60 home runs. But, like, did you forget Judge missed some time too? Maybe Judge hit 60 home runs if he didn't get hurt. He had an injury this year. He played through it. Like, you also forget that they don't call Judge's strike zone correctly. Judge is 6'7", 280. We need the automatic balls in strike system. Oh, it's coming this upcoming season. They don't know how to call the low part of the strike zone for Judge. Judge is always battling with that. He's got to be even better because he's getting a strike stolen from him, and they pitch to him low. Oh, that's another thing. They don't pitch to Judge. How many intentional walks did he have? They don't even give him an opportunity. I don't know how many nights I was sitting in here looking at this TV, and I'm like, oh, another meatball right down the middle of Cal Raleigh. They pitched to Cal Raleigh. It was almost like they were trying to help him get to 60 home runs. So, case closed. I rest my case with the Judge stuff. He did win, but I just think there's a weird narrative being created that Cal Raleigh was snubbed. People really know it should have been Cal Raleigh. Oh, if Cal Raleigh was a Yankee, they would have given. If Cal Raleigh was a Yankee, he wouldn't have had that season. He wouldn't have been able to do it here. Don't ever leave that part out of it. The captain of the New York Yankees, the face of baseball. This wasn't his first MVP. It was his third. He's been doing this since 2017. Like, let's not leave that part out. If I can make it there, like, Judge does it for the New York Yankees night after night after night. Building is sold out, the best attendance in the American League. Cal Raleigh wouldn't have the same type of presence here in the pinstripes and all that pressure that comes with it, and a fan base that they boo Judge multiple times. I've been in there, they boo Judge. They booed Judge. I think they booed Judge on John Sterling's retirement day because he struck out, I think, 4 times. I just laugh when that happens. I don't think Cal Raleigh is built for all that. Cal Raleigh's barely built for an on-camera interview, if you watch the guy. And God bless him. Great year. Last year or last night I talked about how he won the home run derby this year, and I felt like that was all set up for him because it was a storyline, right? His brother catching him, his dad pitching to him, baseball, family game, America's game. Look at what they've produced, Cal Raleigh. Great year for Cal Raleigh, but no way in hell should he have been the American League MVP over Judge, and he wasn't. 888-808-1019. And you could sell me all this stuff about what he meant to the Mariners and the Mariners winning their division. Okay. The Yankees had the same amount of wins as the team that won a division. Tiebreaker got us. Okay. I went back and forth with a couple of these, Mariners fans online because I put out a tweet, and I love when my tweets catch that I don't even think are going to catch because I get paid off of that stuff. So I put out a tweet because last night I'm scrolling. I can never go to sleep. I get home from here, and I'm under these bright lights, and I'm doing all this thinking and writing and performing. So 12:58, I tweeted out the Seattle Mariners tweet because they put together a highlight reel of Cal Raleigh, and they wrote MVP in our books. And I wrote, whatever that's worth. We don't read your Seattle books over here in New York. We're not checking for your library in the Pacific Northwest. So tell all your kids that Cal Raleigh was the 2025 AL MVP. And then I wrote under the tweet, I said, you must be AL champs as well. You must be the American League pennant winners. I'm pretty sure you botched that. What a joke. We live in this time where people can't just be like, yep, you're right. You got it. There's this whole narrative online that Cal Raleigh was snubbed. So I'm like, we still find a way to underappreciate Aaron Judge. We still find a way to underappreciate this guy who hits multiple home runs, clutch home runs, grand slams, hits a 3-run bomb off the foul pole to save the day on a pitch that nobody should ever swing at. And I know that was postseason, not regular season. But when we talk about value, we lived through 2023 when Judge ran into the wall in Dodger Stadium. We know what that looks like when Judge is not available. It ain't much fun. It wasn't no fun. So, Cal Raleigh had some other guys around him. Julio Rodriguez, Randy Arozarena. Then they go trade for Josh Naylor. Then they go trade for Eugenio Suarez. And I know Judge had Trent Grisham and Cody Bellinger, but it's Judge. It's Judge all the way. It's Judge. If I go back to my notes, because I was doing this all season, I was campaigning. I think I was the first one to campaign here on WFAN. And, I didn't take credit for it. I know people caught on after. But I remember saying, Yankee fans, you need to be loud. Because I'm watching MLB Network, and they're being loud right now. I'm watching MLB Network, and they're talking about how it should be Cal Raleigh, and I think that's insane. And then I even heard some of our hosts here that are Yankee fans on WFAN switch up and say, yeah, it should be Cal. I'm like, what? Wouldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Can't ever be me. I'm never going against mine. I'm never going against the squad. I'm never going against, I don't care. And I did say, I remember saying the only way, if he breaks Judge's record, I remember sitting here the night he hit 60. I'm like, damn, he's going to get it, huh? They're going to pitch to him. But I'm like, the only way they give him MVP is if he breaks Judge's record. Thicky Mantle because he broke Mickey Mantle's switch hitting home run record. Okay, cool. Not a better season than Judge. Not a better player than Judge. No, not enough better numbers than Judge. He has Judge in home runs by a little bit, RBI a little bit, but Judge missed time. And Judge doesn't have the strike zone called correctly for him, and they don't pitch to him. So I rest my case again. Case is closed anyway because Judge won. And, all these people can try and rewrite history and relitigate this whole thing online, but that doesn't change anything. And then also for anybody that's laughing like, oh, you Yankee fans, you Yankee fans didn't make the World Series, but glad you got your Judge trophy. You know, I had said last night and today, like I didn't talk too much on my show last night because it's like we won a World Series. As soon as Judge wins the MVP, all three of his MVPs, the conversation shifts to, yeah, but he's got to win a ring. It's never, wow, great season. Judge is like, we're still undervaluing the guy. And the convo cannot start or end without talk of winning the World Series. Judge himself did it. Before we go back to the phones, and I've got 30 minutes left, Judge in his acceptance speech last night said, I think I'd trade every award I've gotten and every All-Star appearance for an opportunity to win a championship. He didn't even say a championship. He means just to be on a team that's on the precipice of winning the World Series. Not down 3-0 like last year. Somebody said something stupid today. A Mariners fan said something stupid today to me on Twitter. That overused gif of Judge dropping the pop-up, they tweeted that at me. And, you know, it was a way to try to knock Judge and his value. And they said, hang the banner, we would win the World Series if he makes this catch. No, we wouldn't have. I was there. No, we wouldn't have. Maybe we win that game if he makes that catch because they unraveled in that inning. But, like, we were facing elimination that night and got eliminated. If they win that game, they still would have had to go back to L.A. and win 2 more games to win the World Series. We weren't winning that World Series. But, you know, people always try to rewrite history that, oh, Judge dropping that ball lost the World Series for the Yankees. No, it didn't. It just started a bad inning where they melted. I seen it with my own eyes. Section 133, row 5. I'll never go back there. I'll never sit in those seats again. Let's go to Brian in Valley Stream before we get to another break. What's up, Brian? You're on the fan.
Hey, there's a lot of haters out there, and but I want to say, I was just looking at my baseball cards, and Carl Yastrzemski was the last Triple Crown winner. If it wasn't for this guy Cal, Judge would have had the home runs and RBIs. He'd been the first Triple Crown winner in over 50, 60 years.
Well, Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown.
He did.
But yeah, Judge, when he won the MVP in 2022, was this close to winning the Triple Crown, but they stopped Luis Arias from playing so that his batting average wouldn't go down. I think it was less than like 10 points that Judge missed it then. And then you're right. This year, Judge missed time. And if Thicky Mantle didn't get so many meatballs right down the middle to hit down the stretch, Judge would have had the most home runs. Judge would have had the Triple Crown and the MVP.
But Cabrera did have it a few years back, right?
Yeah. 2012. We ran into them. Yep.
Yeah, but then again, they're not going to get the same. He's not going to get the same pitches. It's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it is. It's
a different universe.
Yes.
And we just a great show. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Yeah, Miguel Cabrera batted .330, had 44 home runs and 139 RBI. And I think he won the MVP that year. Yeah. He won the MVP that year. So, I don't know, bro. I just think it's crazy. I'm not foolish. The first thing I said is we are living in this Aaron Judge era. If they don't win a World Series during Aaron Judge's tenure, it's going to suck. But like my little boy, if I have another kid or whoever, any kids I talk to, I will tell them like, yo, I was there for a lot of that, man. I feel blessed as a baseball fan. And like, even as a grown man, I didn't grow up going to the stadium, but I worked my way to get to New York by 2015 with a full-time job in the city. And from 2015 on, I went to Yankee Stadium at least 20 times a year. And then by the time I got to like 2018, it was 40 times a year. Now it's like 50, 60 times a year. Let's go to Lourdes in Brooklyn on the fan before we get to our next break. How are you?
Hey, Keith. I actually happen to have been the one that called you this summer offering you
I remember.
Yankees
and
cap.
I see you on Facebook now, too. Now, I know who you are now.
Okay, because I say to you, you jinxed me. I couldn't find anyone to give that cap to, So guess what? I have 2 of them.
It's still mine. It's still mine. I'll take it sometime. Maybe I'll meet you at Yankee Stadium this next season, and I'll take it off your hands.
Okay, I got one for you real quick on that one. I got killed by how many of my dear friends? Jolie is an avid Yankees fan. She goes to the games. She put it on Facebook, and I was the one to comment to her to say, because she's a family friend for about 40 years. I said to her, "Hey, Jolie, you put me to shame. I love my Yankees. I'm a veteran U.S. Army. I've been following them for many years." I said, "I've never been to Yankee Stadium." And she almost killed me.
No, that's okay. No shame. I grew up watching it on TV. I didn't make it to Yankee Stadium until I was 21 years old.
Yes.
And I felt some type of way about it, but it's not free, and it's not right next to where I grew up. It takes a lot to go to the stadium. That's why I say I'm blessed, and I worked my way up to be able to do this, and I don't take it for granted now. I'm a fiend for the stadium, just hearing the train, just smelling the smells, just seeing all the pinstripe jerseys. So I'll take you to a game this next upcoming season. I know how to get in contact with you. I'll pick you up,
And
too.
guess what?
I'll drive to Brooklyn and pick you up on the way.
Check this out. I'm a Brooklynite, native New Yorker, Puerto Rican, and proud. And if I tell you, I took time to call you today because I'm flying out finally to Puerto Rico Monday for 1 week.
Oh, I love it out there.
Haven't been there since 2011.
Oh, God bless. It's probably great. I 4 years ago this time, they called me in Puerto Rico. I spent a week out there with my wife before I ever started at WFAN. Like my announcement and my intro, I called from my hotel in Puerto Rico.
Yes. And guess what? I have told my family, and they're sick of me talking about Keith McPherson. I go to Cape Cod. I got my sisters in Googling. I can't help it. Keith McPherson.
I love that. Thank you.
And you made me happy because I saw on Facebook, oh, my God, I know where you're coming from, and I salute you. The issue we have when I say to everyone, you're a parent, and they say to me, and Lourdes, I will never put my pictures of my child on Facebook. So I say to you, Jackson is so handsome.
Yeah, I got over that recently. I didn't post my son for a while, but I'm proud of him, and I'm not hiding him, and I'm not worried about anything. And, really the last vacation that we just took, I spent every day with him. And what I posted when I posted him was, when you go on vacation with kids, you don't go on vacation. You just take care of them in other places. And that's all I was doing. Like, I was just waking up every day, changing his diaper, getting him to calm down, getting him breakfast, going in the pool. I'm not even a pool beach guy. I am with my son because he loves to swim. And everything that I'm doing right now is for my son. I'm living for my son. I'm not here right now for myself. I'm working and I'm building and I'm grinding because I want him to have everything that he could possibly hope for in his life.
Okay, I say to you, and that's why I'm going to tell you, I am a veteran of U.S. Army. I'm single and proud. Puerto Rican am I. But in life, I say to my family and all my friends, I have never had to apologize. In 70, my birthday's in December 11th, I said to the family, to all my friends, I'm sorry if I didn't live to expectations of what a Latina Puerto Rican should be, that she should be married at 18 to 20.
No.
I gave that up. I mean, I didn't do it because I didn't want to give up my career.
No, you live your life. You live to what you want to be and your relationship with God and what God has planned for you. You don't live up to anybody else's expectations and what they think you should be.
Guess what? And I say to everyone that knows me well, because I am telling you all the way live, I make sure to look good for Puerto Rico, my island of enchantment, that I'm going to say, we say bienvenido, welcome. I'm going to say, no, you're welcome. I tell everybody I'm going to get off the plane and kiss the ground if I don't lose my sanity before leaving my phone in an Uber vehicle. Life was hard for 2 weeks. I say, after Cape Cod and all this, I say, let me get to Puerto Rico. And I just got off the phone with my brother in California, and he said to me, and I quote, I guess I'll hear from you when you come back. because he thinks that it costs money to do this. I said, Pedro, allow me to remind you, you have Facebook Messenger. You just learned how to use Facebook Messenger. Mm-hmm. And I said, Facebook, be looking for the photo. And mind you, I will be looking pretty when I hold up the glass, piña colada or coquito or whatever drink I choose, a margarita, etc. And I say, hello, Puerto Rico, I'm here. And then I'm going to say, two of my friends that got a haircut, you like my new look?
God bless you, and have a great time. And if you're up and you can't sleep and I'm on the air, turn on the Odyssey app. Thanks for the call. We got to go to break here. I've got 20 minutes left. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
The Giants take on the Packers. 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Giants rally to the ball and knock them short.
The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Hey, Newyorkinos! Fast, reliable internet puede ser tuyo when you switch to Fios. Por tiempo limitado, combine Fios Home Internet and a line of mobile por solo $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay, plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store hoy mismo to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable red 5G 100% fibra óptica for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the 15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discounts enrollment required. 99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE might be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors rebates. Yes, even any competitors rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with law firms making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track record and hope they'll get you to sign on the dotted line. But then what? If a lawyer tells you from day one what your case is worth, please turn around and run. If a lawyer tells you how quickly they'll get your case settled, I beg you, turn around and run. The right lawyer is not a fortune teller. The right lawyer is honest, straightforward, and knows every case is different. He or she will have the experience to get you every dollar you deserve at the right time. So if you want to know your rights and you want to be told the truth, call D'Agostino & Associates today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24 and ask for me, John D'Agostino, because I've been there and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, you're now rocking with the best. Say less. They know I'm up next. All I do is flex. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's take a call, another call, maybe another call, and then last call for calls because I'm out of here in 14 minutes, and then you won't hear from me until Monday night, and then I'm on late. And I think maybe Wednesday I got the 5-hour KM to AM sprint on at 7 o'clock, but all late shows. I mean, it's late right now, so most likely if you're up listening right now, you're part of the night watch or the night listeners, the night crawlers. I don't know, overnight, what they call it. I call the people in the chat. Shout out to the chat, going strong right now. 109 people in the chat on a Friday night. I call the chat the night watch. Sports fans. I'd hope that we would continue to build like we are to the point where it's like, nationally, people can come in. This is WFAN, the first 24/7 sports talk radio station, Market One, New York City, the biggest sports talk radio station. But it expands outside of New York, where I post a link on my Twitter, my Instagram, and I've got followers from all over. And I'd hope that it would build to the point where we have people in the chat from all over. Let me see, chat. Where you watching from? Yeah, maybe we'll get some people from some different places. But even if it's from, where you watching from, where are you watching in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, wherever? Ruben is in Wyckoff on the Fan next. Ruben, what you got? Ruben.
How you doing, Keith? I think your dispatcher got this a little wrong. My name is Ricky.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Ricky is in Wyckoff. Let's try that again.
All good, man. So, my hot take, not much of a hot take, but I know you're a big New York sports radio host. I recently moved to Wyckoff from the West Coast, and call it bias, call it whatever, but it was Cal Raleigh's trophy, and you know that.
No, I don't know that. You tell us why it was Cal Raleigh's trophy and it was stolen away by Lil Aaron Judge, who, didn't deserve to win his third MVP, back-to-back MVPs.
Personally, I think Cal Raleigh played a way more valuable position than Aaron Judge, as well as that he put up way better numbers than the previous MVP catchers, such as Buster Posey.
Well, we're not going against
Ivan
MVP
Rodriguez.
catchers here now. And position-wise, don't forget that he DH'd a lot, too. I think they added, a lot of extra sauce for catching, but he also was DHing a lot of times.
He might have DH'd a bit, not as much as you're exaggerating. However, he was the 2024 Platinum Glove winner. All right.
Oh, the year
and
before.
I know that was last year.
His catching metrics dropped in 2025. Would have helped him if he had a Platinum Glove in 2025.
All right. I really need to know, where the fuck are the hoes at? I'm on break.
I'm sorry. I don't know if they catch that on YouTube. I think they do, and anybody on hold catches that. I hit the dump button quick, but that was hilarious. Hey. And that's all, yo. I got 10 minutes. That's definitely a good cue for me to roll. That's funny as hell. I laugh because because after I knocked Buddy's takes down, he just I knocked all his takes down, and he just defaulted into, hey, bro, it's 1:45 on Friday night. He got to hit up Gallagher's for real. Loopy on a late night. That was a good one. Yo, on the YouTube chat, they caught it. And back to what I was saying on YouTube. Where y'all watching from? Let's see. James says North Carolina. Pedro, what up? Pedro's in here. Pedro says, that patented year. Nolan says Manville, New Jersey. Jake says Scranton. Jose says great show, Keith. And Eric says Rockland County. Pedro says the Night Crew. Myron says the Vampires, Keith. Oh, we got the Vamps. My guy Karan, New Jersey. I know where you stay at. Mike is in New York. Eric says KM the best host. And then we start to get further into Jay from Brooklyn. Myron's in Miami, but then we start to get into where people caught the little outtake right there. That was funny, man. Jarvis is up in Harlem, my guy. You're back on the fan. Thanks for holding. Oh, maybe Jarvis fell asleep on us, man. It's getting late. I have tears in my eyes from that last caller. That was such a funny, like, all right, I can't beat you on the Judge versus Cal Raleigh debate. Where the girls at? But he didn't use the term girls. The delivery there was hilarious. And then he kept going on to be like, he's new in the area. He moved to the area. He's trying to find out where the chicks are. Well, check me out, Brody. The bar, last call is hit. Last call for calls have hit. The bars are about to be closed in a lot of spots in Jersey. But come to the city, bro. The city that never sleeps. They be out here till 4 a.m. I'm a married man with a child and all that. But I used to know plenty of spots to skip to where you buy a couple of anyway. Let's get back to the show. Jarvis is not there, so I got to drop Jarvis. Ryan is in Bridgeport with us next. What's up, Ryan?
Last night, you're still my dog. That dude that just called in just sounded like a typical sorry Met fan. And I just want to keep telling everybody, I called in last night. Aaron Judge is the goddamn MVP. Shout out the Bronx. And that's all I got to say, Keith. I hope you have a good night, brother.
Yeah, I'll take it from there. Like, okay, we didn't win the World Series. It sucks how the season ended. But, like, we still have the best player in the game. And he's motivated to come back again and again and again to get a championship. He's not talking about the MVP. He said, I'll trade it in. I'll trade the All-Stars, all this. I want to win a chip. I want to win a ring. He cares about being a Yankee. I was talking last night about how the Padres are selling their team or trying to now. The Padres offered him more money than the Yankees. He said, I'm good. He grew up a San Francisco Giants fan, die hard. The Giants offered him the same amount of money as the Yankees. He said, no, I'm not coming home. He said, I'm chasing ghosts. I'm chasing goats. I'm chasing legends. Right? He knows. Aaron Judge knows. Like, he's going to go down in the all-time pantheon of Yankees greats. He needs that ring. He needs that ring. And I think he's more determined than ever because he crossed off another box this year. He showed up in the postseason. Now, the Yankees, Brian Cashman and co., need to show up for him. The Yankees need to put better players around him, a better team around him, so that he can actually get to the finish line, man, so he can actually get to raising that trophy up. I put out a tweet during the whole back and forth between Cal Raleigh and Judge. I said, yo, to hell with American League MVP, Aaron Judge for World Series MVP. We didn't even get out of the DS.
We didn't even get out of the DS. Melissa in New Milford on the Fan. What's up? How are you?
All I want to say is I was laughing when you took that call from the guy from the West Coast because, like, I knew he was going to mention Cal Raleigh. And first of all, he never liked to stand on. Cal Riley's batting average was like 230.
That's what I'm saying.
What was Judge's batting average? Okay, forget home runs, right? I mean, you got to look at the batting average as well.
Right. So if you're the most valuable player, how do you have a batting average that's like
230?
Yeah.
Wait, and I have to mention one more thing. My boyfriend's still in denial as a Cowboys fan. When I told him that, I was listening to you the other night when you said that basically you have no team, you're up for grabs.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm a free agent.
My boyfriend says to me, no, I've been listening to Keith for years, and he doesn't really mean it. I'm like, listen, he said he's got his son. Whatever team his son picks, that's what he's going with, my guy. So what if your team picks Philly? I'm a fan of Philly. I've talked to you a couple years back. We had a discussion about how my boyfriend's a Cowboys fan, and I'm an Eagles fan.
Oh, that's got to be rough because like you're just on top, he's on the bottom. There's not like he had to watch you win the Super Bowl. Like that's that.
I know, but you know what? He's actually was rooting for my team against the Packers because he had a hatred for the Packers.
I have the same hatred for obvious reasons of the Packers.
I figure you probably had the same thoughts as him.
Yeah, bad memories.
He still doesn't believe that you're.
No, tell him this. I just had this conversation too because I guess Wednesday I had the longer show and I was really going in about it. You know, and someone, they mentioned like suffering. It's not so much the wins and losses. Like the Cowboys win games. I have absolutely quit on Jerry Jones.
That's the problem because he should not be making decisions anymore. He's not there. I mean, he was always making decisions that were out of him, but at least he had some sort of like he's not all there.
No, he's not all there, and like they keep letting him talk and make decisions and say and do things, and like he makes all of us as Dallas Cowboys. Well, it used to be me. Anybody that wears a Dallas Cowboys logo, you think Jerry Jones, you think clown show. Thanks for the call, Melissa. What an interesting dynamic in your relationship. You're an Eagles fan. Your boyfriend's a Cowboys fan. That's so one-sided. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. But no, I'm dead ass, bro. Like, you know what? My wife was like, if you don't want Jackson to be a Cowboys fan, don't let him see any Cowboys stuff. Don't let him see you in Cowboys because he took to all the Yankees stuff. You know, he has Yankee jerseys and shirts and Yankees hats, and he sees Daddy's. I have a whole studio with like Yankee stuff in it. The Yankee games are always on. You know, they asked my son Jackson, what'd you do at the Yankee game? He said, I said Deo. You know how they go, Deo. Jackson loves the Deo, and he loves the train. Like we will be in, when you come up from 203, where the staircase is to go up to the, 200 level, 300 level. We'll be sitting over there for a few minutes just to catch the 4 train going by. He loves the train. More train. I told you guys the other night I took him to see Blippi at Citi Field, and shout out to the Mets and the people that run their operations and the people that I connected with because they were first class. We got tickets, and when I showed up, they did not have to escort me down to where the Delta Club is. They're they're legends, and bring me back to this back corridor, really nice area for my son to meet Blippi. But they knew it wasn't for me. They knew it was for my baby. And my son could not put 2 and 2 together. We watched the first, I think we lasted till the 4th inning. We watched the first 4 innings of the game. I remember watching former Yankee farmhand, Augustine Ramirez, rope one off of Kodai Senga. It was Marlins versus Mets late in the season. And I tried to explain to my son, this is Citi Field. This is where the Mets play. He said, other Yankee Stadium? Oh, Yankee game. Oh, this new Yankee Stadium. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to try and convince you that there's 2 teams in New York. You'll figure it out at some point. My son's going to be 15 when he's like, wait, the Mets play in New York? Dave is in New Haven on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
Keith, I love you, bro. I haven't talked to you in a while since the draft. I'm glad that Dayball is gone. Shane is next. They should have drafted Shador. I hope they lose every game for the rest of the season. I'm a Colts fan now. I'm down with Danny Dimes. I've been a Giants. I was a Giants fan since I was 15. I'm 55 years old, bro.
Heard you. Understood.
40 years. I'm done with them. Done. Let's go Knicks, baby.
There it is. Thanks for the call, Dave. Like, I had somebody call and press me the other day about the Saquon thing, right? Because I said, like, once Micah Parsons got traded, I was definitely out. They're like, well, should Giants fans have abandoned the Giants when they traded Saquon? And I'm like, in real time, I didn't catch it. I'm like, I'm doing what's best for me. But I'm like, they didn't trade Saquon. Saquon left in free agency. If you wanted to become an Eagles fan because Saquon left, good for you. If you wanted to become a Colts fan because Daniel Jones is lighting it up over there with Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman, and good for you. Do what makes you feel good. This is all entertainment. It shouldn't feel like a prison sentence. It shouldn't feel like a burden, a chore to watch your team. All right, I'm out of here, man. If you're watching on YouTube, Hoff is coming up next. Thanks for listening. I'm out of here. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Probably 18 to 22 players on this roster that will, maybe more, that will not be here whenever they hit whatever they're going to hit with Aaron. But the 20 or 25 or 30 who are, this is how you build a winning team. Hey, we're here to win, guys.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with law firms making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track record and hope they'll get you to sign on the dotted line. But then what? If a lawyer tells you from day one what your case is worth, please turn around and run. If a lawyer tells you how quickly they'll get your case settled, I beg you, turn around and run. The right lawyer is not a fortune teller. The right lawyer is honest, straightforward, and knows every case is different. He or she will have the experience to get you every dollar you deserve at the right time. So if you want to know your rights and you want to be told the truth, call D'Agostino & Associates today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24 and ask for me, John D'Agostino, because I've been there and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law, bite back.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Let's start at the Garden.
Bridges using the town screen, picked up by Wiggins. Clarkson, valuable minutes off the bench. It's Shamet. Oh, Landry Shamet is not human.
Iron Eagle on Amazon Prime Video. Knicks over the Heat, 140-132. Karl Anthony Towns, 39 points. Landry Shamet with 36. And Josh Hart, a triple-double, 12 points, 12 boards, and 10 assists. Magic beat the Nets 105-98. Michael Porter Jr. had 24 points and 11 boards for Brooklyn as they dropped to 1-11. Hockey Islanders now 4-0 on their road trip. They beat the Mammoth 3-2 in overtime in Utah. Matthew Schaefer, the game-winning goal at 2:06 of overtime.
It was awesome. Barzy used his hockey sense there to find me, so pretty easy when I can just, try to put it on net there, and I went in. So, definitely hard-fought game and a big win for us.
Schaefer on MSGSN. He's the youngest player in NHL history to score an overtime goal. The Devils announced that Jack Hughes is being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. He reportedly injured his hand in a freak accident at team dinner on Thursday. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he is not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra beat Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
We enter Week 11 with the Jets and the Giants at 4 wins in total. I mean, we knew that the season was going to be bad for both the Jets and the Giants, but did we think it was going to be this bad? I think the Giants, there was more optimism going into the season. I think there was excitement. There was the fact that you did have 2 quarterbacks coming in that were veterans, whether it was Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and it felt like the team was going to at least compete in a different way, and they have for the most part. You know, you look at this team, you look at the New York Giants, and you say, wow, I hate to say that the 2-8 they are going into Week 11 is unexpected because they've had the lead. How many games in a row now? How many games on the road? They're 0-4 with leads of 10 points or more this season on the road. And the expectations just were never the greatest to be like, oh, this is a playoff team. It was more of what can we see with Brian Daboll in year 4? What can we see with Russell Wilson and Malik Neighbors? What can we see with Cam Scatterboo? What can we see with Jackson Dart if he got in the game? If he was getting playing time? And we saw this New York Giant team, all those pieces basically get turned upside down. Injuries. Russell Wilson is basically, his talent. Not saying it's disappeared, but age maybe has caught up to him, and he's just not the guy that you wanted him to be to lead this New York Giant team to a couple wins this season. And now we're on to Jameis Winston. But the one thing that I see between both the Jets and the Giants, obviously, Brian Daboll gets the axe this week. We're going to see Mike Kafka now for the last 7 games of the season. But the Jets and Giants are in similar situations. And I hate to say it, but both teams are better off looking to bring in a veteran coach next year. I know Mike Kafka was a hot commodity a couple years ago. I don't know if he interviewed as much last year going into this season, but the year before, he was a hot commodity. The Giants almost lost him. And he's going to have an opportunity to prove himself. But let me ask you, do you really believe that a young coach is the best to rebuild? Because that's where we are at right now again. Both the Jets and the Giants, it's another rebuild. The Jets are in the midst of one. The Giants are back at it again. We see that there's major issues with this team's depth. Again, they have talent, but if they're not on the field, that's a huge issue. If Cam Scatterboo, Malik Neighbors, and Jackson Dart aren't on the field, so far we've seen the offense do nothing. If Holland and Paulson Adebo are not in the secondary, we've seen the secondary kind of get beat up. And now you got, we see that Kayvon Thibodeau's not playing this weekend. There's been health on some other people that may not be playing. So it is just, the depth is not there. So I sit there and say to myself that, how are you going to get the best out of some of these players? Is it, again, are you going to put this on a first-year coach? Are you going to put this on Glenn if he goes into a second year now with a team that, Darren Muji is doing work. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here critiquing Darren Muji just yet because it seems like he's making these steps in the right direction. But what is he going to what is he going to do going forward? Obviously, we talk about the picks that he made trades for with Sauce Gardner, Quinn Williams. But do you trust Aaron Glenn to be the coach to get the Jets over the top, to move them in the right direction? And so far, I haven't seen that from Aaron Glenn. Kafka, we don't know about. But still, there are so many former head coaches, good former head coaches. And you look around the NFL and you look at, let's say, in Denver, you go to Sean Payton and how quick he turned around the Denver Broncos. How quick he turned around that team. You go to New England. How quick did Mike Vrabel turn around the Patriots? You knew he was a good coach in Tennessee. We all saw it. He got fired because Tennessee is an awful organization right now. But you saw how good of a coach he was. And in not even a year with Mike Vrabel, a half a year, they have the best record in football, the Patriots. How many good coaches are available Yet we're talking about first-year coaches, second-year coaches, interim coaches that haven't really done anything. Why do that? Why go that route? I mean, the Jets have gone how many first-time head coaches in a row now? How many of those have worked out? Adam Gase, Robert Saleh, Aaron Glenn, Todd Bowles. And listen, I'm not sitting here saying that Todd Bowles isn't a good head coach now, because clearly he's doing a good job at Tampa Bay. But he wasn't ready when he came in as the head coach of the Jets. And that's the point. They're not ready. You need to bring in coaches that are ready, that have a little bit of a say, that have a little bit of an attitude, that have a little bit of a moxie, that have a little bit of, an idea of what they're freaking doing. And listen, I was a Brian Daboll fan. I was a Brian Daboll fan. I like Aaron Glenn. It's not that I don't like these guys. But clearly, Brian Daboll in 4 years with the Giants could not figure out how to get the best out of his players and his coaches, especially on the defensive side. And Aaron Glenn is going to go down that same route. And it sucks. But it is time to look a little bit outside the box and say, what are we doing? We can go and say, we made a mistake in Aaron Glenn. We can say, Mike Kafka, we gave an opportunity. And then go in and bring in a John Gruden, a Mike McCarthy. I know Bill Belichick is saying on record he's not coming back, but you know how much Bill Belichick would make a difference for any of these teams? For either of these, the Jets or Giants, it would be a huge deal. Just walking in the building, major respect. 888-808-1019. So, yeah, there's 7 games left for both the Jets and the Giants. And the seasons have gone basically what the Sharps put out there. Win totals of 5.5 was where they were at. We're at 2 for both teams. There's 7 games left. Can either of them get 3 to 4 more wins? I don't know. But I'll tell you this much. It doesn't change my mind. It doesn't make a difference if both the Jets and Giants find a way to go undefeated the rest of the way. You have an opportunity to bring in new head coaches that are veteran head coaches. Take advantage of it. No one's going to sit there and criticize the Jets or Giants for making moves to go bring in veteran coaches. No one's going to sit there and be like, oh, you made a poor move. There's the college coach that could have been better than that. No one's going to say that. No one's going to say, oh, well, the offensive coordinator where's Bieniemy? Eric Bieniemy, he should come in here. No one's going to complain about that. When your teams are this bad, no one's going to sit there and say, you should have taken another shot on a young coach. Nobody. It's time to get it right. And Joe Shane and Darren Muji have an opportunity to get it right. It's time. Call up John Gruden. Call up Mike McCarthy. Call up Bill Belichick. Call up these older coaches with winning pedigrees. I'm telling you right now, the level of respect they get Once they walk in the door, the mindset will change. Listen, I was around the Giants locker room for a lot of the season. After games, after some losses, after the 2 wins, a lot of losses after. And not for nothing, I still saw a difference in that locker room. And the players felt different this year. It was more positive. They still only have 2 wins, but it was more positive. You can build off that. You just need to bring in a coach that's going to get the best out of your team. And that's what it comes down to. What are you going to get out of these players? You have talent, but you need to bring the best out of them. And I think that guys that have been here before, that have been around before, that have the winning pedigree, that have won championships, that have won Super Bowls, those are the guys to bring in. I'm not talking Rex Ryan. I'm not going to go that far. What did Rex Ryan ever win? He maybe won in a press conference, but did he win the big game? I want those guys that have wins under their belt. I don't want coaches that have that stench of, we just blew a lead and gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter. I don't want the Dan Quinns of the world where, 28-3. I don't want that. Those aren't the coaches I want. I want Super Bowl winning coaches. And I just named 3 of them. And they're sitting there. And they're all looking for jobs. And I don't care what Bill Belichick says. I'm not looking to leave UNC. Yeah, I'm sure you're not looking to leave UNC. Okay. I'm sure that you're not looking for an NFL job. Okay. Because if the Giants knocked on your door, you'd come running. You have an SOS sign above your house in North Carolina. Please help me. That's basically what you have. So don't sit there and say that you don't want to come back to the NFL. Dying to come back to the NFL. That's why he went through every single team possible before he went to the college. He's not comfortable in North Carolina. He's taking the money. He ain't comfortable. 888-808-1019. So Jets, Giants on the table right now as both of them. What do you expect? What is the the season's wrapping up. Wrapping up. Geez, I mean, there's 7 games left of the season. Seasons are basically a wash for both teams. What are we looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the end of the season and basically bringing in new head coaches, new veteran head coaches. 888-808-1019. I want to hear from you. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. We are going to get into some hot stove stuff as well, as there are some names out there that could fit both the Mets, the Yankees, and there's been a lot of conversation already about where some former Mets may be headed. Also, I got to be honest, the MVP is a joke, and I'll tell you why. Coming up a little bit later, because I'm tired of the laziness of the MVP voting in baseball. It's just stupid. It's a waste of time, and there's no reason for it anymore. If you're going to be lazy, then you might as well not have an award. But we'll do a deep dive on that. And plus, hey, by the way, there was a hockey game last night. Big game-winning goal by the young Matthew Schaefer. And I just can't believe that in the past 6 years, or whatever it is, where the Devils, the Rangers, Islanders have had number 1 picks, and 2 of the 3 teams hit on their picks, but the Rangers somehow continuously find ways to just not draft well. It is frustrating. But we'll get into all that and more. 888-808-1019, that's the number to call.
Again, you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN on social media. Don't forget to, if you want to, go download the Odyssey app, as if you want to go back and rewind something that I said, something that you want to make fun of me for, you can go do it on the Odyssey app. If you missed out on, Keith's show a little bit, you want to catch up on some other things there, you could do that on the Odyssey app. If you want to listen to BT and Sal, Odyssey app. If you want to go some podcasting, like, the Rico Bronya podcast, which we just recorded one about 11 o'clock-ish, maybe, I think around 11 o'clock, 11:30 with Evan Roberts and I. You could do that on the Odyssey app. Everything's on the Odyssey app. It's amazing. I'm sure there's photos of us on the Odyssey app, too. Is there? Do we do photos? I don't know. 888-808-1019. Again, you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. That's coming up. That's coming up, right? What are we today? The 15th? So 16th is coming up very soon. That's tomorrow. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
The Emirates NBA Cup is on WFAN.
In the lane, the lob for Clowney, trying to one-handed.
The Nets meet the Wizards. 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Gets it to go.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/
life.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Eight 808-1019. Pete Ock with you on The Fan until 5 when Joe Beningo takes over. And yes, it started out with the Jets and Giants and the opportunity they both have in front of them at the end of the season to basically start fresh, start new with the veteran head coaches, because I feel like that is the way to go as far as, you know, teams that are rebuilding. I don't understand this whole philosophy of let's go young, let's go bring in new head coaches that don't know what they're doing. I mean, that's what we went through, basically. And again, I was a fan of Brian Daboll. I loved what he did. I loved that they got to the playoffs the first year. I was supportive of him. I thought he was actually a very good coach, but it wasn't working out. I think Brian Daboll's going to actually have a very good career in the NFL. I'm highly convinced that Brian Daboll is going to get back to being a head coach and find his way to success. I actually feel the same way about Robert Saleh, too. Thought he got a raw deal here with the Jets. And I think Aaron Glenn is someone who can be a good head coach as well. I just don't think now's the time to do it. I don't think that you're going to be able to. The way these franchises have been run in the recent years, it's tough to do a rebuild in New York in general, right? It's tough to just do a rebuild in general. It's tough to have time to make the right moves. You can't make any mistakes. Everybody's, on top of you at all times. Every move you make, everyone questions. I mean, even the good moves. Andrew Thomas is one of the best tackles in football. And everyone sits there and criticizes him when he's not playing. Oh, what a bad pick. You got to move on from Andrew Thomas. And then when he plays, it's like, oh, well, no one says his name because he's that good. He's that good at his position. But he's had injury issues. And sometimes you can't control that. Now, that has nothing to do with Joe Schoen or Brian Daboll, but just making a point of, like, a lot of people are critical even with the players that do well. It's like there's no one. Everybody in New York will eventually hear the wrath of the fans at some point in time. Doesn't make a difference who it is. I mean, Aaron Judge was booed for crying out loud with the Yankees. Think about that. Aaron Judge, the year that he was his walk year, after the news came out, I remember I was with BT and Tiki live at Hard Rock Cafe, Yankee Stadium, and the news came out. I think it was Sweeney that actually popped on with us and was like, yeah, he, according to the Yankees, He rejected a contract offer that would have given him like $270-something million. And that day, I'm pretty sure he came out and got booed. You just can't make it up. Everybody hears it eventually from the New York fan base. I mean, that's just what our expectations are high. But with that, you have to figure out a way to who's going to be able to handle that. Who's going to be able to withstand the pressures that you go through on the in a regular season? I think it's tough for young coaches to come in here and get it right. And that's not to say that Aaron Glenn is going to be an awful head coach for his career. That's not what I'm saying. But right now, I don't think Aaron Glenn's it. I mean, there's a possibility that Mike Tomlin is going to be available at the end of this season. Whether you have to trade for him, whether he gets fired from Pittsburgh, and you're going to sit there and say, you know what, though? I like Aaron Glenn. I want to give Aaron Glenn a chance. Or you're going to say, go get Mike Tomlin. Go get the guy who's gotten the Pittsburgh Steelers to the playoffs every year he's been a head coach. Go get me that guy, or almost every year as a head coach. Get me that guy. Don't get me the guy that, last year in the NFC Championship game gave up 40 points or whatever it is, whatever it was. Like, don't get me that guy. His defense wasn't that great at the end of the season. Injuries maybe with Aaron Glenn, but the point is, don't get me that guy. Get me the guy that actually knows how to build a team, how to put together, and how to get a team to gel and work together. There's instant credibility if Mike Tomlin walks through that door. End of story. Same thing with Bill Belichick and John Gruden. Everyone's talking about, get Lane Kiffin. Get him because he worked with Jackson Dart. So you're going to get a head coach to come in here to work with one player? I mean, that's why you bring him in as a quarterback coach, not as a head coach, right? Like, that would make more sense. Hey, Lane, why don't you come in and you be the quarterback coach, not a head coach? I think sometimes we look too much as, let's support the one guy that we want to see do well and forget about the whole team. Listen, it's a team game. It's football. There's 53 guys on a roster. You can't just sit there and say, you know what? Screw the other 52 guys. I want to make sure we get the best out of Jackson Dart, which you want to as well. But that's why you bring the specialist in. That's why you have the quarterback coach. That's why you have certain people that are on your roster to help. I mean, for the longest time, there's been coaches that have guys that just basically are there for timeouts. That's what they're there for. You got to make sure that you have everything covered. And as a young coach, Aaron Glenn, Brian Daboll, they didn't have everything covered. They didn't. It's just the truth. And I got to be honest with you, Aaron Glenn's got to stop with the media nonsense. I'm done with Aaron Glenn. And this is the reason why. I just don't think he's going to be able to handle it. I'm done with hearing him basically try to blow off the media with stupid responses. Like, you're not winning any favor. You're not doing any favor. Like, the fans aren't like, oh, I love that. Go get him. Who's the quarterback? I'm not telling you. I know who it is. I have no trust in you right now. There's no faith that you know what you're doing. You could try to set a tone, try and set a precedent, but that doesn't mean it's working. We've seen that many times over. Of coaches come in and do their best to set a tone. Joe Judge basically got fired because of his tone. Because he said, you know what? If the fans don't like it, it's my fault. And basically went at the fans. And basically lost his job because of things he said. You can lose your job because of things you say. And things you don't say. And being a jerk to the media and for no reason. Like, that's the problem that I have. There's no reason why Aaron Glenn just can't answer questions. Why Rich Cimini has all the answers. That's just stupid. Now you're just being stupid. It's not funny. It's not being tough. It's not being cool. You're not showing who's boss. What you're being is just a jerk. There's other words I could use too, but I'm not going to use them. Not yet, at least. But you're just being an idiot. That's going to get you fired too. Because I'll tell you this much. I'm not trying to tell you that the media has to be on your side, but it's better when they are. I mean, I don't want to name names, but you can go through the names of how many guys have been running for Brian Daboll to be fired since year 2 with the Giants. You know, Brian Daboll takes the Giants to the playoffs in year 1, but then year 2 comes around. Yeah, Brian Daboll should be fired. And I'm not saying that I want Aaron Glenn to be fired because I think he's a bad coach. I just don't think he's going to turn this team around. I think the Jets made a bad decision. It's not because I'm basically saying the same thing. But so far, I haven't seen anything on the field. And that's the other thing, too. Like, they've won 2 games this season. I haven't seen anything in those 2 games that were like, wow, they blew me away. The game versus the Cleveland Browns that they won, they scored 2 special teams touchdowns. That's great. That was awesome. That's not the main focus of your team. Your main focus of your team is the offense and the defense. The defense did okay. They gave up 20 points. The offense did terrible. And they continue to do terrible. Aaron Glenn is not an offensive-minded head coach. He's a defensive guy. And the defense isn't even playing that well. That's the thing. Like, again, you look at everything. I compare him to Robert Saleh. I remember Robert Saleh, the first year he was here, the defense wasn't that good. I won't lie. They were one of the worst defenses. And they got better. They gradually got much, much better throughout the season. But the first season wasn't that great to start out. And we're here again. The difference is, we were told that the Jets' personnel was better, that the players were better, the talent was better previous years. Now we see that the talent wasn't very good. And Aaron Glenn, not knowing how to deal with that, the team's just not good. 888-808-1019, that's the number to call. Again, it's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. Coming up next, we'll get into, I'm going to save the MVP thing till 3. We'll do the MVP thing at 3. We'll get some hot stove too as well. Obviously, Jameis Winston is going to take the charge on Sunday, tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You excited about that? I mean, really, what's there to be excited about with the Giants right now? You just want to see them get through a game? Do you want them to win? I mean, at this point in time, between the Jets and the Giants, you just want them to keep losing. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I know that there's fans out there that are like, oh, I want to see them win. I don't want them to lose anymore. But how is that beneficial? Like, do you want the team to get better? Do you want the Jets to get better? I know that we want to see them get better on the field, but, like, they're not good right now. So to not win games helps them get better draft picks and to pick better players. No? It's sometimes it's that simple. Don't overthink it. I know you want to have a win. I know that you want, but the fan base, until the team is good, Yeah, I don't need to see them win 2-3 games a year. I actually almost prefer to hate watch the teams, to be honest with you. I've been doing that I've been hate watching the Jets for about 15 years now. That's what I've been doing. Maybe not totally 15 years because they've had a couple seasons in between that you're like, okay, the Ryan Fitzpatrick era, okay. But for the most part, there's been a lot of hate watching going on. I hate watching this team. But I'll take that and enjoy hate watching a team than praying they win and, getting 5 wins in a season and get the Frank Gore situation where Frank Gore basically cost you Trevor Lawrence and you got to go pick Zach Wilson. That's what happens when you win football games and your team is atrocious. 888-808-1019. We'll get back into the phone calls coming up next, and we'll do some more football, maybe mix in a little bit of baseball coming up next on the Fan. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
A lot of the mistakes that Aaron Glenn did a really good job of eradicating over the last few weeks, mainly the mindless penalties, they came back.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
is Pete up with you on the Fan until Joe B at 5 a.m. One quick note before we get back to the phone calls. Breece Hall. I heard a lot of people talk about Breece Hall this year going into the season for the New York Jets, saying they should trade him, they don't need him. And he is, obviously, Garrett Wilson is the top player on this team. Like, there's no doubt about it. If there's one talented player on the New York Jets, either side of the ball, Garrett Wilson's there. Breece Hall's the second best player. And he's made that known all season long. He continues to go out there and put up decent numbers with limited touches, with limited passes thrown to him. You know, he has big plays in him, even though they don't really go to him as much as they need to. They also don't have a good quarterback. But that being said, like, Breece Hall needs to be another staple to this Jets team, because you can move forward with Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall being a 1-2 punch and build around those players along with a good quarterback. Like, you could do that. And it's funny because this is a very similar situation to when Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones were with the Giants. You know, you have two guys that you kind of base the offense around. Daniel Jones, people were waiting to, like, explode and be this dynamic quarterback. Saquon Barkley just couldn't stay healthy. And that's basically where you're at with the Jets. Garrett Wilson, he's super talented. He just can't stay healthy at the moment. And Breece Hall is super talented. He just doesn't have a great team around him. So what do? They signed Garrett Wilson already. Do you extend the hand to Breece Hall? I think he's more valuable on the Jets than he is anywhere else. So it's a must to keep Breece Hall, in my opinion. 888-808-1019. Let's get to this phone call. Let's talk about the Mets. Mike from Brooklyn, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, my friend. What's going on?
What's going on, pal?
Listen, first of all, I was talking to Abby before. She said, say hello.
Oh, thank you, Abby.
And she goes, and I told her, I said, I was talking to Hoff last week, a guest bartender. I asked him, how's the area, whatever. He's like, oh, there's a big hill to walk up. She goes, what does that mean? I said, dude, my calves are still tender.
Listen, I wasn't lying, Mike. And here's the thing, right? Like, I tried to walk up that hill because I live up that hill. But you go further than where you walked. I live up that hill, and I tried. And I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm not a lazy person per se, but when I'm done with a long day and I gotta go somewhere, like, I'm a quick mover. I don't have time to walk up a 15-minute hill. I just got to be in my car and go places. So I can't do it anymore.
You're the man. That's why. You know, like I'll take it easy. But listen, so when are we going to go to a Nets game? Let's go. I'm ready.
Yes. So we'll work on it. I have to give me a couple more weeks to figure out a couple things.
My schedule is a rubber crack. That means I'll plan it.
No. No, listen, I could probably secure the tickets better than you can, to be honest with you. I got some hookups over here, so I'll take care of the tickets.
Like you.
Yeah, I know.
Nice. All right.
Well, I say that now. You never know. I'll probably be relying on you anyway.
Mike, that's $150 for those tickets. I'm like, Hop, I can get those for $70.
Yeah. No, listen, you got the ins, my friend.
Listen, first of all, at the end of the season, do you think the Dolphins will be ahead of the Jets in the standings?
I mean, I was looking at the stats today. My 8-year-old was like, let's go through some of the standings here. And we were talking, and he's like, wow, the Jets are pretty bad. I'm like, yeah, I know. Thanks for reminding me. I do think the Jets will definitely be under. I mean, the Dolphins may win this weekend. You know, I'm sorry to say to you.
Dolphins win this weekend, and they will beat, and they will beat the Jets probably the second time, and they'll lose out to the pick. But you guys will mess the pick up anyway, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, listen, no one's. This is why I'm talking about it right now. Like, too, like I don't know if Darren Muji knows what he's doing. I really don't. Like, I got to give him some time to, like, quote unquote cook. This year he's been active. He was active at the trade deadline. I don't really know if I liked what he did off-season wise. I did want Justin Fields. I was kind of happy about that. It just sucks that he sucks. That's kind of the problem.
He's a running back. And not a quarterback. Okay.
Right. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. But you know what though? Not for nothing. A lot of these guys are running backs. A lot of these quarterbacks that are trying to be successful.
Is fine, but they can throw the ball. He can't throw the ball.
So, well, yeah. I mean, that's his biggest issue is you're right. He can't throw the ball.
Okay, and now let's go to the more important part. So who do you think that the Mets will bypass? Speaking about let them cook. Let Stearns cook. So you saw all the guys that they're getting so far?
We were just talking about on Rico Bronya. It's
5.0 ERA guy.
And here's my issue, Mike, with what Stearns is doing. It's not that he's bringing in minor league ball players. Like, that's fine. Like, we understand.
He's bringing has-beens.
It's not even has-beens. He's bringing in nobodies. Like, guys that are legitimately nobodies. But it's not even like I'm upset that he's bringing players that are going to have no significance on the team. It's at the end of the day, we've already started with the Pete Alonso, Edwin Diaz. And I'm going to get into this a little bit more next hour, so I'm going to hold a little bit off here.
Yeah.
But they've started with the Edwin Diaz, Pete Alonso nonsense already. And it's like, how long is we gonna hold on to that for? Like, I don't want another offseason where I'm sitting here in February going, when are they gonna sign Pete Alonso? When are they gonna sign Pete Alonso? I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for.
Again, for the 900th time, when are we gonna get a pitcher? I don't care about Alonso. When are we going to get a pitcher? We're never going to get a pitcher.
Well, but the distraction is going to be is that we're going to talk about how Pete Alonso's not here, so we're going to forget about pitching. We're going to forget about the other positions. It's just going to be basically, we need Pete Alonso has to come back, or should he not come back? How much is it? We've already seen a deal out there that that potentially he was offered something for 3 years, 103. It's like,
let him take it. Bye. Go.
He's not going to take it.
Dude, I need I need pitching. We will go nowhere. I don't care if we get Pete back. We will win or lose with Pete, right? We need pitching.
Yes.
If we don't get pitching, we will never win. But
Mike, we're just being distracted right now. That's what the issue is. We're going to be distracted with the Edwin Diaz, Pete Alonso saga every day, and you're going to see these other moves be taking place. Again, Tarek's, listen, when it comes down to the trade stuff, I don't know if I'm fine with getting Skubal. I'm fine with getting Sandy Alcantara. I'm fine with getting Freddie Peralta. I'm fine with getting any of these trade potential players. However, I just don't know if they're actually going to be traded. Like, we sit there and say they go get them. Are they really going to be traded?
Pete, they're not going to do it. You know that. You and I know this.
Well,
first of all,
is it the Mets saying they're not going to do it, or is it the Tigers saying they're not going to do it?
Stearns will not do it. You know why Stearns won't do it? Because he'll be like, oh, well, we have Tong, and we have Sprout, and we have this guy in my leagues, and he's going to become this, and he's going to become this. And you know what's going to happen? We will get no one, because there will be nobody. The only person, hopefully, is McLean, but I'm not like Al. Al's like, oh, he pitched 8 games so far. Oh, he's the ace. He's not an ace. He pitched 8 games. Let's see how he does after a year and a half. Just like Vientos and all the other misfit toys that we have on our team.
Oh,
come on.
God.
Dude, come on. Let's get an ace. We need an ace. If we don't get an ace, we will not win. If we sign Alonso and don't get an ace, I will not go to a game. I told you this last year. I will not go to a Mets game.
But here's the question to you, right? First of all, do you think that there's any aces out there in free agency?
No, but I think there are good 1As, 1Bs.
Well, I don't agree. I think there's a high ceiling of 2s. But Peralta's not but Peralta's a trade. Like, I'm talking about free agents. Looking at free agents. Do you see?
No.
Because if there was a high end free agent starting pitcher that they can go get, maybe I'd buy into it. Like, oh, they'll definitely get an ace. But I can't if they don't. If there's no one available, like Imananga, he's not. He's not a number one anymore. He's not an ace. I can go down like Brandon Woodruff could be an ace, but like the probability is he's not that high because he's never healthy. So maybe he's really number 2.
Well, he's healthier than Senga, and he's only been hurt this year. He wasn't hurt the first year. He pitched great the first year. The Senga was hurt every single year that he came up, and I told you that 3 years ago when he came up that he's not an ace. But Imananga is more of an ace than Senga is.
Yeah, but
if you look at the numbers.
But still, no. This year he was falling off towards the end. He had a rough second half.
But he did. But I would still take him over Senga. You wouldn't take him over Senga?
Yeah, but again, we're talking about. But you're just. But Mike, here's where you and I disagree. Mm-hmm. You were sitting here talking about we need an ace, and if you can't force people to trade the aces, right? You can't. So then you got to go look at free agency. There's not an ace in free agency.
You're right. No, that I agree with.
Last year there was. Max Fried was available. He was available.
Is Woodruff available or he's not available? Or is he has to wait another year?
No, he's available. But again, is he considered an ace? He's not. I love Woodruff, but again, he's never healthy.
First of all, he should have won. It's funny because I spoke to Al about it. I was right with. I called it in March. I said if DeGrom's healthy, he's comeback player of the NAL, which he was.
Yeah.
And then I said Woodruff in the NL, but Acuna won it. How did Acuna win? Acuna did absolutely nothing. Woodruff should have been the.
Well, they felt bad. The Braves missed out in the playoffs. The Braves missed out in the playoffs, so you got to give them something there.
I would still go for Woodruff. I love you, brother, and hopefully we'll get to a game before I'm like 95 years old.
I promise you. It may not be this. It may not be this year. We may have to wait until January. But I will take you to you, me, Tony, Abby, or whoever you want to bring. We'll go to who do you want to bring?
We'll bring Abby, Charlie. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We're actually going to the game. Charlie and I are going to the game since you bailed out. We're going to the Boston game on Tuesday.
Oh.
So he's coming in.
You guys sitting courtside?
Of course, like I'm sitting in Evan's seat. So,
hey, well, Evan sits up top, nosebleeds, but he's got half court nosebleeds.
I love you, brother, and always the best. Even though my calf still hurt from last week, didn't even pick me up, bastard.
Mike, dude, you're the man, bro. I'll catch you later. See you later. Coming up, thanks so much for the phone call. Again, Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Coming up, I do want to get into Hot Stove real quick because I'll save my MVP stuff for a little bit later on. The Hot Stove, there is two clear moves that Mets and Yankee fans are going to like and hate at the same time. It's perfect for both sides. Free agents that you're going to like and you're going to hate. And I think it's going to benefit both teams perfectly. We'll get into that next, coming up on the Fan. But again, if you're a Met fan, you're going to love half of these moves. You're going to hate the other one. And I think the same thing for the Yankee fans. You're going to love some of it. You're going to hate the other half. But we'll get into it. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoff with you on the Fan. We'll get to you guys back on the phones as well. Don't forget, 888-808-1019. Odyssey app, all that good stuff and more. You could always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. But now we'll get into an update time. Is it an update time? It's time for the update. We'll get to it. Peter Schwartz on the Fan.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. We begin at the Garden where the Knicks beat the Heat 140-132. Karl Anthony Towns, 39 points, 11 rebounds. Landry Shamet with 36 points.
We have a system that just bodes well for connectivity, ball moves. Could be any one of us any night. So I think we were just playing within our system. And, sometimes shots find you. We all play aggressive and it benefits everyone.
Josh Hart with a triple-double, 12 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists. The Magic beat the Nets 105-98. Michael Porter Jr. led Brooklyn with 24 points and 11 boards. The Nets now 1-11. Hockey, the Islanders at Mammoth went to overtime in Utah, tied at 2.
Barzell cuts to the interior. Barzell still with it. Schaefer one-timer. He scores! It's Matthew Schaefer with the overtime winner. And the Islanders a perfect 4-0 to start the road trip.
Brendan Burke on MSGSN. Islanders over the Mammoth 3-2 in overtime. Matthew Schaefer, the game winner at 2:06 of overtime. He is the youngest player in NHL history to score an overtime goal. First time in Islanders history. They've won 3 straight games in overtime. Devils announced Jack Hughes is being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. He reportedly injured the hand in a freak accident at team dinner on Thursday. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he is not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. College basketball, Rutgers over Lehigh 84-72. Hofstra top Bucknell 83-77. Iona over Fordham 76-71. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
You can always check me out at Hoff WFAN. Speed off with you on the Fan till 5. Also, you can go to YouTube page where everyone is basically talking a lot of crap in the YouTube page. And all of a sudden, as soon as I say hi to them in the YouTube page, everyone's like, "Oh, you're the best, man." I love how that happens. But thank you. Listen, I am all about trash talking as long as it's fun, as long as it's not, oh, hi, Nick. As long as it's not, malicious, as long as you're not telling me to die. We talked about that last week a little bit, and Ryan Dunleavy did a great job of writing it up. And we talked about it a little bit on air this week, too, about like just how there's too much of like the over-the-top. I don't mind being close and being able to reach out and being able to have contact with people on social media. That's all good. It's the people that take it too far, that wish you would die. That stuff can't happen. So no one told me to die, which was good. They just told me I wasn't good. And then I said, hi, nice to meet you too. And then everyone's like, you're the best, man. But either way, it's all good. I like smack talk. I do want to get into the hot stove stuff. 888-808-1019. Before we get into the hot stove, you can always hit me up at WFAN. Listen to the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. I hate what I'm about to say. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Because I am somebody who is in love with this player. With both players, really. I think they're both really good players. But there is a move that will benefit the Mets in the offseason, and there is another move that will benefit the Yankees in the offseason. And they're both going to get Mets and Yankees fans happy and pissed at the same time. I'll start with the Mets fans. You're going to love Cody Bellinger in the outfield. Cody Bellinger is that missing link to the outfield. He could start out at center field. He could play left field if Carson Bench comes up at some point in time this season. He can take Brandon Nimmo off the field, which is something that I think a lot of Mets fans would love to see, because Brandon Nimmo, let's be honest, is not a good defender. No matter what you say, he's just not. And honestly, like you talk about what was really good about the Yankees last year was when you had Trent Grisham, Cody Bellinger, and Aaron Judge in the outfield. I mean, that defense, you went from a year prior where Aaron Judge was basically the center fielder and was the defense. You had a great defense with Trent, with Cody, and with Aaron Judge. Now, the Yankees fans are going to get pissed by that because Cody Bellinger is a perfect fit for the Yankees. You want to keep that going. You know that he can play the outfield. You know he can play a little bit of first base too. He gives you a lot of different opportunities defensively. He's a utility guy, basically. He's great at all the positions out there in the outfield and first base. And he loves that short porch. It was a really good match for the Yankees, but the Mets are more desperate for a good outfielder that can play defense and can offensively help them. And think about that. If it's starting out with, and I'm not a fan of Nimmo, everyone knows that. I prefer to trade him. But if you're going to go Nimmo, Bellinger, Soto in the outfield, I kind of like that. And again, if Brandon Nimmo, you could trade him, then you move Bellinger to left field. And then you work on that center field spot. Maybe you bring in a Harrison Bader temporarily. But there's moves you could do with Bellinger. Makes that outfield so much more flexible. And again, you could always move him to first base here and there too, which is where I was going to go with the Yankees. I've heard that the Yankees may make Ben Rice the everyday first baseman. And I would like to say that if you're a Yankee fan, yes, Ben Rice's bat needs to be in the lineup every day. But if Ben Rice is playing first base every day, the defense on the New York Yankees, the stock went down. Because you saw last year how bad Anthony Volpe was defensively. It wasn't all his fault. The first baseman on the Yankees couldn't save a beach ball in a pool the way that they played first base. they couldn't scoop for their life to save their life. It was terrible. And there's a guy who's a really good scooper and a really good power hitter. His name is Pete Alonso. And I know that you put Pete Alonso in a lineup led by Aaron Judge, you are talking about major offense. And now you put him at first base, where a spot where, let's be serious, Jazz Chisholm isn't the smoothest second baseman if he returns, which he is. He can at least play one more year with the Yankees. But we know that the Yankees are not looking to move away from Anthony Volpe at shortstop. How good would Pete Alonso be helping Anthony Volpe with his dirty-ass throws in the dirt? That's the best way to describe what Anthony Volpe throws. Dirty-ass throws. Pete Alonso will scoop those all up. Yeah, okay, maybe once in a while he'll make a play at first base and he'll have to throw it to the pitcher and it's not so smooth. It looks a little quirky. It looks a little awkward. But defensively, he saved the day so much for the Mets. And I watched Ben Rice and Paul Goldschmidt look absolutely awful defensively. How many times did you see balls bounce in the dirt and Ben Rice not come up with it? In the playoffs even. Why are you doing that? Why are you putting yourself through that? You have a guy who actually can play the position and he brings 40-plus home run power and could drive in 100-plus RBIs with short porches. Forget about it. You think Pete Alonso's hitting bombs in Citi Field? Nobody hits home runs in Citi Field. Pete Alonso could do it. He goes to Yankee Stadium. He's going to be, you may have two 50 guys with him and Judge. So, yeah. Cody Bellinger to the Mets, Pete Alonso to the Yankees. Those two moves make more sense than you'll ever know. Now, is that going to happen? That's the other issue. We've already seen rumors, or we've already even heard from Edwin Diaz, for example. A guy that was like a no-brainer. Yeah, of course you're going to bring Edwin Diaz back. Now, all of a sudden, you talk to Edwin Diaz, it's 50-50. I don't know if I'm coming back or not. It's a toss-up. Toss-up? Toss-up? And then you see a guy like Jeff Passan write an article and basically be like, yeah, I think the Dodgers are probably going to get him. The Dodgers? Like, the one thing the Mets can't do this offseason, you can't tell me you want to be like the Dodgers and then lose your players to the Dodgers. So Edwin Diaz can't go to the Dodgers. I don't care how much you pay. And Pete Alonso, I'm going to cry on the inside and the outside when Pete Alonso signs with another team. I am going to lose my, I don't know if people ever see me react before. I've had some reactions on social media here and there when something bad happens, something good happens, maybe some reactions here or there. But I will tell you this. Pete Alonso will make me as frustrated, as upset as I've ever been. If and when Pete Alonso moves to another team, which he's going to. Because David Stearns, and this is what I'm going to tell you right now. Listen to these words. David Stearns has said, we have to see how Pete Alonso's market plays out. We just don't want to, in the world that we live in, we don't just want to give over money to Pete Alonso. I respect the idea of that. But on the other hand, you went above and beyond for Juan Soto. Did you not? I understand other people bid on him. But if you want a guy, you go above and beyond. There's a huge possibility that the Mets put out an offer tomorrow for Pete Alonso and said, I'll give you 6 years, $180 million. And not one other team comes close to matching that. And you've overpaid, quote unquote. Guess what? I don't care. Pete Alonso is a Met. I want him on the Mets. He's going to bring in money for the Mets. Every home run he hits is adding to his total of home runs. When he becomes a Hall of Famer, because guess what? Pete Alonso is going to be in the Hall of Fame because he is going to be a 500 home run hitter. It's going to happen. That's what he does. He hits home runs. Chicks dig the long ball. Long balls get you into the Hall of Fame. It's just how it goes. Pete Alonso will hit 500 home runs. Why don't they all just come in a Mets uniform? Let's make it that simple. Let's make it that easy. Make it that easy. 6 years, he'll be hitting 250 home runs in the next 6 years. Home run record, 500 plus home runs. It's beautiful. It's easy. Who cares that you gave him $180 million or $200 million? Who cares? You're giving Juan Soto $760 million. He's going to opt out. You're going to give him $5 million more on top of it. Who cares? But it's not going to make a difference because David Stearns doesn't want to set the market. He wants to see the market and wants to be able to say, Pete, this is what we think you're worth. And we're not going to be able to match that. Sorry. We're not going to be able to match what they offered. It's just not. It's not going to work out, bud. So that's where the Yankees go in and scoop them up and say, we not only will scoop you up, we want you to scoop for us at first base. That's what we could do for each other. That would be the smartest move. And that I think would bother so many Mets fans. For the Mets fan that wants Pete Alonso, that's going to piss you off that he went to the Yankees or that he's not with the Mets, period. But for the Mets fan that doesn't want Pete Alonso, for him to go to the Yankees, I think you're going to see that that's going to piss you off even more. And for the Yankee fans, yeah, I think Cody Bellinger is a perfect fit for the Yankees as well. Just fits more for the Mets. And that, it's a double-edged sword here. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Paul is in Buffalo. Paul, what's going on, bud?
There is an all-time Met that I would like on the Yankees, but it's not Pete Alonso. It's Edwin Diaz. He's the best closer in baseball, and that guy should always be thrown in New York and the Bronx.
You don't want Devin Williams?
Devin Williams? No. I want Cody Bellinger. I want Edwin Diaz. And I would be content to come back with that team, to be quite honest. For the Mets, Hoff, you're overthinking it. Pete Alonso is a guaranteed 155 games, 110 RBIs, 35 home runs, and the designated hitter exists in the National League. You pay him, and it doesn't matter whether he wants to or not. If the coach writes Pete Alonso DH, he's going to be DH that day, and Pete's not going to complain about it because that's not who Pete is. He'll get over it. And it's not like he's going to be an exclusive DH. He'll play, 30% of the games at first base. He'll be fine. Pete Alonso is the greatest hitter in the history of the New York Mets, and he should retire there lock solid. I mean, nothing else to even talk about there, but there's going to be a war over Cody Bellinger because he is a perfect fit for both teams, and I do not think Mr. Steinbrenner wants to lose another player to the Mets. So what do you think Bellinger's going to make out of it? He's going to make a ton of money.
But here's the thing is, though, I understand that, but that's where Pete Alonso comes into play, too. Like, right now, there's no market for Pete Alonso. They're offering him small peanuts. If they lose, if the Yankees lose Cody Bellinger to the Mets, I'm telling you right now, Steinbrenner will go full blast for Pete Alonso.
You would want Diaz, not Pete. The Yankees don't need Pete. Is a great power hitter. We don't need another aging power hitter. Ben Rice is a young man. He can learn how to scoop the ball in the offseason.
You know what, though? Here's my problem, Paul. You will have who's better at catcher? Austin Wells or
I like Wells at catcher. I mean, I understand your point. Rice is most valuable if he can play catcher every day because he hits a ton. But we also need a first baseman, and hell, either one of them. I don't care. Rice or Wells. Give me one of them to be able to play first base.
If you could put Austin Wells at catcher and you could have Pete Alonso at first base, you're not telling me that's a better lineup?
No, I don't need Pete. Look at how many runs the Yankees scored. Like, Pete Alonso is a bonus to every offense in baseball except really the Yankees. But the Yankees have Stanton and Judge. They don't need Pete.
He helps you with defense too. That's the thing, is no one looks at his defense at all as a plus, because there's all these stupid metrics that don't highlight what he does best.
I truly believe Ben Rice can learn to play first base better. Maybe I'm out to lunch there, but I believe he can, because Pete learned to play first base better. Yeah, he got better at first base over the years.
And listen, got to give Ben Rice the benefit of the doubt. He's a young kid, so he's got ample time to figure out how to play the position. But Pete Alonso's played and has gotten better every single year. The difference is that Pete Alonso looks awkward. That's why people talk crap about how he plays first base. It's only because of how he looks playing the position, not how he actually plays.
This is another reason the Mets would be foolish to let him go. Like, why would you want to bring in Kyle Schwarber, hoping he comes here, and I assume Kyle Schwarber would hit, but you already have Pete Alonso.
Paul, they're talking about spelling Vientos at McNeil at first base.
What?
Yeah. That's the rumors.
Insane.
Yes, exactly.
And Pete Alonso has more talent in his pinky than those two combined.
But Paul, that's the thing, is you're dealing with David Stearns, who wants to be smart.
Foolish. I mean,
he wants to be
the owner
smarter
can't
than
let
everybody.
him do that.
Right, he can't, but that's why he stepped in last year. Honestly, Pete Alonso may have never signed with the Mets last year if Steve Cohen didn't sit down and say, we got to get this done. Let's just do it.
That's outrageous. Let me ask you one question about Matthew Schaefer, can I?
Yeah, go for it.
I have not watched an Islander game, even though I've been watching my Sabres. Their season's over already. So, New York Jet fans, you ain't got nothing on Buffalo Sabres fans. Joe Beningo, if you're listening, I got it worse than you, buddy. Worse than you. Either way, is Matthew Schaefer as good as his statistics look? Can he play defense also?
Yes. He's great.
Holy cow, this kid's good.
And I put a tweet up there yesterday after he scored. So I think he's got now 15 points on the season in like 18 games. You got Jack Hughes, who got hurt with his knife, cutting his finger or whatever, his hand, but he's got 20 points in 17 games, and those two are first overall picks in their respective draft. And then he got Alexis Lafreniere, who was also a first pick in his draft, and he's got 12 points.
Oh, it's those NHL picks. The NHL draft is such a crapshoot, man.
No, but it's not though. It's not. Look at Celebrini, Macklin Celebrini with the Sharks.
Sometimes, but look at my team, man. It's tough. I mean, I feel bad for the Rangers have gotten some wins.
You don't really feel bad. You don't really feel bad. I know.
I mean,
I wouldn't feel bad.
I'll say this: I feel good for the Devils and the Islanders.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way.
It's frustrating though, but here's the deal: is you're right. Schaefer is the real freaking deal. And
I can't wait till I watch a few Islander games, because I just get to see his stat line right now, and it's eye-boggling. It's like, wow, he's so young.
He's got 7 goals.
And to do it this young at defense, like, you can see forwards do this on occasion. A defenseman at this age?
Yeah.
Like when Rasmus Dahlin, he played at 18 for us, and he was not this good. You could tell there was greatness there,
right,
but he was not scoring points like this at 18.
Yeah. And listen,
incredible,
Adam Fox is another guy, too, that was able to be offensively gifted, but Schaefer at this age, I mean, I think he's the youngest to score an overtime goal. I mean, it's just crazy to see what he's been doing. And, listen, you hear Boomer, and Paul, thanks so much for a phone call. You hear Boomer, you hear Sidney Esiason talk about how they have Matt Schaefer basically at the house, and that, he's a roommate or whatever it is type of thing, and kind of showing them the ways. And it's like, you know what? When you have somebody that takes you in like that, he's that young, but he's got a good support system. That's what you need. We talk about all these teams locally. We talk about the Jets. We talk about the Giants. You need to surround yourself with really, and listen, I know this from the MMA world, the UFC. I always ask this about like Conor McGregor when he was going off the rails with a lot of stupid things. And I go, what's going on there? And he's got a positive support system, but they're all positive reinforcements and like, hey, man, you could do whatever you want. Yeah, you're the man. You could do whatever you want. This is more of like a positive in a, hey, be respectful, do your thing, go out there, be smart, put the work in, and it's all going to work out for you. You just got to keep on doing that. Good role model in Matt Martin. I mean, let's be serious here. Guy who knows the island, who's, played Islander hockey forever. That's one of the best role models you can have. So it's just one of those things where it takes a lot of other people to help someone be great. You could be a great, talented, gifted person, but other people will push them up and elevate them more. And Schaefer's having a really great start. Why? Because of the people around him that are uplifting him. All right, 888-808-1019. Paul Stewart, we will get to you guys right after this as well. Hot stove opened up, so let's go talk about it. 888-808-1019. Cody Bellinger to the Mets, Pete Alonso to the Yankees. My first two predictions. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
He's hit behind the line of scrimmage and taken down.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
Leaping catch at the goal line. Touchdown!
Two first-place teams with home field advantage on the line. The Eagles and Lions, 8:20 tomorrow night on AM 660. Sunday Night Football is on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T or cut them into snowflakes and celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Inglewood, and Livingston, and here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. Real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Don't take my word for it. Thousands of 5-star reviews trust Samwell. So turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
Experience the magic of the season in true Mercedes-Benz style during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Find the perfect Mercedes-Benz for yourself or someone special at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Katina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey, 1 legendary name, renowned for unmatched customer service, Ray Katina. Celebrate the season with exclusive holiday offers at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration. Discover the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I know Nico's a big Islander fan. Are you in love with what Matthew Schaefer is doing over there on the island?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly shocking what he's doing. This kid is 18 years old, and the fact that he has, like you said, 15 points in 18 games, doing everything he needs
as a
defensively. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's mind-boggling watching him every night do what he does, even forgetting the points, just like the way he skates and the way he has when he handles the puck, his stick handling, like you can't believe what you're seeing for an 18-year-old, and especially an Islanders team that hasn't had tons of stick handling
defensemen.
Right.
Yeah, that's not
something we've seen.
And listen, let's be serious. It's not just him this year too. Horvat's having a very good season. So you're having. That's what Horvat, when he came to the Islanders, that's what you were expecting. So now he's kind of matching his expectation. So there's a couple really good pieces to this team. Let's see how they continue to gel throughout the year. But overall, even the Rangers, though I crap on them, even they've won a bunch of games. Their biggest issue is they just can't win at home. I mean, they have one win at home so far this season. That's absurd. They have 3 points in total. They went to one game in overtime and had a loss, but then they have one win. I mean, that's just disgusting. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to your phone calls. Again, it's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Paul is in Yonkers. Paul, what's going on, bro?
Good morning, Hoff. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, look at the Dodgers.
They signed Ohtani, and look what they built around him. 2 World Series. The Mets signed Soto. Minor leaguers all over the field. You can't do it. They don't belong to playing with Soto and Pete Alonso. I need a third baseman. I need a catcher. And these 3 minor league pitchers, they got to learn their craft with Pittsburgh, with the Angels, with Tampa Bay. Not on the Mets field. I want number 1 pitching staff. I need a third baseman, and Cohen's got to stop it with this president of operations giving us all these minor league nonsense. It's got to stop because you're wasting Soto's years. Year 1 went down the drain. Here comes 2. I dare you not to sign Pete for money. I dare you. Be a man. Just give him. Look, me, I'll get yelled at. I want Pete to opt out with Soto. 4 years, $200 million, 40 and 100 together for 4 years. Let's see what they do. But if Cohen does not build the Mets the proper way, it don't matter.
Yeah.
It's not good. It don't matter.
Paul, I agree. I am not... Unfortunately, what you just said is accurate, and that they're not going to approach it the same way. They're like the Mets have a lot of holes, and here's the thing: is there's the rational side of things, there's the irrational side, and then there's somewhere in between. And I say that I'm rational in saying that the Mets have a lot of holes to fill. That's reality. Like you can't deny that Brandon Nimmo is not a top-level player. Is he a top-level first left fielder? Maybe, but he's not a top-level player. He's just not. He's not elite. He's not Dodgers-level-esque. Like, Brandon Nimmo wouldn't play for the Dodgers. I mean, on the other hand, they did have Michael Conforto, so maybe he would. But, you know, you first of all, Paul, you said something about Shohei Ohtani. Let me first touch on that, okay? Because the thing that bothers me, Paul, thanks so much for the phone call. The thing that bothers me about the Dodgers and Shohei is they beat the system with him. They found somebody who is deferring at an absurd amount of money. He's making $700 million, but really he's deferring 98% of it or 95% of it till after he retires. He's not seeing that money for quite some time, so they don't have to pay him that money. Now, yeah, they have to pay taxes. They got to do certain things, whatever. That's fine. But the amount of money that they're saving right now or not having to spend right now on Ohtani himself is amazing. It's absurd. It's truly incredible how much money they don't have to pay Ohtani right now. No other team can do that. You know, I keep on mentioning this, like, hey, the Mets, why don't you try deferring contracts? You know, we know that they tried to defer money with Pete Alonso. He said no. We know that they tried to defer money with Soto. They said no. So you have to find people that are going to defer, that are going to accept deferrals. But I say this, and this may be a tough pill to swallow for you know, especially David Stearns. It's going to be tough for. I think Steve Cohen will buy into it. But if you told Pete Alonso, listen, you want a 6-year deal for $200 million, we can't really do that. What we can do is we'll give you a 6-year deal for $250 million. We're going to defer, though, 150 of it. Like, try that route. Try to find a way to, you know, maybe front load some of the money. Maybe I don't be creative with the deal, but like offer him more than what he even wanted. But just make it in deferrals. Like, yeah, if you're telling me that over the next 6 years, I'm going to see $100 million out of my 250, is that great? Well, first of all, you're making $100 million. Yes, of course it's great. But if you're like, going to see more of it on top of that when you retire. That's great. Like, I think about the big picture here. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just financially thinking about this wrong, but I look at that like, if you're going to be able to overpay or you don't want to overpay, be creative about it. I mean, listen, just try to find ways to defer these guys and still, like, because the Mets have a high payroll. And really, who are they paying? They're paying Brandon Nimmo. They're paying Sean Manaea, Frankie Montas, Jeff McNeil, Kodai Senga. Like, these are the levels of players that we're giving money to that are preventing the Mets from getting higher leverage players. Because we have contracts with Nimmo, with McNeil. I went through the list before too. Starting pitchers, Sean Manaea, Clay Holmes, whatever. But Frankie Montas, like, it's actually stupid where we're putting the money. Like, I just named you 4 guys that make over $100 million. Or close to it. The payroll's already at $250. If you took Sean Manaea, you took Frankie Montas, Brandon Nimmo, and Jeff McNeil off this team, you'd be at a better financial situation to go get good players, talented players, players that make a difference. Like, we're talking about Jeff McNeil needs to be traded. Yeah, of course, please. Somebody take him. We're talking about Brandon Nimmo being gone. Who's going to take him? We might have to eat some of that money. And it's not just that it's this year, it's 4 more years after it too. And again, this is not all David Stern's fault. The McNeil, the Nimmo was before him. The Montas, that's on him. That is a David Stern's issue. 888-808-1019. Stuart is in Brooklyn. What's up, Stuart?
Good morning, Pete.
Good morning.
Alonso would be a good fit with the Yankees, but if it means losing Cody Bellinger, is it worth it?
Well, I'm just saying that I think the Mets will invest more in Bellinger than they will towards Alonso. And I think that the Yankees are more desperate for a first baseman at this point. Because you got to remember, Trent Grisham hasn't denied the qualifying offer yet. So he could still be around there. So you got...
Yeah, but do we really want Trent Grisham based on the fact that he had one good year and is there a guarantee he's going to do it this year coming up?
I mean, there's no guarantee of anything. All right, no. and I understand. Listen, Stuart, you make a solid point, right? There's no guarantee that Trent Grisham will do it again. But also, he had regular at-bats last year at Yankee Stadium.
And he did very well.
You're talking also about Cody Bellinger, who I'm, saying that...
I would invest more in Bellinger. He's younger.
But hold on. But Cody Bellinger, how many times did he fail in the past 4 years?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
There were a couple of good years.
He had some good ones and some bad ones. So we're hoping that he's more of the MVP like Cody Bellinger, but we're forgetting those 3 or 4 years where he was... he got non-tendered by the Dodgers. Does anybody remember that?
And that's not a good thing, being non-tendered by the Dodgers.
By the Dodgers. Yeah, right.
I mean, of all teams to be non-tendered. And Ohtani's contract?
Ugh.
What's your opinion, your honest opinion on that contract? Based on the fact he's getting $20 million for the first 10 years.
Stuart, I hate it.
Oh, I agree with you.
He cheated the system.
Cheated?
They
Let
cheated.
Me ask you, Pete, what did they do to Pete Rose back in 1989? I was there. I lived that summer. I saw about Giamatti die of stress due to the fact of the Pete Rose situation. And did Ohtani do anything different? Yeah, somebody's sitting in jail for him.
I mean,
He
listen,
has somebody sitting in jail for him.
The gambling situation, and Stuart, thanks so much for the phone call. I can't touch on the gambling situation. They've not accused him of anything. They haven't. He's not in jail. They basically say that Ohtani is clean. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to speculate. If he did, that's terrible, and he put it on somebody else, that's terrible. If that's the case, but I mean, they say he didn't, so I got to believe it. Listen, think about all the gambling situations that are going on right now. Think about all the gambling situations in the NBA, in baseball with Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. The UFC has guys that are getting in trouble and potentially going to jail for throwing fights. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of stuff going on right now in sports. Do you think they're covering up Shohei Ohtani? Do you really think that? They're going after, and there's always that possibility that, hey, special players, you don't make a big thing. When Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds were all using steroids and hitting home runs, nobody was saying boo. But then you find out other people doing it, and then, oh, God, this guy did it, that guy did it, let's all. But we'll just turn a blind eye to certain players. Let's make an example of Alex Rodriguez, though. There's always turning blind eyes to certain situations and then pointing fingers at other guys. Like, I got to be honest. Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase. It's like the beginning. If you've watched Ozark, if you ever watched the TV show Ozark, which is a great show on Netflix, one of the opening scenes in the first episode of the first season is basically they get caught. I'm not ruining anything. It's just the base of the show is they get caught taking money that they were laundering, and basically they're both guys are going to die. They're going to get shot. And the question is asked from the cartel guy, which is, what should I do if I'm a grocery store owner and I catch someone stealing $20 from a cash register? And the one guy goes, oh, you tell her, if I ever see that again, I'm going to fire you, whatever. I forget his answer. It's obsolete. And they go to Jason Bateman, and he goes, you fire her. Why? You fire her not because you caught her. You fire her because it's the first time she got caught. She's done it before. Like, that's, and so I look at Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase, and I got to be honest, like, I look at them and go, they got caught red-handed in those moments. You think that's really the first time they did it? Definitely not. You think they're the only guys that did it? Definitely not. They're just the first guys that got caught. And they're going to be made examples of. And we'll see if there's anybody else that's stupid enough to do it. But I guarantee there will be. You want to know why? Because people still get caught doing steroids in baseball all the time. I get suspensions from minor leagues updates like on a weekly basis from baseball. People are getting suspended for 80 games because they're idiots and they do steroids. Now, people aren't going to stop. They're just going to try to be creative. That's what it comes down to. They're going to try not to get caught. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't think so. I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb for Emmanuel Clase, one of the best pitchers in baseball, one of the best closers in the game, to basically throw away his career where he's going to make probably over $100 million at the end of it for $12,000. Like, that is dumb. But I texted a former player who I knew, and I couldn't believe it. And he's like, dude, greed is a crazy thing, man. Greed is a strange thing. So he didn't seem shocked by it. Let's put it that way. All right, 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll get into, coming up at 4, I'll get into my MVP issue that I have, because I do have major issues with this MVP stuff. But hot stove on the plate if you want to. Pete Alonso to the Yankees, Cody Bellinger to the Mets. That is my prediction. Plus, you want to talk about the NFL, the football this weekend, tomorrow with the Giants playing, Jameis Winston getting the start. We saw the Jets play this Thursday. There was a great effort, I guess you could say, but it's time to move on already from Aaron Glenn. I'm over it. Get the veterans in here. Get the veteran coaches in here. And I say the same thing for the Giants, too. Get a veteran coach in here. It's time. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoff with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Championship or not, no one's ever going to wear 99 again. He's going to have a monument out there. Absolutely. That's how great a talent he is.
Listen to C-Mac on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com. sue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
Pete Off with you on the Fan until 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. Again, you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. So I'm texting a buddy of mine right now. Now, Nico, are you a gamer by any means? Are you a video gamer?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the game, but yeah.
All right, first of all, what system do you use?
PlayStation 5.
Okay, good. So we're on the same page. PS5. What type of games do you play? What do you?
The games that I play the most are sports games. So I run Madden, NCAA, NHL, MLB The Show. Not a big 2K guy, but I do.
MLB The Show is what we're talking about here.
Okay, yeah.
I'm an MLB The Show guy. Right. That's kind of me. My buddy showed me something about a week ago that he has a portable PS5 system that he got.
I've seen these before.
Yes. It's gotten me excited. I'm interested because I was a big gamer when I was younger, and then I had a good 10 years of not playing anymore. And then my kids got into it, and now this year specifically, 2025 MLB The Show, I'm just locked into. So I'm I have almost every single card in the collection. You name it, I pretty much got it. But that being said, I'm highly intrigued by this.
Now, are you able to link the mobile PlayStation, what would you call that, device to the actual big system? Can I be the same account?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I haven't gotten the details yet. Right now he's in his house in his bed doing this. So for that much it works. But I'm if I travel, right? If I'm on a flight, would I be able to play my league, my Diamond Dynasty? That's a big deal. I would buy that tomorrow. That would be amazing for travel.
I was going to say, someone that travels as much as you, too, with the Giants going all over the place.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
That'd be nice.
I waste time watching movies that I can't stand. Instead, I'd be able to play, do some real work. Get some work in. Do Diamond Dynasty. Let's go.
This is something that might be massive for you.
Now, when you do, like Nico talked about all the sport, and again, that's what it is. It's the sports games. I'm not sitting there playing Fortnite. I haven't played Call of Duty in forever. Even though those are good games, I haven't played them in a long, long time. But we're talking about the sports games. Are you more of a dynasty type of guy? Are you more collectible? Are you playing seasons? Are you making your own player? What type of gamer are you?
Again, it depends on which game, but if we're talking MLB The Show, all about Diamond Dynasty.
Okay.
I love that stuff. I do occasionally like to bring out my Road to the Show guy. Got drafted by the Seattle Mariners. We're in 2027.
There you go. My son just likes to create players that automatically enter him into a season,
Okay.
But now, what about NFL? What about Madden?
See, I don't do ultimate team? Because I hear a lot of everyone that tells me about it says that in order to have a good team, you have to end up putting more money into the game, which is a huge turnoff to me.
Wait. No. See, I don't spend $1.
Neither do I.
Even for MLB The Show, like I collect a lot of cards. I don't put $1 in, dude.
Right.
I won't do it.
You got to earn it through the missions and
Hell
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta work for it, bro. That's what we do.
When it comes to Madden, me and my buddies, I don't know if you've heard of the Connected franchise.
No.
Where you can like play, there's like 8 of us and we all pick a team and we're playing a franchise. Like it's the same league. Like sometimes you play the computer because obviously not all.
Right. It's a 32 NFL team, but you guys have so you're like 2 divisions. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So there's 8 of us. We all are in one division because there's 8 NFL divisions.
So what division are you?
So I am the Las Vegas Raiders. So I'm the AFC West. We actually just recently started this, so we're only in a couple weeks into the first season. But I traded Geno Smith for Daniel Jones. Had to clear the cap.
Wait,
so we got a 1-year deal.
Did you trade with the computer?
Yeah, no one's the Colts. Okay. So I was able to make a deal for Daniel Jones. I'm thinking bridge quarterback, and then we'll try to draft someone in 2026.
Oh my God. That is amazing. Okay. and how are you doing so far? How many? Because now, if I'm correct, I've done this now. This was a long time ago. I haven't done this since, I want to say 2012 was the last time I played Madden in those type of leagues. I did it with like 5 or 6 other guys. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was a little bit more than that. I can't remember. But I know that I was the Texans a bunch of times because we were playing like random divisions. But that's what we used to do. But we'd have to wait for everybody to play their game before the next week started. Right,
exactly.
Couldn't
so
move ahead.
we're actually held up right now because one of the guys decided to go out of town this weekend. So we're stuck on week 2.
Is he supposed to go head to head with somebody?
No, he's playing against the computer.
Oh, then just delete it. I mean, just simulate it. He's gonna win, right?
Well, it's not a guarantee because we play on all Madden, so we try to make it challenging.
And now you didn't do a fantasy draft to start it up? You just basically...
No, we all pick bad teams, and the goal is to like try to rebuild them. So one guy's the Titans, one guy's the Jets, Browns. Like I said, I'm the Raiders. Someone's the Giants.
Listen, I love it. 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 I haven't... Listen, I stepped away from the gaming for a decent amount of time. But my kid drew me back in, man. He was like locked in, and I'm like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's just go full throttle. You want me to get you some cards? I'll play. I'll unlock some stuff for you. The only regular card that I'm missing right now is the Aaron Judge card.
Now, let me ask you this. Does he like Diamond Dynasty? Because I know a lot about Diamond Dynasty is like older retired players, like the throwback cards. He's all over that.
Dude, it's so crazy. And the Negro leagues, too, like they do a great job with that. Yeah. He learned a lot about like some of the Negro players through that. Like he talks about Bob Gibson. He tells me about who was one guy that he kept on playing. I want to say, it wasn't Tom Seaver. It was a position player. I can't remember now, but the collections, they have all those old school guys. And he talks about them all the time. He's like, oh, this guy's great. I like this guy. And he'll go through it. And he's Johnny Bench. He liked playing with Johnny Bench for some reason. I don't know. But like, love it. He's all about it. So he's kind of historical at times too, because he does, listen, he's a Yankee fan. It's unfortunate for me. I'm a Mets fan, but he's a Yankee fan. He knows the Yankee history. He knows about Babe Ruth. That's another guy too. He loved playing Babe Ruth. When Babe Ruth was one of the first cards he got, Babe Ruth was in right field all the time. That's who he played with.
Listen, it's a great way to learn about the history of the game.
And that's what I said. And I saw, when I ran to Doc Gooden at the Mets-Yankees game over the summer, I told him that because he was rocking a nice jacket with all Negro League teams on it, and I'm like, I have to take a picture of that jacket because my kid is learning so much about the Negro Leagues through MLB The Show, and he loves it, and he loves learning about it. He loves to talk about it. I got to take a picture of this because you are Doc Gooden / you're rocking this jacket. So 888-808-1019. We'll get back into a lot of other things. I do want to get into MVP and my biggest issue with the laziness that's going on with the MVPs these days. 808-1019. That is the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. But now let's get an update. Peter Schwartz.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. This report also brought to you by police officers right2sue.com. We tip off at the Garden without the injured Jalen Brunson. The Knicks showed a lot of heart.
Powell misses on a three. Wiggins taps it up. Controlled by Hart. Knicks in transition. Hart right down 8th Avenue for the jam.
Iron Eagle on Amazon Prime Video. Knicks over the Heat 140-132. Triple-double for Josh Hart. 12 points, 12 boards, 10 assists. Karl Anthony Towns, 39 points. Landry Shamet with 36. Magic beat the Nets 105-98. Michael Porter Jr. led the Nets with 24 points and 12 rebounds. They dropped to 1-11. Islanders now 4-0 on their road trip. Beat the Mammoth 3-2 in overtime in Utah. Matthew Schaefer, the game-winning goal at 2:06 of overtime. Schaefer and the Islanders continue to find a way to win.
We knew we have a great team. We really believe in ourselves in the dressing room. So, I think every game we just got to have a little bit of swagger coming into the games and, play Islanders hockey and just, keep working hard. And, when Islanders are all rolling, all the lines are rolling, we're going to do just fine.
Schaefer on MSGSN. He's the youngest player in NHL history to score an overtime goal. Devils announced that Jack Hughes is being evaluated for a non-hockey injury on his hand. Hughes reportedly injured the hand in a freak accident at a team dinner on Thursday. North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick says he is not and will not pursue any NFL head coaching vacancies. College basketball, it was Hofstra over Bucknell, 83-77. Iona beat Fordham 76-71. Rutgers beat Lehigh 84-72. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's the Pete Hoffman Show.
Who I am a huge fan of. They are playing Yonkers Brewing December 10th. I am super stoked about that. Like, I saw it. I've been texting my friends that are close by. And I'm like, yo, we got to go to the show. I like the venue. I haven't been there in a while. Actually, my second date? No, when I first started dating my wife, my now wife, we first started dating, I was playing shows, acoustic shows. It was kind of towards the end of my playing days, and it was the second show that and the last show that I ever played, and was there at Yonkers Brewing, and it was awesome. It was a great place. It was an awesome venue, and I didn't really know that they were doing a lot more live acts like this. It's fantastic. Now, Sponge is a band. I'm a 90s guy. Like, you've been hearing a lot of 90s music, so I am a 90s guy. I'm straight up all about this. So when I saw that they're playing, I reached out to the owner. I'm like, dude, I'm coming. This is going to be freaking awesome. How often do you? I just love the idea of Yonkers being have that level of entertainment to them now. Bringing people together, being able to have these local shows. I think it's super cool. I don't even know how much the venue actually fits, but it fits a decent amount. But either way, I'm looking forward to seeing Sponge at Yonkers Brewing December 10th. I don't know what time it starts, but I'm definitely going to be there and definitely bringing a bunch of friends. So can't wait for that. That being said, MVP, the laziness that it is. I am not going to sit there and tell you that Aaron Judge is not an MVP level player. I'm not going to tell you that. That's not even close. It was a very tight race between Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. I appreciate the fact that it was so close. It was 17-13 first place votes, 17 for Judge and 13 for Cal, and the reverse for second place votes. It was 17 second place votes for Cal and 13 for Judge. So it was like neck and neck. That was good. But what really is frustrating to me is most valuable player. I think we're missing the point now of what the most valuable player is supposed to be. And it's been like this for a while. It goes back to the Mike Trout days. I feel like it's not the MVP, it's like the MPP, the most popular player. That's how it feels to me. Because Mike Trout, for a long time, would win the MVP and be on teams that are not even making the playoffs. And if that's the case, then like a guy like Juan Soto should have had more votes for first place this year. Because at the end of the day, the Mets didn't make the playoffs, but he had a hell of a season, Juan Soto. And you go up and down his statistics, and there's an episode that me and Evan did where we went through the 43 home runs of Juan Soto. And I basically put together our list, and more than half of his home runs were like important home runs. They were maybe not game-changing, but like impactful home runs. Did they win in the game? No, but they lost a lot of games. Not his fault, but when he was up, he did something important. So that being said, like, you know, you look at the MVP and Cal Raleigh being a catcher, being involved in every single pitch of almost every single game. You're not going to put him at a different level than Aaron Judge. And I love Aaron Judge, and he clearly is a great player. And I'm not telling you that he doesn't deserve to win an MVP. I'm just telling you that Cal Raleigh was the most valuable player in baseball this year, because without him, the Seattle Mariners would not have made the playoffs. And you could say the same thing for Aaron Judge, but I could fight you and say, no, they still could have made it. Their pitching was still pretty good. They had other players. Cody Bellinger had a great season. I could sit there and make a lot of different reasons of why. Listen, Aaron Judge missed some playing time, and they still did well. Right? So it's not like Aaron Judge was out for the season and they missed the playoffs. They almost won. They almost had the best record in baseball in the American League. And they were, quote unquote, not even that good this year. Right? So I don't think Judge's impact for the Yankees, though he is a great and amazing player, he is not the MVP this year. It should have gone to Cal Raleigh. Cal Raleigh is somebody who legitimately made impacts on every single pitch of the season for the Seattle Mariners. And then offensively, I mean, he did something that a catcher's never done before. So now, the one thing I will say on a knock to baseball in general was when they continued to count his home runs into the playoffs. Nobody does that. Like, nobody does that. When they're like, oh, he had 63 home runs this season between regular and post. Nobody does that. So that's not a thing. He had 60 home runs. That's what he did. That's what Cal Raleigh did. It was an amazing feat. Cal Raleigh, amazing season. Never will be repeated again by another catcher, in my opinion. I think he should have been the MVP. But again, even though that was a tight race, I still feel it's like a most popular vote, most popular player. And that's where we go to the National League. Like, you know, Aaron Judge won it. He's easy choice. Shohei Ohtani, another easy choice. Why? Oh, because he's just amazing. He's unbelievable. He pitched 50 innings this year. Did he even pitch 50 innings? How many innings did Shohei pitch? Let's see. How many innings did Shohei Ohtani pitch? He had a good offensive season. I'm not taking away that. But was he the MVP of the LA Dodgers? On a team that's stacked? On a team where they legitimately have an all-star almost at every position? A team where they found a way to basically manipulate the payroll? 47 innings. Thank you. You scared the hell out of me in the talkback. Jeez, just say it on air. Scared the crap out of me, Nico. 47 innings. Thank you for this year for Shohei. Like, that's what but that's what people, buy into. Oh, he pitches too. Well, let me ask you a question. Last year when he won the MVP, he's a DH. Should David Ortiz have won the MVP every year because he hit really well? Like, the addition to the game defensively is not there. And I'm being serious. Like, that's a real impact. Like, Juan Soto was more impactful defensively than Shohei Ohtani was. It's the truth. Now, I'm not saying that Juan Soto should have won the award. But you look at the Dodgers and you sit there and stare at that team and you go, the best player in baseball, there's only one of them on that Dodgers team? No, they're all good. They're all cancel each other out. That's what used to happen all the time. There were years where Derek Jeter should have won the MVP, but Alex Rodriguez canceled him out. Years where, David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez cancel each other out. Like, that's what happens when you have stacked teams. But somehow, the baseball writers and whoever's voting, they're getting lazy. And they're going, oh, yeah, just make it Shohei. He's amazing. He's great. It's not a popularity contest. Most valuable player. If you're going to tell me, and again, going back to the Mike Trout votes from back in the day, when he was a popular player too, again, it was always like, well, Mike Trout's really the best player in baseball, so we'll just give it to him. And they never sniffed the playoffs. So if you could do that for Mike Trout, then you could do that for Juan Soto. I don't think that Juan Soto was the MVP this season. But to make Shohei Ohtani, I'm pretty sure it was unanimous. That's a joke to me. That's insulting. You telling me that Kyle Schwarber didn't deserve more? That there weren't other players? Like, Pete Crow Armstrong had a really great season. I know the second half wasn't fantastic, but he had a great start to the season. You telling me that he wasn't an MVP? He basically took the Cubs to the playoffs too. I mean, it's a lazy way to go about it. Oh, it's Shohei. It's Shohei. Every year it's going to be Shohei. Oh, well, and every year he pitches now going forward, and he's going to be an MVP too. It's a joke. Do better. If you get an opportunity to get this vote, do better. Otherwise, get rid of the awards. Makes no sense. It's not a popularity contest. 888-808-1019. Again, MVP vote. Again, does it really make a difference? It's a meaning thing. Not really. Because if you're just going to give it away to the most popular, then it really means less than what it's supposed to. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's go to Paul in Providence. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up?
So I just want to talk about Alonso.
Yeah.
So there's a wild card here. I live up here in Providence, obviously. I'm from Long Island, but I listen to Boston Sports Radio as well. So apparently Pete's wife is from Quincy, Mass, right outside of Boston. Okay, they need a first baseman in the worst way. I don't think they're going to give him 7 years, but to just say he's going to go to the Yankees, I don't think so. I think the Sox are in major play for him. And the other thing is, real quick, I wish that all the owners of baseball would get together and collude to not deal with Scott Boras at all. This guy is a total maniac and had...
His puns are a little outrageous this year. He was trying to find every P word in the book to describe Pete Alonso. Oh my God! Like we don't need to know. But yeah.
Too. And Bregman up here in Boston, he went on this whole coffee rant about, because his last name's Bregman. It's so tired, and the guy's made who knows how much he's worth, but he's a jerk. I know they're not going to do it because he gets the best players. But I wish they would collude and just not deal with him anymore. Have a good night. Thank you, Pete.
Thanks, Paul. And listen, I'm not saying that that other teams aren't interested in Pete Alonso, by the way. Paul, I wasn't trying to say that. I do think, though, that the Yankees need a first baseman, and Pete Alonso fills that hole. Yeah, like the Red Sox could use a first baseman for sure. They could start a bidding war. Arizona, I've heard rumors of. So Arizona, Boston, the Yankees. There's not just. Here's the funny thing is, it's not just the Mets that need a first baseman, right? There's actual teams this year that need first baseman. They probably were more teams last year that needed first baseman too. But I'm trying to remember who else signed. I mean, Josh Naylor got traded last year to the Diamondbacks. Then he got traded again to the during the season to Seattle. But there was other players that got moved around, and then Pete didn't sign until much, much later, which then allowed the market to disintegrate. So that's basically what's happening here. Like, we're waiting for a market to come. To be creative for Pete Alonso. There may never be a market for Pete Alonso because other people may sign first. And then by the time it comes to Pete Alonso, we're back down to like 2 teams. Now, I've also heard, and to Paul's point about, not liking Scott Boras, one thing I have heard is that there's a possibility Scott Boras is not going to allow his other clients to sign until Pete Alonso signs. Like, that's a possibility. That Pete Alonso is his first priority. And once that happens, then he'll focus on everybody else. But nobody else is signing until Pete Alonso signs. And I will tell you this much. Anybody that criticizes Scott Boras for how he goes about things, it's all fair. You may not like how he approaches it. You may not like, and the fact is that has everybody hit big every single year he goes out there and tries to get max money for people? No, it doesn't always happen. But eventually he does get them paid. Think about it. Blake Snell had to take a 2-year deal with the Giants a couple of years ago. But he had a nice opt-out, and he opted out, and then he got paid by the Dodgers. Matt Chapman, again, somebody else who's played third base, was a free agent, was looking for a big contract, ended up taking a very small deal with the Giants. And then again, midway through the season, they extended him, and they restructured his contract, and he got paid. So, yeah, there's the Jordan Montgomerys of the world that maybe didn't work out so well. Pete Alonso last year didn't work out so well. He got $30 million, though, so I guess it did work out pretty well. And I'm assuming he's going to try to make $30 million again because last year he made $30 million off of a season the year prior, which was a down year for him. This year, he did much better offensively. 4 more home runs, okay, fine, but he led the league in doubles. Like someone, I won't name the name, but somebody went on air and was like, what does Pete Alonso do well? He doesn't do anything well. Just he hits home runs. And I was like, he led the league in doubles this year. So it's not all or nothing. Let's not make it like, if he's not hitting a home run, he's absolutely just striking out and that's it. No, he led the league in doubles. He had 38 home runs. He had 41 doubles. He drove in he was like the second most in runs driven in for RBIs for the National League. He led the Mets with batting average, which I know some people don't care about batting average, but I think that's pretty impressive. So that being said, Pete Alonso did a lot well. So I think there's going to be a market for him, but how long is it going to take to get there? And by the time the market starts to form, is it going to be less attractive because other positions are filled already? That's my concern, and I continue to say that over and over and over. If you're a Mets fan, do not be distracted by the fact that Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso have not been signed. That can't be the everyday narrative or everyday discussion. Look and focus on the big picture. There's a lot of issues with this team. We had Mike from Brooklyn on who called in earlier who's like, they got to get a starting pitcher. That's the first thing they need. Yeah, they do. They need an ace. There's really none available in the free agency. Are they going to trade for one? I don't know. But there's a lot of holes in this New York Mets team. So it's not just about Pete Alonso. By the time it forms, I don't know. It's highly frustrating. We'll get back into the phone calls coming next on the Fan. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Off with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe Beningo takes over. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. And by the way, starting in January, what gets me excited about Paramount Plus is one thing that I'm going to see tonight. I'm going to see UFC 322. It's at MSG. I'm excited for it. I'm going to bring my kid. We go to all these shows. It's fantastic. But that being said, starting January, UFC will be on Paramount Plus. So you go out there, you get NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus, but you will also get the UFC. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Off with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
It's crazy, but the Chiefs are still the odds-on favorite to make it to the Super Bowl in the AFC, which is nuts.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, law, bite back?
Tap Room is your casual gathering place for real food, craft beverages, and every New York game. With 9 Long Island locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. It's where you meet friends, make new ones, and never miss the action. Football, hockey, or basketball. Enjoy Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. Tap Room, real food, craft beer, and great company. Find your spot at taproomofny.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
888-808-1019. Pete Off with you on the Fan for another 30 or so minutes up until Joe B takes over at 5. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Let's get to Steve in Houston. Steve, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Pete? Long live the Rico, my gore buddy.
Let's go, bud. Let's go. Listen, Gore Buddy is going to pick up steam very soon. We've been watching a lot of good horror movies. Dude, I finally caught up on Weapons. I haven't watched what's this, The Substance. I haven't watched that yet, but I've caught up on a lot of other really, really good movies, man.
I thought The Substance is one of the top 10 movies I've seen the last 10 years. It's just really well done. So definitely you'll like it.
I want to watch it with my wife. I don't know why. I feel like I put it on. I watched it for about 2 minutes, and then I stopped it. And I'm like, I feel like I want to watch this with my wife. You think she'd appreciate it all or no?
She just got to stay to the end because you're like, there's no way they're actually going to show you what happens. And then when you're like, oh, they're going to show you what happens, it could turn her off because my wife was like, this goes over the top. But I think that's what makes it awesome.
Well, did you see Weapons? That was an over-top ending, too.
Well, they're 1 and 1A. So, and by the way, great interview with Rachel. Hoff, you've been on a roll, man. You had Sydney Sweeney, and then you had the author. You get all the hot chicks, man.
Well, I mean, that's not. I mean, stop it. That's not why I do it. I enjoy the conversations. By the way, Sydney Sweeney's awesome. Rachel Corbett was great. I want more diversity in my interviews because here's the thing, right? Like, I love sports, obviously, what we all do. But I have so many other things that I love as well, and I feel like I want to just promote what I love. Like, so I love horror, I love music, so I want to do more interviews like that. So I'm looking for other opportunities to just kind of bring other things to attention. And listen, it's going to happen. We're creating more content, and I will be able to have. Listen, I brought Bo Nickel in to the studio, who's, again, fighting tonight at the UFC event at MSG. Had him in studio with BT and Sal. I'm just trying to keep on expanding because here's the thing, right? Like, we all talk about sports. We want to hear. That's the basis of it. But I like to hear from different sides. I want to hear different interviews. Like, we had Jay Leno on this week, which was awesome. We had Marlon Wayans on this week, which was awesome. It's just fun to hear different people that we know, people that we, watched on TV, love their comedy, whatever it is. Like, you just want to hear from different people at times. Like, it's good to hear from us, but it changes it up a little bit because it changes the conversation. It's like, I love Joe Rogan's podcast because when I listen to him, now, it's tough to listen to 3 hours of him straight. It's like, I don't think anybody's listening to me for 3 straight hours. And if you are, God bless you. I appreciate that. But like, when he has a guest on every day and he's got 3 or 4 hour interviews, it's tough to take it all in. So you got to pick and choose what you listen to. I tend to not listen to the comedians with him so much because I feel like they kind of get too in depth and stuff that only comedians talk about. I'm like, I don't really want to dive into their process. I like certain things, but when he brings in an actor or like a fighter or something like that's like, oh, I want to know more about this, and they expand on things that I don't know about, it's great. It's great conversation. So I want to do the same thing as Joe Rogan, basically.
Well, what's awesome too is you guys in the midday show, you'll have random interviews. I remember Sal interviewed like an astronaut, because let's be honest, when the teams aren't doing great, like Jets, Giants, we also do need something else because, our teams stink. Because I hadn't talked to you since before Halloween. So I jumped off the Jets ship to go to the Giants ship. Well, since then, they had the Bronco breakdown. Gadaboo lost his leg. So I think I might be a mush because the Jets win too.
No, it's not, Steve, it's not you, by the way. It's not you. You know who it is? It's BT. Because, and I'm going to blame it on BT, and I'll bring it up on Monday. BT is the reason why the Giants have fallen off the face of the earth, because he was watching the Jet game, I believe, at the same, and then was like, dude, this team sucks. I really wish I was a Giant fan as they were up, like, whatever the score was in Denver. And then before you know it, the game flipped and the Denver Broncos put up 33 points. So it's really BT's fault.
I still think the Giants still have a bright future. But the reason I call Pete is, like, we've been talking about Pete Alonso since, Tiki and BT were together.
I know.
You were making the push for, who's the fat guy? You wanted him to go to the All-Star game. Remember?
Oh, Daniel Vogelbach. That was more of an FU to Billy Epler, because if I got Daniel Vogelbach to the All-Star game, that would have been like a total FU of like, we're tired. Mets fans are tired of this crap. Get this guy off the team. Let's highlight how bad he is. That would have been the best.
But I called you up and I'm like, what's going to happen with, we lose Pete? And you're like, I don't think it's going to happen. And then, of course, for the last 3 years, 3.5 years, 4 years, it's, what's going on with Pete, because we've been the same way. We cannot lose this guy. Just like Joe will come on later and just say, I want him back.
Yeah.
We want him back. We know he gets underrated with his first base play. He's not the greatest, but he is an above average fielder. So if we lose him, and it's 333, so I got a horrible take here. If we lose him, and then, of course, Evan's talking about Diaz maybe going to the Dodgers, I mean, this is our biggest nightmare. Imagine next year, no Pete, no Diaz. And then it gets better, Pete, because I told you who's going to come to the bullpen since July. That's Devin Williams. And that's my horrible take, brother. Listen, keep up the great
Steve,
work.
You're the man,
Pleasure
dude.
always. All right, I'll talk to you soon, brother.
A lot of amazing references, by the way, by Steve. A lot of amazing references. I was doing horrible takes at 3:33 every shift, and I've kind of stayed away from that. But maybe I'll get back to that because I like making horrible takes. But that being said, Devin Williams is going to bite me in the ass because I said at the beginning of the season he was going to be the most reliable closer in New York. And I was dead wrong. Like, he was not that guy. And Edwin Diaz had basically the best season he could possibly have as a closer. But here's the thing, though, right? Like, we're sitting here talking about Edwin Diaz and again, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing it. They pulled it off again. Steve Cohen, please tell David Stearns to stop and get this stuff done. David Stearns pulled this one again. He's distracting us from what really needs to be done with this team. There is so much that needs to be done with the Mets, but he's distracting us with Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso. He's legitimately done that. The first week of free agency, and we're doing nothing but talking about Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso. And I'm telling you right now, Pete Alonso is not going to sign till February. And he's not going to sign with the Mets. And now the rumors are that Edwin Diaz is 50-50 and the Dodgers are really need a closer. And why not go to the Dodgers where they're probably going to win another World Series? It is disgusting that we have to deal with this every single year, that we've basically get thrown to the wolves by distractions. Like, it's just a joke how many things distract us the entire offseason when we really need to focus on starting pitching, defense with like, hey, second baseman, what are we doing with McNeil? Get rid of him. Maybe a center fielder we need. Are we going to get rid of Brandon Nimmo? They got to make a decision on third base. They got to make a decision to catcher. We really need a real DH. I mean, there's only two positions right now on the field that I even trust. It's shortstop and right field with Lindor and Soto, and that's it. The rest of the team is I'm not happy about them. I'm not happy with Brett Beatty. I know he had a better second half. I'm not happy about him, though. I'm not convinced that he's now the third baseman because the same people that believe that Mark Vientos was the third baseman of the future 2 years ago are the same people that are going to see after this season coming up. We're going to be like, wait a second, Brett Beatty wasn't that good? Maybe he's not the guy. Maybe it's Ronnie Mauricio. These guys are not ready yet. Like, Brett Beatty had improved. His defense has improved, but that doesn't mean that he's found it, figured it out. For the first half of the season, he was awful. For a lot of parts of the season, he was nowhere to be found. So I'm not going to sit here because he had a last month or so that was good and he played better defense than any of the third basemen. Sit there and go, that's my guy. No, stop it. Mark Vientos would hit, walk-off hits and then get sent back down to the minors with Buck Showalter. What does that mean? Nothing. I need to see you do it for a full season. And so far, no one has done that. Mark Vientos was closest to it in 2024, but last year he completely crapped the bed. So I can't sit there and be like, well, Mark Vientos just had a sophomore slump. He'll be back. That was bad. It was bad baseball. He played terrible baseball. And Mauricio's coming off an injury. I don't know if you can trust him right now. I mean, at least they did the smart thing by having him rot on the bench for the entire month of September so they didn't have to, send him down and use the last, call-up, the last option. You don't want to use the last option. Now they have another option for him next year. Thank God. That's why he was rotting on the bench all season long, or the last month or two of the season. That was stupid. But that being said, the point is, David Stearns did it again. He's fooling everybody. He's being smarter than everybody. He's getting us distracted by the fact that Pete Alonso is not here. There's no market for him. They're not planning on signing him right now. They offered him, supposedly, there's rumors. I don't know how true this is. I've heard from somebody. We saw somebody post it. I don't really know how reliable it is, but supposedly there were offers to both Diaz and Alonso. The Diaz one was 4 for $88. That's a no. He's going to want at least 5 for over 100. That's what he's going to want. And the Alonso was 3 for 103, which sounds like something that they would offer, but that thing's got to be double in years. That's got to be 6 years closer to, or 6 years at least closer to 180, in my opinion. There's no reason not to. And that's the thing is, what's the harm in doing that? What's the harm in going, you know what, Pete? You want the 6 years? Let's just freaking do it. Let's just call it a day and do it. If you are on the side of Pete Alonso should be in a Met uniform for life, why does it make a difference if it's 3 years now and then signs another 3-year deal in the future? Because that's what it sounds like everyone wants. It should be year to year. Just get him 3 years or 4 years now, and then we'll figure out the end of his career. He's going to be playing for another 7 years. He wants to play till he's 40. So with that being said, if you sign him for 6 years, he's still going to want to play for another 3 or 4 after that. So why don't we just commit to that 6 years? I believe him. I believe Pete Alonso is not going to fall off the face of the earth and just completely disappear in the next 3 years. Unlike geniuses and statisticians and analytical guys who are like, oh, yeah, this guy's terrible. He's so bad in a down year, in a year where people called him awful, and you can't sign this guy and let him walk because he's bad. He hit 34 home runs, drove in 88 RBIs. He batted .240. And that was for a guy who was a bad player. I think Mark Vientos would have loved to have that bad of a season this past year. I think Brett Beatty in the past few years would have loved to have a bad season of 34 home runs and 88 RBIs. Am I wrong, Nico?
No, can I run something by you?
Oh, please.
So I don't know David Stearns personally. I don't believe that you know David Stearns personally. But could this be something along the lines of his ego getting in the way? In terms of the fact that this is not the team that he built. So he's going to try to get rid of all the guys that were here before he showed up. Brandon Nimmo, Pete Alonso, Edwin Diaz, and do it his way. I have nothing to back this up. It's just something that I thought of where, could it be that he just doesn't want to re-sign Alonso because it's not the team that he built?
I would say it wouldn't shock me, but in this situation, it's not based off of Pete Alonso's not his guy. It's more or less Pete Alonso's not a guy he would go for. That's the difference. You're right. He's not his type of guy, though. It's not that, because I don't think David Stearns has that exact ego. I think he does have an ego where he wants to be his way, but I don't think it's I didn't bring you here, so that's why I'm going to get rid of you. Because if that's the case, then they try to find a way to get offload Lindor. Nimmo's contract would definitely, they try to find a way to get rid of him too, which is, by the way, again, they're kind of handcuffed because he had no trade clause. I think it's more or less just Alonso in his metrics, in what his analytics say. They're not the type of person he wants at first base. Listen, and I don't believe it, because when he was asked about it, he kind of like pushed it to the side about Jeff McNeil playing first base. But there were rumors earlier this week that they were open to maybe platooning Vientos and McNeil at first base. And that to me is absurd because neither of those guys fit the first base metrics of a defensively well-played first baseman.
Vientos, we saw it this past year. He looked horrible defensively at first base. So we're talking about Alonso being bad in terms of what Stearns called run prevention. But then you're going to put a guy that's even worse than Alonso at that position?
Well, and here's the thing, right? Like, I can't stand the run prevention aspect of this. To me, that's just an excuse. If you say run prevention, it means that you don't have to commit to these big deals for offensively minded players. Like, name me the defensive player who costs, $500 million to play the game. Like, there's nobody out there that's going to be, that financially is going to cost as much as a Juan Soto or an Aaron Judge or, a Shohei Ohtani or those type of guys. Defensive-minded guys don't make a lot of money. I mean, that's just the reality. You look at Harrison Bader, we're talking about a guy who's, is he going to make $10 million this year? Maybe he makes $12 million. He's a great defensive player. They're not going to sign. No one's going to sign him because they're like, oh, Harrison Bader, your offense is great. It's because of his defense. And because that, they highlight the defense, he's not going to get paid like other players, And so when you say we're looking for run prevention, it's an easier way to say we are not focused on offense. If that comes with your player, great. We're not going to pay for the offense. We're paying for good defenders. It's just an excuse. That's what it comes down to. I mean, for crying out loud, that means to me like a guy like Ryan McMahon with the Yankees who plays third base, who offensively he's had a lot of issues over the past couple of years, especially in the second halves. I mean, it's a possibility that David Stearns will look for him to say, hey, he plays a good third base. We take him over Vientos. We trade for him.
I just don't understand. That's the reason why I brought up the ego thing. I don't understand why he's so against paying big contracts, because you would have thought that after he built the team in Milwaukee, you're able to do that, and then everyone was like, you could do that now with a blank check and a big wallet. It almost seems like he's like trying to do it without spending the money to be like, look how good I am. I don't need the money to build a good team.
Right. And that is a concern I've had. But here's the thing, and I will say this because you saw this in Boston. The other guy that they were talking about for a little bit when he left Tampa Bay was Chaim Bloom. And he went to Boston. And what did he do? I think the first thing he did was offloaded Mookie Betts to the Dodgers. How long did he last in Boston?
Not long.
Exactly. So if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So if you want to play that game of, yeah, I could do it better because I know what I'm talking about. I don't need the Pete Alonso type of player. That's not what we're looking at first base. I can get away with this and that, the other thing, because we financially have been committed to Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, and we're going to have to commit to other people. I don't need to commit that money to Pete Alonso because I have other ways to fix it. He's going to get what he asked for. Listen, I'm not saying that I think David Stearns isn't a good president of baseball operations. I'm not saying that he's not a good GM. I'm just saying he's, to Nico's point, I'm not saying it's an ego thing, but I think he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and he's so smart that he knows what he's doing, and he's just going to play his way. And I'm very concerned. Let's put it that way. Joe, Middletown, what's up, Joe?
What's up, bud?
You.
All right, I'll take that. So let me ask you a question. Who's the opening day starter for the New York Mets?
Well, last year I said Sean Manaea, and he got hurt before it happened. So this is all a grain of salt. Nolan McLean?
Okay, so who's starting game 2?
Sean Manaea?
All right. The Mets, listen. I'm a Yankee fan, so I'm biased, but I'm gonna say this to all the Met fans, so you can probably agree with me. You know, Stearns needs to go out and get a pitching staff. That's why you guys were terrible last year.
Yeah,
you had nothing in the tank the last 55, 60 games. So you have an offense. They're building pieces. They're very good pieces, but the problem is you have no pitching.
Yep.
So you're never going to get through the season at a decent pace without any pitching. And then the bullpen's terrible. You know, Edwin Diaz, you got it. If they don't sign Diaz, you know, it's curtains.
And if he goes to the Dodgers, Joe, if he goes to the Dodgers, like the one thing that I think Mets and Yankee fans can both agree upon, they're chasing the Dodgers right now. The Dodgers are the team to beat. If you need to be them. That's what you needed to be right now. Like small market teams, I understand why they can't do it, but the Mets and Yankees are not small market. They need to be the Dodgers. If the Mets or Yankees lose a player to the Dodgers, that's unacceptable. You can't.
A player like him is even worse.
Yeah,
you know, that's just salt. You know, that's just salt on the wound. But I will tell you that the Mets should be focusing. And I've been listening for the last couple of weeks. It's all BT and Sal have been talking about, and Evan. They want players and players and players. You guys got to focus on pitching. You have no pitching at all.
But here's
focus on some pitching.
But Joe, here's the problem, right? And this is where, unfortunately, David Stern screwed up last year because there were aces available last year in free agency, and he chose not to go after them. This year, go through the free agents. There is no ace out there. There's no number one starting pitcher out there. The only guys that are available are via trade, and we're not even sure if they're available. We're hoping they are. We hope we have enough pieces to get them, but that's it. I mean, you were talking about maybe getting Dylan Cease for a contract, and he's going to look for a huge deal, like a 6-7 year deal. First of all, I don't believe that David Stern's going to go for a huge deal for a starting pitcher anyway, especially a guy that's almost 30 or over 30. But Dylan Cease is not that good. He eats innings, but his ERA is over almost a 5. Like, that's what we want to do.
He's better than some of the guys you have on your staff now.
Yeah, okay, good. But so he eats innings, but he still gives up a ton of runs. So, I mean, that saves the bullpen, but we still lose games because we don't have offense. Like, here's the circle, Joe, and I appreciate the phone call. We're almost ending here. The problem is this. The Mets have so many holes that people don't want to admit to. Their bullpen is very questionable right now. They don't have a closer. Their offense is questionable. They don't have, well, they say what they do have. They have a shortstop and a right fielder. The others can all go to you-know-what. There's no specific catcher, first base, second base, third base. They're all question marks. And then the pitching rotation is all question marks. So right now, you have nothing. You need to go out and get everything. And that, we know, is not going to happen. Thank you very much to Nico on the other side of the glass for being the best as always. Thank you to Peter Schwartz on the updates. Appreciate you guys for always listening and following at Hoff WFAN. I'll be back next weekend as well, doing Saturday morning shifts. Be back on Monday with BT and Sal, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Rico Bronya on Sunday night. But next, the one and only Joe Beningo. You guys have a good one. See ya.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Go back with the Yankees missing the postseason in 2023. What did they do that offseason? They made the trade and gave up everything they had to give up to get Juan Soto.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and